thought there was only laughter in the castle. Until that monster appeared, growling at me with the face of our father. Simon, can you hear me? Luckily, you can't. And I no longer hear.
Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount, yet it's enough to straighten out my thoughts. But the energy can also be huge. As the setting sun shone upon the final rest, I saw a musical note glimmering in gold and dancing in the air, just as they expected. The movement spread my life energy and pushed me up a pedestal until I could smell the aroma of talent in the air. The aroma was me, but it slowly faded with time. Once it faded, it cast me into the abyss, where the light from my eyes extinguished. The light shines through my fingers and onto the white keys as I continue writing, hoping the melody points me in a direction. In the reflection, I see what should have happened. He glows golden, just like they first expected. Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount. Great energy forces a change in the tide and pushes the world to absurdity. Do you believe?
A letter from Demori Academy.
Who got it this time?
The model student.
Did you get it?
No, it's for the black sheep.
Who was the letter sent to?
The swan.
Who got the letter?
Nobody. Quiet. Before we begin, let me introduce a couple of new students.
On that night, the blizzard laid waste to the plateau of Lane. She brought light before my corpse. She could have told me the bitter truth, so that I could escape the intolerable surge of emotions. She could have gouged out my eyes, so that I could not see the demons of hell in the skin of gods. Or his ugly face that is so unlike my own. But it matters not, for the secret is forever buried. After all, corpses do not speak. But the price of it all, her humanity fell into the bowels of the gods. Fret not, Mother. The hunt of the gods ended on the night the blizzard laid waste to the plateau of Leng.
There is no rebirth without pain. The whispers by my ear. The scars from the pain. I was once lost in superficial applause before I crossed path with that touch of red. When the throat is slit, everything I wished for comes true. A mark forever sealed between my eyebrows. On the night the jailbird lost its voice, we chose to go our separate ways. Yet, I returned once more. Tears ignited a glow in my eyes. Ashes were once flames.
All of this feels like a never-ending nightmare. Sometimes, I cannot tell if I'm really awake.
A puppet without strings! My proudest!
Matthias.
Thank you for coming tonight! Please come see my next amazing performance with Lewis!
And again. Countless times. I want to wake up from this nightmare! Happy birthday,
Matthias.
I'm certain she sensed death when her soul left the body. Chaos begets chaotic life, yet the attempt to unravel it becomes a ludicrous theater of absurdity. I must find somewhere far away from the world and the sun. Once the soul and mind can be calculated with accuracy, they can be separated from the body and roam the world. I grabbed onto this last straw amid those ramblings of madness. Like an alien creature possessing my body and covering my skin. In the mirror and under the shadows.
Successful collection of samples. Begin extracting and separating the toxins.
Left! A little more to the left!
I can finally restart the experiment. The subjects are in position. Now it's time for the second toxicity test. They seem to have different visions. That leaves us with one last variable. It's an honor, Mr. Inference.
Amidst dazzling lights and clinking glasses, this game of suits and numbers is but a simple ruse. Who would have thought the pure white powder would be stained with mud and blood? The trajectory of life seems to drift between containers of different shapes and sizes. And you, shouldn't you all be flowers in a vase? So why choose to betray? I already know where you are. Perhaps I should call you Martha.
Do I ever feel afraid? No. All of this is merely a trial of flames. Just like it was back then, when my parents did all they could to save me.
It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
It's a miracle!
A miracle? Yes, the temperature lies in those seemingly cruel flames. That's precisely what it is. A miracle. Extinguish. And reignite. It's a weapon. One that reduces all dirty secrets to ashes. It's a test. An impartial trial that tempers the will. It's the tender embrace that binds us to the past. In this scorching heat, miracles are what I shall seek forevermore.
The world is a torrent of words. Move the words within your palm, and you will find the omen of a dream come true. House of Prophecies at your service. Please keep it with you at all times and open it under the new moon. I see you will reconcile with the one you love. And you will reclaim wealth and affection. Look at these manipulated fools. I shall control all that I desire until the dawn of tomorrow.
No witness, and no murder weapon. The victim simply vanished into thin air. It all began at that hotel. Only those beneath the light are met with pursuit. Walking in the footsteps of giants, bidding farewell to the mundane. frightful nightmares tread close behind. And yet, they seem not to arouse our friends' concern. Falling the light shadow, a seal delicate wings bestowed as offerings unto that deathless radiance.
You mean it's a fatal curse? As bizarre and twisted as all this may be, my instinct tells me that these were not born of a curse. The unknown sparks fear, and fear leads to misguided choices. Science becomes the death to falsehood, while faith seeks eternity through reincarnation. All that is unknown and unsettling shall be proved a hollow fabrication in the end. Merely a means to release pent-up desires.
Time to wake up.
Back in your lives, folks, for another IVT. It's Potch Spice and Chocho, your commentators for this season of IVT. Chocho, how are you feeling on this Saturday night, Sunday morning?
Sunday morning. Currently it's about 6 a.m. So I think you and I are both a little bit possibly a little bit out of it, but we'll try our very best to commentate this matches for you guys. It's gonna be an exciting one, I would say. I mean, we had a total of 32 teams, right, starting off in the preliminary, and now we are down to the top 8 teams. So definitely really excited, and I'm pretty sure you guys are also as excited as we are.
Yeah, I see a lot of people in the chat, cheering for their favorite teams. Our first matchup is going to be 9AD versus Red Moon. Please let us know in the chat who you guys are cheering for. We got some household names like Ravens. You got Rivals, a new team, but we know it's kind of beat for you from before. But here we have the tournament calendar. As Chocho mentioned, there were 32 teams, and now we're whittling it down to the top 8. And as you see before us right now, it is the 13th/14th, wherever you are in this time zone. So we will be streaming the top 8 to top 4 for now, and then the next day will be the live stream for the finals.
So super excited. I mean, just within 2 days itself, we'll know who the champion of IVT will be. So looking at our prize pool now, we have a total of
10,000.
10,000. Unable to do quick maths, but I'll be able to read the screen for sure. So for the first place, we have a 4.5. So it's about half of the total prize pool, which is quite a lot. How many iPhones you can get with that?
That's a lot. I just know it's a lion's share. It goes to the first place spot. It's a lot of zeros I see. Followed up by the second place. You know what? You just have to get to the top 4 spot for you guys to get some, just a portion of the prize pool. Like 3rd and 4th is actually really good, but you really want to get that first place spot, especially with how stacked these IVTs are becoming. You know what? We look back in the IVTs meta. It is very hunter-sided, but I wonder if the survivors are going to pull off a hat trick, maybe get some ties here, just to put our hunters on notice.
Yeah, and I mean, with the addition of various hunters as well as survivors, that's why we should elaborate a little bit more later. But looking at our brackets, we do see, as mentioned, RM versus 9AD will be the first matchup of the day, followed by RV versus GN, and then afterwards RVL versus Ace, and FFY versus MST. So it just looks like rather new teams, those new names, but later on when we dive deeper into the team introduction, you realize that we do see some and many actually familiar faces. Now looking at our today's matchup.
Yeah, so as Chocho mentioned, our first match is going to be RM versus 9AD, followed by RV versus Goodnight, and so on and so forth. But as she mentioned, you know what, these might be some new team names and some old recurring team names, but you know what, some of the names would actually, you'd kind of know who they are. But if we don't, chat, let us know also if you know these players, if you know their tendencies, if you know what characters that they play. We do want an active chat here for you guys to support your favorite teams, and also, you know what, added a little bit of insight. If you're following them on social media, give them a shout out. If you want to give them some fan cheers, please do, because this tournament means a lot to them. They've practiced so hard for them, and based on our stats, Chocho, I feel like we're in for a treat with our first matchup.
Yeah, I mean, from 9AD's side, 9AD's Hunter seems to know, I would say kind of non-meta Hunter, so I'm kind of excited to see how he would play it out coming into the matchup later on, and whether which map will be banned, which match will be picked, and also which side will be coming up first. But I think the play introduction is something that we are all quite excited about. If you guys haven't seen the social media, of IdentityV, the teams, team name, player name have all been established there. So if you guys are, too excited, you guys want to go see that first, head on to Facebook, Instagram, X as well. So yeah, excited to see what's it gonna be.
Yeah, especially coming off of the heels of Call of the Abyss, right? We have to kind of keep everyone up to date. B4U and Omni doing really well in their respective groups. B4U in particular kind of said that they disbanded, but now they formed. They got picked up by an esports org, which is Rival Esports. So that is the team banner that they are carrying now. So they were also interviewed. Shoutouts. I think he's streaming right now. ZZVovG. He did have an interview with B4U and kind of their journey through it all. Because you have to admit, Chocho, I think it's B4U that always takes the prize here. I mean, CH4 pops in here and there, Fusion as well, but it's always B4U. So, well, now Rival. So everyone has their target on Rival, but who knows? You know what? Red Moon. You also have Ace in the mix, and also Ravens. They could lay claim for the title to call themselves IVT champions.
Yeah, I mean, you just mentioned something about them always winning IVT and plays as the champion as well. So them being the defending champions and now new teams being added, new players, new synergy with new teammates as well. I wonder if it's going to be any different coming into this IVT. And I think every one of us is also wanting to know if there's any potential team that could beat out RVL this time around.
So this could be one of the teams that could be coming in. Red Moon here. We're going to introduce the players. We have Ching H, Green, Seiken, Psyche, Honor, Yindi, and 907S. Some familiar names here, and as we were talking in the casters chat, this is kind of like a super team of sorts, because you got Green from various teams, you have Psyche as well, you have Honor, just a who's who of known survivors and hunters. But run us through 9AD, Chocho.
9AD, we do have Zack as the hunter, and as for the rest, they will be survivors. We have Varys, Ghost, Envoy, Yume, as well as Full Metal. So we'll get into their details later on. But just comparing the, I would say, well-knownness of these players, and also the wealth of experience that they have, I would say Red Moon RM might have a slight edge in this.
True. You know, they are the veteran team. They have been in various competitions here and there, but I think when it comes to 9AD, they have the surprise factor. There's not much tape on them, unless, again, this could be an NAEU thing, that there are some players that are known here. So we just have to base it off the stats. And based off the stats, as you mentioned, RM does have a distinct advantage. And looking at the chat, it seems like a lot of people are rooting for Santi. I feel like he will be coming in Team Mistletoe. So shout outs to each and every one of you in chat. A lot of people are rooting for Team RM. But show some love also from 9AD, because it's no easy feat coming this far into IVT. And they're going up against one of the veteran teams in the lineup.
Of course. And moving on to the next player introduction, we have Seiken over here with the beta. So Seiken, as for his name, we don't really have much statistics, but for the side of Ghost, I'm not too sure if this is the same Ghost that we saw in the last IVT in Team ADM, but if it's the same survivor, then this person played the lucky guy as well as the gardener. Unfortunately did not have many showings there, but coming into this, I hope he's a lot more prepared to show us what he's got.
I'm excited to see that. And we have Psyche and Envoy coming in. Guys, subscribe to Psyche's YouTube channel. Great content creator. Also a great mind when it comes to IdentityV. Now he will be competing. And we were talking about it before, Chocho. Who will be the one to be in the rescuer role? Because Honor is also in the mix. And so is Green. They're usually also on the mercenary. But it seems like, you know what, Honor playing in various tournaments. He has used the Embalmer, the Acrobat Magician, while Green, you know what, kind of more of the stunner support of the group. So we'll just have to wait and see if Psyche is going to be transitioning to a different role, or he's going to be giving that role to, let's say, Honor.
Honor. Yeah, I mean, he's been playing so many various characters with Omni, right, you've mentioned, and now Barmaid, Antiquarian, Acrobat Seer, as well as the Lawyer. And yeah, and now for Yune, we still see the Psychologist. As for her, we still see quite a high average rescue at about 0.8. So I think in her team, in his or her team, he or she should be playing the possibly rescuer role, I would say, with the number of rescues she's having.
Yeah, we have to wait and see. And now, like you mentioned, 9AD has a very interesting hunter in the name of Zack. Based on her stats, Zack Attack over here has a Fool's Gold, which was brought up once or twice, I believe, in Koa. Not to the best liking, but Ching H here with that Dream Witch. Dream Witch experiencing various changes here and there, but always a formidable hunter to go up against. So you have to be ready and come prepared if you're going up against the Dream Witch. But based on her stats also, there is a sub-hunter in Yindi with that opera singer. So only time will tell which hunter is going to come in first.
Oh, but I believe if their names are in the introduction itself, it should be the BO1 hunter. So yeah, we don't see Yindi. So Ching H will be coming out first in BO1, and maybe subsequently in BO2 and 3 we might be able to see Yindi a little bit more. So yeah, with that fool's goal, I'm definitely very excited with Zach's performance. And as for Ching H, I think we've seen his Dream Witch before. I would say going against 9AD survivors, I think 9AD survivors might struggle a little bit.
Yeah, let's hope that they have done their homework and come prepared with this type of matchup, because usually round one, especially with Opera Singer meta, we all know that it's going to be a hunter-sided match. So the best thing that the survivors can do is opt for a tie game. But now we're actually going to head to the Arms Factory here, Chocho. Let's talk about potential picks and bans in this map.
Picks and bans. For Ching H side, he would definitely want to go for that Dream, which is very strategically planned from the side of RM, letting Ching H come up first with his very well-known Dream Witch. At an Arms Factory matchup, I think they know what they're doing. If there is a possibility that, I mean, 2 Cyphers gonna be spawned at center as well, so if that's the case, 100% favored towards Dream Witch. With such a small map as well, it will be very easy map control. But from the side of Zach, I'm not too sure whether the Fool's Goal might excel a lot here. We don't really see many competitive players, whether if it's this region or other regions, playing too much of a Fool's Goal. So we'll see whether Zach have what it takes in this matchup.
I'm excited to see that Fool's Gold come out, because rare sighting in competitive to see a Fool's Gold. But we are going to head to the Arms Factory. This is the Dream Witch's playground. Heck, he could even pull out an Opera Singer if he has been using the Opera Singer, but maybe saving it for END. But as we mentioned, it's going to be 9AD Zach coming in first. And now the RM survivors with Seiken, Green, and Psyche up for picks here. But we are going to see first bans coming out first. It's going to be the Antiquarian, quite possibly a Rescuer. So a first officer is banned right away.
Yeah, so that's going to be really interesting. We'll see whether RM responds back with a Rescuer being picked here, possibly a Mercenary, or if not, a Puppeteer could definitely work. It's a very strong Rescuer at this point in time. He can come rescue at half health as well. So yeah, I think one thing that I would like to point out as well from the statistics that we got from their preliminary stage is that right now RM Survivors has the highest win rate, so as compared to the other survivors from other teams, and that 2 of their members actually ranked 2nd and 3rd for the longest containment time. So the second place being 907, which is currently not in the BO1 matchup lineup for the survivor side, but we have Green, RM Green, with 111 seconds of containment time. So I'm very excited to see whether he'll be able to replicate the same thing over here.
Can I just say I love Zach's plan here, banning out the Mercenary and the first officer, getting away Psyche's Mercenary is actually really good, forcing them to actually pick up Wildling for a Rescuer. And now they're going to round it off with an Acrobat, a very solid last pick. At least, you know, using the Seer and Gardener at the start, tanking in those single hit hunters just in case. Really good pick, since we are going with the global pick rule. So these Gardener and Seer are going to be off the table in round number 2. But so far, seems really good. I'd say maybe decoding isn't going to be the fastest, but a pretty stable team. Synergy-wise, they have the Seer's Owl, they have a stable Rescuer in the Wildling, and they got 2 Kiters in Gardener and Acrobat. How are you feeling about the lineup so far, Chocho?
I think the lineup, it seems like they might be gearing up for the Opera Singer, but you know, you've mentioned how the Seer is globally banned out. I'm not too sure whether that is a amazing choice, considering how versatile Seer can be in the later rounds as well. Right. So we'll see whether if it will bite them in the back in the later rounds. But we won't be seeing Opera Singer, we won't be seeing Fool's Gold, but we will be seeing the Sculptor being picked here in BO1 Arms Factory matchup.
Yeah, like we mentioned, you know what, they were gearing up for a single hit hunter, but hey, you know what, Zach pulling out a trick from the hat. He's going to try and go for chip damage here. Sculptor, I mean, the height of the Sculptor meta was probably KOA 4-5-ish, where they just kept going chip damage. But now, since, you know what, the tier 1, tier 2 statues, tier 2 statues are harder to get, and a lot of players have understood the meta in terms of kiting. It's kind of hard for you to build that momentum. But in a small map like this with a lot of walls, Zach could make things work.
I think he might potentially. I think he saw the team con, he felt that it's worth the shot. I mean,
yeah.
We'll see the spawn locations now. Welding will be spawning at center, a Gardener near the Gardener, as well as the Seer around the factory area, whereas Honor will be spawning, the Acrobat will be spawning at the Big Stone area. So with these spawn locations, Zach will be spawning at the small gate. So
Right.
I believe the front gate, or if not, the shag area cipher would be locked up.
Okay. I see people in the chat going Zacky Poo and Zach Pookie. So people in the chat are loving Zach. Hopefully you carry that same energy because it seems like he's surprising us casters here with bringing out the Sculptor, because based on our data and based on, you know what, prevailing meta in IVL, IJL, Sculptor round 1 is quite interesting. So for him to pull this one out, probably is confident in, or maybe he's not confident in picking out his Dream Witch or anything else, but he wants, or his Fool's Gold, and he wants to try and go for chip damage, and he wants to go for just harassment from the start.
And yeah, we won't be able to see the personas over here, but we will once we hit into the matchup. So this will be the matchup between RM Survivors versus the 980s Hunter at Arms Factory. I'm Chocho, and John and we will be Posh Pies. We'll be bringing you the live commentary of this match.
All right, folks, first match, first half of IVT, and Zach pulls something out of his hat here. He is going with the Sculptor. Now he's heading towards the center of this map. First target in his vicinity is going to be the Wildling. This is going to be a bit of a tough chase. Let's see if he's going to chase our boy Psyche here. Seems like he's going to make a beeline for the factory where Green is actually at, the Gardener. So in this lineup, Chocho, who is actually the most prominent target to chase here for the Sculptor?
I would say possibly the Seer, mainly because I mean the chip damage can destroy the Seer, and at the same time, if the Seer wants to absorb the Hour from the Hunter, he won't be able to see the front. But it seems like Green will be able to get his bubble burst over there with that statue. We'll be able to get that little presence as well. But we also see that Hunter has excitement, so Green will be able to tank with that Seer Owl as well. So he's still full health.
Yeah, he is. So now Zach forced to break down this pallet. Let's see if we're going to make another rotation in the factory. No, Green actually makes his way towards the center water tank area. So still no tier 2 statues here. So Green might have to tank a hit unless he makes it behind this pallet. He's just going to go straight up for that hit. I think he was trying to wait for that bubble, but now he's going to actually make his way towards this area here. He's going to have access to his chisel to see the CCTV area, but Green with a kiting build here, he's going to try to make his rotation. So still an excellent kite. Honor is actually in the mix here. Let's see if Zach's going to go for it. Tries to go for the chip. Now Gardener has that bubble to carry her towards this window.
So able to kite out a lot more than predicted. Now able to still, there's still 2 pellets, one more pellet over there. So Green should be able to survive. Whoa. But that chip damage, the second one, would it come through? Oh.
That was close. Gardener now on her last legs. One more chip and she will be falling down. But look at the Cypher progress. 2 Cyphers are about to pop. One has already been completed. One has not been started yet. Green doing an amazing job. Nice dodge of that statue.
Yeah, amazing predicament over there. And now Gardener will still be able to kite over here. There isn't any confined space, but able to dodge it for the second time at the same window. Green able to generate a shield too, but he doesn't have the boost to get to the other side of that window. He will just have to play around here, and wow, that time bought out, Posh.
Incredible usage of that shield, like excellent discipline as well, but this chip damage will make this Gardener fall. But that's a 3 Cypher kite, and actually 3 and 1/3 Cypher kite on Green side. So excellent start. Seer has wanted order, meaning the Wildling is free to make that rescue happen. Psyche is already in the vicinity. Zach has the CCTV to use to try and harass. Able to spot out someone, but now he's just far camping away. They have more than enough time to actually get that last Cypher primed. So let's see how they're going to play this mid-game.
Yeah, and also from the side of Survivors, they should know that the Hunter does not have Blink, because it took him that long and there were a lot of opportunities to Blink, but he did not. So Survivors should be predicting possibly a excitement over here. So yeah, choosing to sell could be a very wise choice here instead of giving the second presence. But Cypher, the last Cypher is actually around 55%, so Psyche has to really make this time count. Unable to get the first hit onto the Wilding, able to dodge it out, but the statues, one more statue and it will be second skill.
Hang on. Okay, Psyche's already at the chair. Let's see if he can stall it out. Gets the hit. One more would do it. Oh my god, Wildling's out and able to actually get the last effort off of Green. And now Psyche has to hightail it. Green needs to be able to get ready for that endgame pop. Like you mentioned, Zach already has tier 2 statues, and they're just gonna go straight for that pop.
Yeah, and also Hunter has detention and also very little statues. He can still change his skill to a blink to just get a 1k, but he's just gonna change targets to the person at the front gate. The gate is almost open at 70%, but they decide to play it safe. We'll be going away from the Cypher now.
Excellent discipline there. I mean, it's past the 50% mark. They could have tried to push it, but they didn't want to be greedy. Honor having some acrobat bombs to work with. Also as a window, unable to get it. And now the flywheel able to silence, but through the window, Chocho.
Oh my gosh, that was a very sticky situation. And now Psyche was able to open the front gate. Becky is being opened by the, I believe, the Gardener. So Seer is the one making a mad dash for the front gate. Now Honor will be seeing the chair here. And I don't think they will be going for another rescue. There isn't any more tight turners here.
Yeah, this is actually the best that Zach could offer in this type of situation. The Cypher Rush was just on point. Green's kiting was really on a next level here, and in less than 5 minutes, the game is concluded with RM getting a 3-point lead. 3-1, I would have to say. The Sculptor, I think, you know, it was kind of like an anomaly pick because, you know what, all right, we can't bring out like single hit hunters. But let's talk about Green's kiting route, because that was actually the first domino to fall for them to get this 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Green able to kite that long, it's kind of expected. He is that all-rounder survivor that we've all known for a long time, and for me, it's for myself, I have huge respect for him to, you know, progress from FZ and then hit to before you being a sub-survivor, and now coming as a frontliner, kiting the hunters for so long. I would love to see the statistics to see how long he's kited. But, you know, just looking at that matchup itself, right, we saw that the hunter brought excitement, but from the start till the very end, we don't see the excitement being played out at all. And also, I mean, picking the excitement, it also means that he's possibly respecting Psyche's wilding at the same time. But it really comes to beg the question, right, whether being Blink would have been the most optimal option over there, you know, getting a fast down, you know, preventing a delayed down at the end. So really
I would even dare say maybe, like, because a lot of the meta has been shifting to Warp, because that's kind of a hybrid of Blink and Teleport, right, on how you want to use it. So yeah, I think that kind of that was one of the nails in the coffin with this matchup, because the going up against Gardener, she wasn't really like preemptive. She wasn't really using pallet slams, right? So you couldn't even use it. And Gardener doesn't really necessarily stun. And Green just having the discipline with the kiting routes, waiting for the bubble to come in, respecting, you know, all right, I'm gonna have to eat this hit to make this transition happen. And really making sure that, okay, you don't have tier 2 statues yet. I'm really gonna make you work for these hits. And there you have it, Chocho. 4 digits with the 0.7. 125.7 containment time on that kiting route alone. The Seer didn't even see any action. The only action we saw was actually that Seer Owl, just for him, for Green to transition away from the factory.
Yeah, and this is even longer than the containment time he did in the preliminary stage, which is 111 seconds. So yeah, he's just beating all odds right now, you know. I mean, he is Green. He is Green. Using the Gardener, although he was unable to get that shield initially, but if he were to get that shield though, I believe it will be an even longer kite at the front gate.
Right. Can I just say also, look at the decoding progress here. It's just no wasted decoding at all. Like, even the Acrobat picking up the Gardener Cypher, which is crazy. So, yeah, they really knew what they were doing here. Just Cypher rushing the heck out of the match at the start. But let's also talk about that dicey situation where Psyche was kind of caught out in the open. It was it was past the halfway mark, but he was still able to get that rescue. Even though tier 2 statues were unlocked, I wasn't able to see if he had enough statues to kind of down Psyche, but he rescued half health already. And the Tide Turner was actually the one that kind of carried Green away, because that could have been a failed rescue.
Yeah, very important point that you pointed out, Posh, because if Psyche were to field their rescue, right, this situation would have been completely different. It might end up in a tie, maybe a 3K, we're not too sure because different circumstances call for different callings, and yeah, Psyche did an amazing job with that single rescue. So yeah, and he also did his job as a soul decoder, right? 100% decoding.
Yeah, still. Like,
at least on Cypher.
That's a lot you can ask for from Wilding. If he's still able to push 100%, that's all you can get. And now getting a stable rescue is still very good. Not running into any of the kiting routes of green is just superb. So just excellent start. And you know what? Seiken also, Honor, you know, having to kite it out. He was the sacrificial lamb, that is, but they still, in the end of the day, they still got a 3-1. And as we mentioned in this meta, if survivors can get more than a tie, that is good enough for them, especially in round number 1. And this begs the question how 9AD Survivor is going to try to duplicate this same type of performance to keep this game going for the best of 3.
Yeah, so we have to see how they do in the second half of this BO1 first. But whether they can... I mean, it's really sticky, right? Because this map selection is from RM's side. They managed to get the advantage just in the first half itself, and the second half will be seeing Ching H Dream Witch, possibly, most likely. So I don't know. It's gonna be really, really hard to see what is it gonna be from the side of Survivors. How are they gonna respond with their character selection, and from Ching H, what characters is he gonna ban to potentially not give back another 3 escape? So we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I think it would really depend on how they do the picks and bans here, because if they're predicting a Dream Witch, they can try and circumvent that and try to make it a bad matchup for him. You know, pick up a barmaid, pick up a lot of that tanky survivors also. We've seen how well people have trying to evolve through the Dream Witch meta, but you know what? Sometimes when Hunter, if you think the Hunter is going to bring out this character, they bring out something else, because their RM's Hunter can actually have the freedom to change things around. What if, like, you prepare solely for a Dream Witch, he brings out a Bonbon because it's a small map like this, and then now you're forced to face a chip damage Hunter, or maybe Sculptor, who knows, or just go for a tie Hunter like Naiad. Bald's pretty much in RM's court. 9AD kind of just have to roll with the punches. So you know what? I see a lot of people cheering in the chat for RM, but also cheer for 9AD. Let's get some dragon emojis there, because it's 9 Art Dragon. That's what it stands for. Just to give them their support, because they definitely need it, folks.
Definitely we do. I mean, being a new team here, you know, you might not have a lot of supporters. You get really nervous. I mean, just preparing behind the scenes, right? And then you're not able to really watch it in real time when your Hunter is playing. So you're really just based off what you see. You might potentially get a lot of anxiety, nervousness, stress, and you're playing in such a big platform, right? On the IdentityV, IVT NAEU for the NAEU region. It's definitely not an easy feat. And coming all the way into top 8.
There's been a rising tide, you know, at CH4, Ace, Ravens, Fusion also had their time in the sun in IVT. There are these teams popping out left and right. But the thing is, like, for a new team, or like teams like 9 Arts Dragons, who we haven't have much knowledge on, thing is, they need to have this tournament experience for them to grow. So it's super important for you guys to support them and support your favorite members of these teams, because as Chocho mentioned, it's no easy feat for them to be in this position, and for them to sustain that is going to be a different story. It's how they roll with the punches here, because right now we have to call a spade here. RM is the favored team here, and it shows with how their survivors played out. So chalk this up to a learning experience, and hopefully they'll be able to kind of adjust from this. I see a lot of people in the chat also saying, yo, Zach rebound, like they're still around number 2. So hopefully they carry that momentum and they carry that energy that you guys are sending to them.
Yeah, and you know, I was just looking into the preliminary statistics that they had for 9AD. Don't really want to add salt to the wound. But
no, we gotta read it out. Go for it. Yeah.
The 9AD survivors win rate during the preliminary stages are not very ideal. It's actually ranging around 20 to 25%. So, and it seems like they were quite reliant on Zach getting the wins, the kills, with that 100% win rate and 75% for elimination rate. And the fact that he just got a 3 escape is definitely
Not
a nail
ideal.
to the heart.
Yeah.
Nail to the heart.
So we'll see. You know what? Diamonds are made under pressure. Let's see how the survivors of 9AD would kind of bounce back from this, because it is a 2-faction game with the survivors and hunters here. So now it's the survivors' time to try and carry the weight of this team. We do know that this meta is very hunter-sided, but now 9AD survivors gonna have to at least tie it out to kind of prevent the momentum shifting all the way to RM. At best, them getting a 4-man escape would be an amazing feat for them to do. Getting a 3-man is also good, you know, just tying things out. But a tie, in my book, would be really good. So now, interestingly enough, first bans here. It's kind of like how Zach played it, banning out the Mercenary and the Antiquarian to start out, but Zach banning out the First Officer and Antiquarian.
So we'll see whether survivors respond back with a rescue being picked here. If not, just gonna sacrifice that, you know, there's still the Wilding, there's still the Puppeteer to pick later on. So yep, we'll see whether 9AD will respond with any of that. But I mean, that female dancer being picked here against a Dream Witch might potentially be feasible from the side of survivors. But knowing that Ching-H has that Dream Witch, they might pick a Psychologist or a Barmit or even a Seer over here. But personally, I would say Seer being the first 2 picks, which means that we will ban out later, for me, it's not the most ideal because of how versatile it is.
Yeah, that's true. It seems like we're gonna go Lucky Guy and Doctor. So, you know what? These two not making it in round number 2 and 3, all good. But I'm a little concerned they might be playing too heavily onto the healing thing. I mean, don't get me wrong, Doctor. We've talked a lot about Doctor here and there. I love seeing Doctor and veteran characters, but yeah, it's kind of showing their cards that they're trying to just prevent as much as possible and trying to go for healing to start out. Lucky Guy, depending on the wish. Yeah, he can be very versatile. You can go with a mechanic bot to start out for Cypher Rush. You can... Oh. So we hear from the voices in our head from Mother Base that there is a bit of an adjustment. We're not sure if that is going to be a Lucky Guy and Doctor, so don't quote us on that, folks. Don't shoot us. But with the Lucky Guy's gun. We're going to wait and see who their picks will be. But I don't know. I'm not saying it's bad, but it's very interesting to see a Lucky Guy and Doctor come out.
Yeah, I was honestly thinking like, oh, maybe they were going for a certain strategy, you know, but I don't know which hunter they were trying to aim for, because Lucky Guy could be because like maybe like the Dream Witch, you want to get the gun, shoot, but then at the same time it's gonna be opera singer. Why do we have a doctor over there?
Exactly.
I was trying to decipher in my head, but it wasn't ciphering. Or maybe they just missed their picks and they just automatically switched to like 2 veteran characters, which is Lucky Guy and Doctor. That could be possible too.
So okay, actually, yeah, peel back the curtain for people that don't know what's going on, Chocho. Like when it comes to the picks and bans, they have like backstage, right?
Yeah.
How long of a time do they have? And like, if you don't pick anything, you just go with veteran characters. Like, there's certain things that you have to do backstage, right?
Yeah, because I think it's about 1.5 minutes that you get to pick your character, so you can discuss as a team upon seeing what the hunter bans out. And after you've passed the 1 minute and 30-second mark, it will automatically pick 2 veteran characters for you, like at random. So just nice, there's 4 veteran characters, so if you just decide not to pick any, they will pick the 4 for you.
It'll be decided for you. So just some context, folks. Chocho, a former competitive player, part of Team Noir back in Southeast Asia. So yeah, she's been in the trenches. She knows what's up. I'm just here talking a lot. I've seen some of her matches too. Quite interesting. So do give respect to the players that are here, because they're going through so much stress, I can assume, backstage.
Yeah, it could be, very could be. And yeah, against Ching-H. Because, okay, something about Dream Witch at the same time, right? Something that's very different is that, okay, I think Dream Witch and Ivy is quite similar in a way that you need a lot of communication in the team.
Yeah.
If there is a hole in the team where like, oh, you guys are not communicating very well, or like, yeah.
Okay. Voices in our head are telling us. Thank you, everyone in backstage. We will be redoing the picks and bans in just a bit, but Chocho, please complete your thought on the Ivy.
Yeah, I think it really requires a lot of communication, whether it's your leeches being which location, the ciphers being at where that you're decoding. it requires a lot of communication. And if you do see a very professional survivor team falling quite short when it comes to going against a Dream Witch, it just means that their communication, that's one of their flaws in a team. So I think that's something to note. Dream Witch is a very easy hole that hunters might pick to just make the survivors kind of like make them don't look as good as they were before.
Yeah, just make them crumble, right? It just takes one misplay or one misstep in communication for the Dream Witch match to go in the hunter's favor.
Yes.
And we have yet, I mean, we've seen so much Dream Witch matches here and there that it's evolved into like people understanding it. Ivy, on the other hand, quite interesting because she plays very different. She has that scare or added corruption, which and then has that stone area that acts like a naiad like circle or puddle. So we've seen a couple matches where in IVL with Dongxuan and Xiaoma, but still kind of inconsistent. So I don't know if it's gonna be brought out here in this weekend, but I'm gonna be very excited. I'll be taking down notes because it's quite the big brain hunter and it has a 3 out of 3 difficulty. And I mean, I'm not surprised. It's very difficult to pilot.
Yeah, it's definitely very difficult. Yeah, I think there's a lot of mechanics to it that you really have to understand, get used to it, and play a lot more to know the gist of what you should be doing at certain point of the matchup. But one thing that's really good about Ethan is that he has really good map control. So hopefully we'll be able to see Ethan, like you mentioned, later on, maybe in the later rounds by some other hunter, because I don't think the hunters that we have for this matchup has a IV in their arsenal.
Yeah, based on the... Actually, what's interesting that the notes we were given, a lot of people picking Hermit, which is... I mean, Hermit is also kind of a big brain type hunter. It just stalls the game out, distributes damage, connects everything together, and really slows down the pace of that game. We've seen a lot of Hermit matches also in Call of the Abyss. You know it's a slow bleed and death by 1,000 cuts type of hunter. Ivy, the Shadow, I'm still trying to categorize what type of hunter she is. If it's like, I know you said map control, right? But is she a slow starter? Is she a fast starter? How are you supposed to carry it? I've been seeing a lot of blink on that new hunter. So still up in the air. Hopefully NAEU can shine some light on or push the meta of this new hunter.
Yeah, I very much hope so. And speaking of like new hunter, we also have to talk about the new survivors now.
Yes.
I mean, Puppeteer has been there for quite some time. We've seen it in IVA for the SE region, but Fire Investigator, Pharaoh Lady, these 2 characters, I think they have been quite interesting, I would say. I mean, with the Fire Investigators, Fire Investigator, I thought it might be something to do with like extinguishing something, but we see like inflatables like cushions, probably because right when the building's on fire you have to jump down. Maybe it's like a trampoline thing. So could be that. But also we're gonna head back, and also while we're heading back, just want to give a shout out to each and every one of you. I see Just Some Tea, I see Jelly, I see Kieran, I see Artificius, I hope I pronounced that correctly. Izzy's also here, Sublime, Bunny Teeth, Business. Shout outs to each and every one of you. Jazz is here. 2 Bros Kisser also. Thank you so much for joining us wherever you are in the world. We appreciate you, and hopefully you appreciate the matches. We're going to head right into the picks and bans now. Not sure if it's going to be another Lucky Guy Doctor. We're going to find out. And it's not. It's going to be Gravekeeper to start it out. But it's going to be one Gravekeeper. Oh, we're going to wait for the next character. Yeah, it's gonna be the garden. They're going for something that is quite risky. If Chinghe opts to go for the Bonbon, right, these 2 characters might just not make it.
Yeah, I mean, he could go with that. I see people in the chat like they're like confused with the Doctor, but Lucky Guy I feel like could be usable. And now they're gonna go Perfumer. So if he goes Chip Damage Hunter, it's gonna be kind of crazy. So. See, I mean, the Seer ban, I would admit, you know what, that's still not showing his hand in particular, and also the Acrobat too, because those are 2 very versatile characters. So not really admitting his hand just yet, but now an ending with a forward. Talk to me, Chocho. Talk to me. How you feeling?
This is really interesting. I mean, I do understand they're trying to trying to make a team comp that's going against a Dream Witch, but having two slow decoders in a team comp going against a Dream Witch where you kind of want to decode fast and just don't let the hunter kind of map control the whole map is I would say it's kind of like tough here. It will be very tough. You have slow decoders over here, and this double slow decoding kind of team comp is very old meta. And I don't think it's gonna come anytime soon.
What meta was this? This is Breaking Wheel meta, or it was back then where it was the strong guy meta, right? Two strong guys, two tough guy metas. I forgot what it was, but yeah, it's very interesting. Let's see if Ching H is gonna play with it. Who knows? Like, he might actually you know what? Let me just bring out the Dream Witch. But I mean, if he can bring something else, wow, he's actually gonna go for it. So this is gonna be quite interesting. But as you said, the decoding's not going to be the fastest. Yes, there are some tanky survivors here and there, so he still has his hands full. So, really interesting how they're going to play it out. Perfumer needs to have an excellent kite, since that might be the first survivor, but could opt for the Gardener. So now let's look at the spawn locations.
Alright, we do see the Gravekeeper at the center, forward at the front gate. Gardener as well as Perfumer is at the opposite ends of each other, with Hunter spawning at the back gate. So this is exactly the same as the previous first half that we saw, and we'll see which side he decides to go for. I would say both sides are equally hard, because Perfumer with the perfumes, Gardener with the shields,
and the factory too, has access to that kiting route. Gonna be quite interesting here to see. But you know what, if Ching H is able to put his leeches down, get a leech hit and then a patroller hit, that could be an early down, which is not ideal for the survivors, so they have to definitely account for that. So here is the lineup, folks. We're gonna go Arms Factory around 1 second half. Varus on the forward, Yune on the Gravekeeper, we got Ghost on the Perfumer, and Envoy on the Gardener, while Ching H, looking at this lineup, still opting for the Dream Witch, but because, hey, you know, I might as well use my main character right away before it gets banned out. Once again, folks, Chocho and Potch Spice at your service for the second half of round number 1.
Right, so heading into this matchup, it seems like he's gonna be going straight for the Perfumer, which is Ghost that's playing this character. The basement will also be at the factory area, since Ching H is heading this direction as well. So Ghost and Varys is gonna have a kind of meet each other situation, and will be leeching onto the Perfumer and putting it near forward.
Okay, so this Cypher is also locked in the front gate, so Ghost has a kiting route available, has the factory, has some pallets to work with, and now just Ching H dropping the patroller already of one of the followers here. So out in the open, tries to go for the perfume, baited it out, and now let's see if he's gonna try and opt for that hit of the perfumer, but it is a leech hit, so that's very important.
That perfume though, because I understand that because the leech was following, that's why he decides perfume, but usually when you use your perfume like that, you need to look at the hunter's hand, then use the perfume. But now he will be seeing a down with the terror shock. Basement is here as well. So this is gonna be a basement camp.
Yeah, actually breaking down that situation too, I think it could have been a little preemptive, because again, the perfumer, her first kite needs to be super on point, because once she's already injured, the perfume isn't gonna last any is actually gonna be nullified. And now a far basement camp too. And early in this game, it's actually not even the 2-minute mark, and no ciphers have been done yet. Ching H having an excellent start to this matchup.
All able to get into the ground. That was really fast reaction from the side of Uni. We'll be able to get the drop down and get the very safe rescue. Forward is also here, which means that there's only one person decoding. The cypher progress is really slow.
True. So now we see the hit onto, farmed off, hit off to the Ghost. Gravekeeper is going to hide down here in the basement, but he's actually going to go for the Gravekeeper as well, forcing out the shovel, and Ching H really wanting to go for a double down situation. Forward is also in the area, tries to go for a drop down, gets the hit, not quite just yet. Unit, can he make this window? Not quite, and the last effort has already finished. Double down situation. Perfumer is out, but has a leech onto her. And now they're removing that leech.
Wow, really smart play from the side of the survivors, able to remove that quickly, but Xingh has to use her main body's leech to head over to the perfumer, unable to double chair and also do that basement chair for the Gravekeeper.
Oof. And now Varys out in the open here, you know, forward, known for those stuns. He's gonna try and go for like a pickup here while the other body's gonna try to block. He's gonna try and force out the ball and force out the flywheel as well. Varys out in the open gets hit, so injuries piling up for Xingh. Able to get the hit, but now the hit onto the perfumer. So little oversupport coming from 9AD. You gotta give their kudos to 9AD, but Xingh is one step ahead.
Yeah, and Volbeach decoding right next to the hunter, being half health, and will also be free leeched on at the front gate. So yeah, it's looking really tough for the side of survivors. I'm not really sure what the plan is right now, the communications as well, but Gardner has healed up the Gravekeeper and will be removing his leech right near the chair. So the chair should have a total of 2 leeches. Able to get that free hit as well.
That was an excellent switch to Blink, and now Gravekeeper is not going to be going for an easy rescue. Varys trying to avoid through the window, gets hit. Another down survivor here. Gravekeeper is down. We're gonna see another Cypher pop, but that is first survivor back to the manor. So Xingh really rolling with the punches here with the support. He's still able to kind of protect himself and continue on his dominance to the mid game.
So seems like the Gardener will be the only person that can come for this rescue. Gardener that's full health. If she's able to use the shield, it could be possible, but she's heading for the front gate.
Yeah, and Xingh on the main body here is just going to position main follower to the Gardener here. Envoy gets hit with a Blink hit, and now it just seems like Xingh is going to put the final touches in his excellent game here. All the survivors, well, 2 of the survivors can't even go for a safe rescue. We don't have any resources, but Envoy actually having the bubble to get the safe rescue gets the hit. So now excellent rescue off this forward.
So yeah, everything is looking still rather tough, but at least able to get that rescue. This Blink hit, will it register? It seems like it will. So unable to generate the shield as well.
That was just excellent discipline, trying to bait out the pallet drop and now going for that Blink attack. Xingh, Varys is close, but not quite there. So now he's still making the rotations on the shack area. Gardener now. It's a game of musical chairs here, folks. You know, survivors taking turns on the chairs. Yune is here too, just trying to pressure. But this is actually putting a huge halt on objectives. Cyphers have not moved since the 36% mark.
So 2 half healths and total of 2 leeches in the map. So now 1, so which is the main body's 1. So Varys will try to attempt for this rescue by with Yune. So we'll see a coordinated rescue over here. Able to miss the hit rested, but the flywheel also went there too. So able to get the rescue. But the hit still registers onto Envoy. 2 downed individuals on the floor at the center area. Varys able to escape now, but he has such little ball. He has no more tight turn. There's no tight turner. They all have health, so
yeah,
looking...
I mean, we have to just give our kudos to Xingh with how he was able to control this match, and now just really hunkering down here just so he can make sure he puts a 5-point lead in this matchup. But you got to give it up to the survivors. They're really gung-ho and supporting, and for them to be able to try and kind of defend as much as possible. But dang, that was actually a great vault there. So now Xingh, let's see if he's gonna try and down this forward. Gardener is about to expire. But as I was saying, you know what, the survivors here just going all the way till the end here for them to try and survive as much as possible and get that support. I think Xingh was just able to stay a step ahead in this competition.
He definitely did. He had that kill pressure onto the survivors from the start till the end, keep them really busy, and yeah, it kind of hindered the Cypher progress greatly, as we saw. They had 2 rescuers coming for a basement rescue, and still double down still happened. But I think one thing that was pretty good that they did was from the side of Varys as the forward. He managed to remove the leech from the perfumer side. Forcing Xingh to move towards the perfumer that's down. So prevented that double chair situation. So that's really, really good.
And also, you know what, the attempt of also trying to go for the hit. He did get a stun, but, you know what, again, he just had the leech ready and he was still able to down the Perfumer again. I think he just added so much pressure at the start when he downed the Perfumer at the basement that survivors kind of went into triage mode and tried to support. But you pointed out only one survivor was working on ciphers, and towards the midway mark of the game, we only popped 2 ciphers, I believe. There are 3 ciphers still remaining. And when you want to go up against the Dream Witch, you pointed this out, Chocho. You want to go for that cipher rush right away to pressure the Dream Witch, because at the start, she only has the Patroller and her Leech followers to get the down. And he was able to actually use 2 Patrollers to down that Perfumer. So just goes to show that, you know what, a Perfumer, once you get hit right away, it's really tough for you to kind of rebound from this. So hopefully 9AD can get that rebound factor, but talk us through the stats here, Chocho.
Yep, it seems like forward has 1 less second as compared to green in terms of containment time.
And this is a Dream Witch, right? It's like its containment time is distributed among the followers and all that, so it's quite impressive. There's a lot of containment time.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot, and yeah, unfortunately we don't see these ciphers being popped, and that is kind of the primary objectives in the game. If you don't decode those ciphers, you don't pop them, you are unable to open the gate, which means there is no escaping for any of your survivors. So I hope 9AD coming into BO2 will be able to focus, have a right focus of, have the right mindset as to what the focus should be going against RM Santo.
Yeah, and this was mentioned before that this meta was this over support meta was meta before, but now just seems like solo kiting with minimal support is the way to go, because you want to just promote that cipher rush. And if we're gonna compare the 2 survivor matches, RM had like if you add up the total, right, it equated to 500%, and they were able to push for the end game. Here, it just seemed like cipher progress kind of spread throughout. So you really see the veteran prowess of Team RM going in this matchup. Like we said, 9AD learning experience. Hopefully they'll be able to go back to the drawing board and kind of rebound in round number 2. But for round number 1, it goes to Red Moon.
So if RM is aiming to win in their map selection in this round, they definitely did it. It was definitely a good step in the right direction now with that 8-1 lead. So now in BO2, it's gonna be 9AD's map selection. Quite curious to see as to what they're gonna pick. But from RM's side, I think they have a lot less stress as compared to 9AD.
Yeah, they could honestly just tie it out from here on out because of how much the point difference is. I believe it is a 8-1. That's some quick maths and math that you want to see if you're Team Red Moon. But if you're 9AD, it's a little disheartening. But you know what? There's still that round number 2 to go with, and you know, since they are kind of the underdog team here, they could, I would say, nothing to lose, everything to gain with how they're going to try and play out this round number 2 matchup.
So this is gonna be rather interesting, I would say. And yeah, I mean, to our chat people that's watching this right now, I know you guys are also kind of like anticipating as to who is potentially gonna win IVT, but right now we are still on our first matchup on day number 1. And yeah, with this VO1, I think it was an incredible start with RM versus 9AD, showing us who ultimately has the better experience in this field.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of people in chat also like talk about the performance of these players. Once again, guys, like it's not an easy feat for them to be able to make it this far, so just be a little nice. And also, like, it's the fact that they're here means a lot, and for them to go up against a veteran team like RM just shows that there's a disparity in competition, because RM has been a team that has been around. So you know what, just give a little respect, and if you want to give it a try, you guys are more than welcome to join IVT as well and kind of give your stake into this. So again, just keep it positive, keep it constructive, and also show some love to the team that you are supporting, because they also look at the chat, so they want to also feel that, you know, that same boost of energy you guys give when you guys are giving support to the favorite teams that you like. So once again, 9AD in the deficit here. Let's hope that they're able to kind of bounce back from this. While RM, they just want to kind of coast and keep like going for maybe a tie and play kind of safe, maybe win one faction side and then just tie it out and call themselves the winner and make it to top 4.
Yeah, so Yeah, I mean, if you guys have what it takes, definitely join the IVT. And yeah, IVT slots are actually kind of limited. I think it's only limited to 32 teams. So you guys really have to find a really good team and also play rank a lot, because the brackets during the preliminary stage is based off your rank in game. So that's something really important. You guys really have to rank consistently. And yeah, I mean, also there has been the release of new skins, right? I mean, not to put you on the topic of IDV's updates. Personally, I was actually most excited about the Sanrio collab for the second time.
Oh yeah. we were there when it was introduced. You're like, oh my god, let's go. You like popped off for that.
I was the only one that popped out. I was like, whoa! And then the rest of the casters were like,
huh? No, because I was eating, so I didn't know like what happened. So it seems like we are going to get a little bit of switch here. It's RM's 907S that will be replacing Honor. And also, shout outs, I see PB and Jam is in the chat, and Zeus IDV as well. PB and Jam being a very competitive player, and Zeus also a content creator for IDV. Shout outs to you guys in the NAEU region. Shout outs to each and every one of you that is here, supporting your favorite teams. Seems like RM now has the freedom to kind of experiment and change things up. And Yindi is coming in, Chocho. This is the opera singer that we see in our stats. You gotta ban out the opera singer. No questions asked.
Definitely have to. From the side of survivors, right? It's kind of sad, right? Honor as the acrobat, he didn't show us his ability. I mean, he's so good at kiting, but because of just not that one single play, it made it seem as though that they are swapping him out because you're the one that got sent back to the mana. We're gonna change you up. We're not gonna let you stay.
I mean, we've seen Honor have excellent kites in Koa and also other IVTs. I hope that's not the case. I think maybe it's time for them, like, since they're in such a good lead, I've been talking to some pro players also. It's like, when they're in a good lead, they can kind of experiment with other strategies. So maybe they can stress test 907 now, since Honor has been seeing a lot of the spotlight. Who knows? But I just like to think it like that, because you can't replace Green with how well he kited there. That was insane. And I would say that he's potentially there. I mean, candidate to be MVP-ish. If it's not going to be Xing H, could be. I'm just seeing if it's a survivor, because we usually see hunters. So it'd be cool if we saw a survivor get MVP.
Yeah, but I'm kind of scared now if I am from the side of 9AD, because 907 that swapped in has the second longest containment time in the preliminary stage, 154.5 seconds. So now with two amazing kiters in the survivor lineup of RM, how is 9AD gonna cope?
That question will be asked soon enough. But I just love the people in the chat saying, you know what, this is 9AD's learning experience. A lot of people are saying first tournament going up against such a formidable foe in RM, so everything to gain, nothing to lose. They just need to play their heart out and see what they can do. But it seems like a check situation already on the side of Red Moon, and they're looking really strong coming into this competition. And we were kind of looking through the different types of the different teams, right? And Red Moon definitely has caught our attention as casters. And
also, it's definitely tough. It's very tough. I mean, you gotta start somewhere. Right? When I first before I went into competitive, I was in a unknown team. People just saw me in rank and they're like, "Oh, is it pretty good? You can join us." And then I was in this unknown team. We didn't go very far as well, but it's because of that stage that we have. Okay, let's put a pause on that. This is even more important.
RM. Continue later, but yeah, go for it.
RM will be banning out Red Church, and 9AD will be responding with that ever slipping town being picked here. So.
So Ever Sleeping Town, also a very stable map that we have been seeing a lot of lately. Kind of playing into, I mean, Opera Singer does really well in this map, but hopefully they ban it out and see, hopefully they did their homework on Yindi and see what other hunters they have, because they need to kind of put points on the board, or at least negate any points to come in on the side of RM. But you were saying, Chocho, as your origin stories.
Yeah, you gotta start somewhere. And sometimes when you're in this unknown team, right, and you do well, teams that are kind of more professional or like bigger teams might actually see potential in you and recruit you into their team. So you have more room to grow. There is professionals or like teammates that could actually give you advice on how you could fight better, communicate better as a team. And also sometimes coaches also do give amazing insights as to what characters you should start learning so you could value add to your team. So
True.
I would say this is a very good starting platform for them.
True. Can I just say, I know I love the support of Santi Devil. He is coming out, ladies and gentlemen, in the main event. But let's... Red Moon, yes. So, again, like I was saying, love the support of Santi Devil. He is coming in the main event, folks, but let's show some love for 9AD and RM Red Moon in the chat here, folks, because it is 9AD's potentially last stand here because of how the point differential is. So we're going to see how this is going to shake out as the survivors come in again, Chocho. Let's see how they're going to fare up against Yindi.
Okay, so from the Hunter side, they will be banning out the Coordinator as well as the Antiquarian. So just with these two picks, it seems like Indy wants to go for that Opera Singer, but Indy will be banning out the Opera Singer. So Indy, what other Hunters does he have? And the question here is whether we might be able to see an Ivy in this match.
You think? But okay, so I like the pick so far. I think they really want to go all out with Cheerleader and Priestess. We've seen kind of Ivy counter the Priestess in a way, but Cheerleader is actually really good because you could flywheel the corruption, or when the corruption happens, you could instantly use your Cheer just to transition. Ivy's main weakness is actually transitionals, so you are going to top it off also with an Aeroplanist that can play as a kiter and rescuer. So strong picks thus far on Team 9AD side.
Yeah, and one thing that's really important for Aeroplanist would be the angle that you want to fly towards. I remember I saw it one time in IVA where the Aeroplanist just poofed in the middle of ever stepping down, and then in front of him was that stand thingy. Later we'll see it in the center area. You know what I mean? And he poofed up and he poofed right down.
True. This is the map also, the cursed 3-tram hit map. Yeah, I forgot. Could you enlighten us, Chocho? I forgot when that happened, but I do remember reacting to that. That was crazy.
I mean, in the last IVT or the second last IVT that happened last year, there was... Alright, let's go pause on that first. We do have the IV over here. Indy having like more of like a debut IV pick.
Yeah.
At IVT. This is also the first one for IVT in the, I would say, what would we call this? The group stage?
Top 8.
Player?
I would say top 8.
Top 8 stage. So very excited to see how his Ivy is gonna fare here going against 980 survivors.
I'm glad that we kind of discussed Ivy because like I was trying to figure out on my own, but she's so complex. When we talked about it a little bit at the start, chat, that we will try to provide as much insight as possible, but the meta is still building with this character. Again, she's very territorial. She has great map presence. She is still a single hit hunter, but you really have to worry about the corruption side of the areas, and also you got to manage that very well. So you got to bring those flywheels. So we're gonna see a spawn near the graveyard area envoy at the center, a 2-story. Yune at the center. We see Varus spawning right near Yindi and Ghost far away.
So quite curious to see which will be the first survivor getting chased here. So yeah, this is gonna be varies on the Acrobat, Yume on the Aeroplanist, Ghost on the Cheerleader, Envoy on the Priestess. There is the Indy on the IV as well. So this is gonna be Ever Stepping Town round 2 first half. I'm Chocho. John Bambi will be Post Spice. We'll be bringing you the live commentary of this matchup.
First IV of IVT, ladies and gentlemen. We're not going to waste any more time. This the Phantom is already loose here. Again, she has 2. I mean, it's kind of like that Dream Witch where you're piloting multiple things or managing different resources. So now she's already going to patrol and put her Phantom in the corner house to see if anyone is there, while Yindi's going to patrol at the 2nd story, which Yune is actually caught decoding here. Going to try to get a recall here, and now Aeroplanist Gonna have to be very careful. Dropping the shadow also. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna call it the shadow because she's the shadow. Dropping the shadow here, and Envoy is actually in the mix.
Yeah, so able to leech onto the priestess, it seems. And yeah, just now he tried to scare the aeroplanist, but aeroplanist wasn't, I think he wasn't looking at her, so nothing really happened there. Envoy will be able to kite throughout this area. Still does not have a portal just yet, maybe about 20 seconds. Trying to kite it out of it, trying to mind game, but Indy eating a piece of it.
Yeah, and actually not getting any corruption points. And also note that Yindi does have blink, so this could be a blink down on Envoy's side unless he can use this portal very well. Seems like the stone is about to expire here, and now we're gonna use that portal just to make that transition happen.
Oh, don't really want to do that reverse portal trick there. A bit risky because especially if there's nothing over there to work with now. Envoy trying to kite towards the S pelleted area, and Hunter does have blink though, so yep, the blink hit just happened immediately. Don't want to waste any more time for the ciphers to keep getting decoded. So
yeah, it just seemed like a kind of disciplined start for Yindi. Going for that actually just basic hit and a blink down. So not really using the skill traits so much, but we are going to see him get that recall of the shadow, and now we see that Yune is actually in the mix here. Note that Yune is the only one with Tide Turner, so he has to make this rescue happen.
Yeah, and Hunter has brought Insolence as well, so it's blink all the way. Yune will be able to get near the chair, but this rescue seems to be a little tight, and the Terror Shock happens on Yune as well, so this is looking really sticky. He came early, but he kind of got denied rescue. So, wow, the scare though at the same time, it happened at such a great timing.
Yeah, I think the pressure is adding way too much that, yeah, the corruption points were adding up, and so does the Acrobat. There's actually so much terror in this radius, and now we see, can the Acrobat actually get the rescue? Hits, Aeroplanist actually gets up, and now we're gonna see the rescue happen. Acrobat eats the hit, Tide Turner is in effect, and now we're gonna see a bomb here just for the silence. He's gonna go for a flywheel, so a very excellent scramble here, and we see that the Acrobat will be falling down. Let's see if he can try and find the priestess now.
So seems like priestess has been long gone, and he does have a leech onto the priestess. It seems it's a bit blocking, but yep. Envoy will just be decoding at the graveyard cipher 70%, and he's gonna set up the long portal too. So he will have the escape plan set up already. But
wow, like you mentioned, Chocho, the teleport was there, able to actually leech on him, get the teleport, and denied the long portal, the escape plan. So Acrobat gets saved, but at the trade-off, Priestess gets hit, and now we're gonna get the teleport back to this stone area where Varus is at. 4 ciphers still remain, but there is some progress on a lot of them. So now 3 ciphers, 1 at 68, 1 at 64, and 1 at 47. So Acrobat here needs to contain this Hunter.
Yeah, he needs to contain very long, but for now the ciphers are looking pretty okay. He needs to kite for at the very least 60 seconds, and can't see an instant down as well. Whoa. So able to scare and freezes the survivor at the same time. So we'll be getting that hit onto Varys. We'll be seeing the chair, but he decides not to. Well, wants to map control, I think.
Yeah, that was. Can I just say that was actually a good teleport to the Acrobat? Gets the scare, gets the hit, because the Acrobat was doing an excellent job kiting. So now Acrobat will be seeing that rocket chair. Cheerleader is actually the only one that could go for a safe rescue as she pops that 3rd cipher, and then actually they might push for like 1 more cipher. So they're kind of doing okay here, but they have to be very careful how they play this mid to end game.
You definitely have to, and yeah, Ghost will be coming for this rescue. Is the full health cheerleader, so it should be no problem. I mean, that's what we said the last time, but Aeroplane has still got that terror shock. But yep, we'll be seeing the cheerleader at the chair. Hopefully that it doesn't get to 100%, or if not, another terror shock possibly, or denied rescue.
Okay. Denied rescue, but he's gonna get the corruption hit, gets the hit onto the cheerleader, and that last cipher is nowhere near completion just yet. Acrobat now back on the chase here. Varus has to be very careful. 2 palleted area. He's gonna get chased away. He's gonna teleport, gets the hit, and now a double down situation for Yindi.
too skilled as an IV player. You can tell from Yindi's precision when it comes to the attack range, and also like the controls. We see him shifting so fast, and the hit just registers immediately because the survivors get frozen. Gets what do you call it? 100% corruption. So.
Yeah, it's just he's very aware of the skills being used, when to do the leech, when to go for the scares, where to position his shadow. So it's kind of textbook how he's playing this the shadow. Note that he still has a blink to utilize just for that down situation, but now tries to go for that teleport cheerleader away from that range at 55%. One scare and then the controls will be gained. Oh, but goes for the blink. Doesn't even allow the cheerleader use the pom-poms, and the cheerleader has already used her exit paths. So now it's only a matter of time when, if he gets down the aeroplanist, that's going to be GG.
GG. But yeah, it seems like he wasn't able to get a view of where aeroplanist is. Yune is, and Yune still has 2 arrow packs to use. So whether his kite would be enough for a cheerleader to stand up and decode, it's a huge question that we have here. And the fact that the two of them are actually quite near each other, and there is the tinnitus being popped up here. It seems like it might
there we
be a
go.
GG situation over here.
Yeah, able to get onto the airplane. It's 100% corruption. Yindi able to put the finishing touches on this matchup to bring out a 5-point game with the first shadow pick on this game.
They're able to add that insult to the injury right now with this 5-point lead. What can the survivors, or what can the hunter do now coming into the second half, right?
Yeah, it's gonna, I mean, you guys got to give all your energy to Zach here. And moral victory for him to at least get more than just the tie, since it was 3-1 in round number 1. So that's how I feel like they should play this, because like we said, we built up RM as kind of like the Avengers team, or the powerhouse team of just the collective of different or strong players from various competitive teams. So I think their best bet here is just, if he's going to bring out that fool's gold, he's going to have to try and work for his best here. So we do see that the camping is already being done at the dungeon area. I think the survivor crawled really far away and now able to find Ghost. Now he's going to just teleport to him and go for that chair. It's going to be a GG situation. RM is terrifying to go up against, both survivor and hunter faction.
I wonder if... I think right now we're all very curious as to whether this team is going to make it all the way and also face rivals Esports. I feel like they might potentially stand a chance, and we've always been seeing rivals Esports, which is previously known as B4U, always winning IVT. So currently I'm actually really curious about tomorrow's match.
Oh yeah. I know we kind of might be jumping the gun here because we still got to play a second half, but we've seen how these type of matches play out before. That's already a 10-point differential. We're looking at 13-1 at this point. So I think, you know what, maybe 9AD... Oh, sorry, I just got a burp. 9AD Zach here just has to focus on playing his best, going for a moral victory, going for a tie at least, because it's kind of written in the wall that RM is kind of heading to tomorrow's matchup. But still, show some love to 9AD because they tried their hardest to go up against Ivy. And I would say, you know, it's still very unfamiliar in the competitive lineup here with how this shadow plays out. And the Indy having the guts to bring it out just shows that he has a lot of hunters under his belt. If you ban out his opera singer, he has a very terrifying Ivy.
So yeah, the fact that he's so well versed and also skilled in this new hunters, right? I mean, relatively new hunters as compared to the other hunters that we have. It just shows that he really puts a lot of hard work trying to understand and decipher certain characters to maximize their usage in this matchup. And we can see that. We look at the survivors' containment time, right? None of it goes over 70 seconds, and 80 seconds is mostly the optimal first kite that we want to see so that the 3 ciphers are popped. And yeah, it seems like his insolence build as well as the blink really did play a big part in him getting the fast down, and also that terror shock. Wow.
Yeah, let's talk about it, because that terror shock was very game changing, and it was at the start. Again, it was actually Envoy having a good job, I would say, kind of containing at the start. It was 60 seconds because he did get rescued towards the end when Acrobat had to go for that save. But he built so much corruption, he built so much presence around that chair that Yune was kind of forced to go for the rescue. And I think he was just trying to pressure him to save before half. And ultimately, getting the terror shock kind of solidified his mid-game momentum for him to be able to kind of continue on from here on out.
And I was actually thinking about the Priestess Long Portal, right? The fact that Acrobat was down and still managed to contain a little bit more afterwards, there was kind of like a delay in the Priestess doing that long portal towards the other side of the map. If the Priestess was able to do the long portal prior to the IV being finding her at the graveyard, I wonder if it would be a different story written in this matchup.
Yeah, remind me. So she made a transition from the fake gate area to the graveyard, right?
Yeah.
Were there any others? Oh, so she wanted to get healed. So, wow. Yeah, making her way towards that graveyard kind of bought some time for the chase to happen. And the long portal. Maybe if that long portal would have been summoned earlier and maybe not necessarily in the graveyard just for her to get that heal, could have been a different side. Maybe save that portal for maybe a kiting potential. But here we have the victory conditions, folks. It's looking like an RM win here because none of these scenarios would grant a victory for Team 9AD. It's just continue on. So we will have to see how Zach will kind of manage his nerves in this next matchup.
He definitely has to. And even if he doesn't, we've mentioned it time and again, this could be just the experience that you need. Sometimes you don't have the luxury of time, or actually if not have the connections to organize scrims with the other hunters, other survivor sites, and this is just the prime example of, like, tournament setting. You have the stress, you have the anxiety, you have people watching you, hundreds of people watching you, and you want to perform your best. And whether they are able to execute the same thing they did in training, this will be that platform for them to see whether it works out or not.
Yeah, I think scrims is super important, especially if you want to go up against the best of the best. And it's, again, we don't know much about 9AD, but the fact that they're experiencing this type of scrim in a big platform like this, that's added nerves, people are watching. So yeah, you got to give them that respect because this is no easy matchup. So hopefully moving forward, we'll see more of 9AD, and yeah, they'll be able to kind of talk to, like, maybe the hunters of RM, maybe the hunters of Ravens, the hunters of Ace or rivals, and organize those scrims, because these competitive players can only make each other better. And hopefully, IVT has been very consistent in producing, like, those talents that could almost topple B4U. CH4 almost did that. Fusion technically did that. So we're going to see some names come out here and there. Hopefully 9AD is the name that we'll see in other tournaments as well, or more IVTs to come.
So we'll see in the second half later on. So it will be the RM survivors versus 9AD's Hunter. There's no change in the Hunter side, so it should still be Zach. Right, Zach is the only Hunter, if I remember correctly. So yeah, coming into this second half, right? 4K or nothing. 4K or nothing. What Hunter could he possibly pick here that could help him out here?
Well, okay, if and only if RM is feeling generous, maybe they'll ban out the Fool's Gold, and then Opera Singer is going to come out. Because in this meta alone, I just feel like Opera Singer is one of those hunters that's very consistent with at least tying it out, or at most, getting the win. Not sure if Zach does have that, but this map is very notorious also for Breaking Wheel, and Breaking Wheel is an all or nothing type of hunter. Getting two very different hunters and different play styles. So those are the two that scream to my head if I don't know anything about, like, the lineup of Zach's hunters. But knowing what he's going to bring, again, we don't know what he's going to bring out. So that's just on paper what I think would remedy the situation. But, I mean, put into practice and put in paper is two different things.
Yeah, and you mentioned something about the breaking wheel, and the first thing that comes into my head is the fire investigator, the Florian.
Oh right, yeah.
The inflatables, because the inflatables can only be destroyed by the hunter with a charge attack, no skill, no basic attack. So if a breaking wheel is selected here and Florian decides to, you know what, I want to be a little bit cheeky, I'm gonna use my inflatables and block the entrances so that my teammates and also the hunter can't come in. So that could be possible.
You are denied entry, sir. Like Florian does not allow no entry.
Florian is secretly a bodyguard at some
Bouncer.
Locations
Yeah,
at the second floor. The bouncer.
You can't come in second floor, not granted access. Definitely want to see if Florian will make his way to the mix, but we do see that they kind of respect the sculptor, so they're not allowing Zach's sculptor to come out. So his Fool's Gold could definitely come out. If he has an opera singer, his opera singer could definitely come out. So how will they pick here? Patient and Dancer. Very good picks here, I'd have to say. Dancer has been very notorious in setting up traps in this map for any hunter, and Patient has access to get to the graveyard, access to both two stories, great transitions in the alleyways. So solid picks, and I feel like RM just wants to solidify their victory here by just picking really strong survivors at this point.
Yeah, so they definitely can do that, and it seems like the Seer being globally banned out initially kind of worked out for them, right? The Gardener being able to use the Seers, but in the BO1 matchup. So everything seems to work perfectly for the side of the survivors of RM, and it seems like First Officer. First Officer is gonna be picked here in response to the mercenary being banned out.
I got the slick back. I think this is Psyche, because Psyche has made the Rescuer, so they're still accounting for that, that first rescue or only Rescuer, or they just want to cover their bases here. So excellent pickup. First Officer has been making his way towards the meta if Mercenary is banned, so they've definitely accounted for that. Last but not least, we see a barmaid for the support, so just for the heals here and there. This is a very interesting lineup, Chocho. How you like the synergy of this match, this Survivor lineup?
I kind of do like it. They have everything. They have kiters, they have supports, they have rescuers. So, and they also have fast healing with their Dufflin too. So this is pretty much all in one package that could potentially go for, I believe, any hunters. Yeah, I think any hunter going against this team comp should be fine.
Yeah, they didn't lean towards countering one. Like, okay, we're gonna counter multi-hit hunters or single-hit hunters. Like, they've kind of covered all their bases, and they can actually, this is very versatile. They could either go every man for himself, or they can kind of go for that support as well. Dancer could play as a support or decoder. Barmaid could just be acting like an ambulance and just running around, just sharing drinks with everyone. And First Officer is just there in the background. Main chase possibly is going to be that Patient, like he is usually. We just have to wait and see what Zach is going to bring out. Will it be the Fool's Gold, ladies and gentlemen, or will it be something else that we will note down as one of the hunters in his arsenal?
Personally, I would kind of want to see a Night Watch right now. But,
And Anne. Okay, Anne's actually pretty good. Like, she's been very solid as of late, and she can actually snuff out the Pocket Watch. The Dublin also, I'm not sure if it's going to be enough in time if he's able to actually leech onto the cat. It really depends. Again, Anne is such a interesting character to start out with, but the skill ceiling of Anne is just so incredible because of where you put the crosses, how you manage the cats, how you manage the disperse of the cats. So this could be the ace in the hole for Zach if he is able to really put the pressure onto the survivors with this Anne.
And with the end, usually we see end when hunters want to go for like just the definite 1k shred. But we're coming into this with a definite we have to get 4k. So rather interesting to see whether Zach is able to play it out successfully over here. And Center will be having the dance. So pretty optimal, I think, because Dancer can put the boxes and If Hunter decides to destroy it, it wastes time. Survivors could continue decoding. Green, it should be decoding the one at the geisha area, so we will possibly see the dancer rotate towards the graveyard possibly. And Barmaid could potentially be the first piece here actually.
Yeah, based on how they like place their spawn locations in this T-spawn. So we're going to see how this one will shake out. Once again, Seiken is actually the dancer, Green onto the patient, Psyche the main rescuer and first officer, and 907 S as the new survivor in this lineup that got traded out for Honor on that Barmaid, while Zach in his final stand with this Disciple. Folks, this is round 2, second half. Chocho and Poch Spice on the mic and at your service for this next match.
And we are heading into this matchup. It seems like Hunter will be heading straight for the center where the dancer is. Dancer will be making a mad dash towards the graveyard area. Patient, as expected, is heading towards Geisha. We'll be decoding that cipher instead. Zach will be making a detour. We'll be making another tour towards the S palette in the area, and we'll be having the Tinnitus propped up. Not sure if he saw the black trace of the bug. Seems like he did not.
Yeah, just touring around Ever Sleeping Town. Seiken already dropping a box here, just making his presence felt. We're dropping the first cat here, but he's actually going to pirouette away. The jump is going to be there, but the silence is going to put Seiken in a bad spot here, but at least he has the window to work with. No, he's actually going to go on the right side. Still working with this box. It's going to be a little bit of a hindrance. Let's see if he's going to choose to break it or just walk past. Seems like he wants to just clean up the toys that the dancer has left out.
Yeah, and also Hunter has brought Warped as well, so Green will be seeing the first chase and using the hook to get that distance as well, so we'll be able to dodge out the first cat, and he will be frozen at this point in time. We won't be able to use any hooks.
Yeah, but he's got 2 S pallets to work with, so forcing him to break one. Now he's just making the rotations towards this corner house because he needs to contain this Hunter away from ciphers being worked on. About a minute already has passed, but they have not popped the cipher just yet. Zach trying to play some mind games here, but Green just opting to go for that window. Gonna get leeched onto for the cat. Nice drop down from both these teams, but now nice transition with the hook. Green now might have to work with this palleted area, and now he gets the hit onto the patient.
Wow, Zach with that charged attack and then turn around with that camera hit. So that was very smart from the side of Zach, able to get that hit for Green. But Green, he will do a drop down at the basement. I think he wasn't expecting the basement over there. I'm not too sure.
I mean, cutting corners there just to make that rotation happen. Green does not have any more hooks to work with. This cat is going to leech onto this patient, and now the leap is going to happen. Gonna get the hit, and now the down onto this patient. Cypher progress looking kind of decent on both sides, but really depends on how they're going to play out this next rescue.
Wow, almost 3 full cipher kite from the side of Green. And first officer, Psyche will be coming for the first rescue. He has 2 watch, he has a tide turner. It should be a pretty stable rescue. Yep, and Psyche.
Now the cat is planted. Not yet able to actually get that rescue going, but it does land on Psyche. So unfortunately, Psyche does get hit. Let's hope that Green is able to establish a lot of distance, but the warp is actually going to cut him off right before he's able to make it to more pallets, but he's got 2 to work with. He's going to get that stun, going to play it conservatively here, and now double down for Zach.
It's definitely a good look for the side of Zach. He's able to double down in this matchup using an N, so he definitely did play the N camping very well. But the 4th cipher is almost primed. The person that pops that cipher can come for that rescue, and the 5th cipher is almost at 40%. Double chair.
Yeah, just an excellent play there. Like, just getting Psyche hit with that first cat before he actually hit Psyche out of the state, able to drop down that cross for him to be able to camp out that chair. But we do see that the barmaid is going to make her way. He's going to try to go for a speed drink to stop things out. And now gets the stun early on. Gets the hit, another stun, but no, the rescue does happen. A little bit of a traffic jam, but no, Green falls down. 907S is going to drink a healing boost just for her to move on. 2 ciphers remain, Chocho. This is actually looking pretty good on the side of Zach. He needs to play this out really well before that last 84% cipher gets moving.
Yeah, and the 84% cipher is actually near barmaid too, so and now that she's full health, she should be able to put a Cypher, and there isn't any trump card. This is robbed all the way. So we'll be forced to use the first watch.
Wow.
Luckily, missing that swing.
Yeah, so now Psyche trying to make his way around, gets the uses of that clock. Now that last Cypher is moving quite well here. Psyche really buying enough time, and now continues on the kiting time. That Cypher is already primed, so the best that Zach can hope for is a tie in this situation. Psyche now trying to go for a crouch down strat, but able to vault the window for that last Cypher to pop.
And that gate is being opened by Saiken, actually quite nearby, so he's actually playing a little bit with Fate over here, but Dungeon is at Fate gate, so if Saiken is able to kite long enough for Psyche to hit towards the other side of the gate, which is still at 0%, Flywheel successfully will be able to pirouette once again. Saiken making god kiting skills over here.
So much distance established, but now we get a cat bite. We do have the warp that is ready. Let's see if Zach is going to be using it. No, goes for the hit. Oh, the stun. Saiken through the window. And now that last exit gate is going to be open. The warp is ready. He's going to use the warp, but it's not this gate that is opening. That's going to allow the survivors to go for the exit. But he's still able to get a 2-man elimination, which is, a moral victory on Zach's side. But ultimately, Chocho, RM is your winner in the first match.
Alright, so Red Moon, congratulations to them being the winner of this first matchup, our starting matchup for IVT. So Qinghe, Green, Saiken, Psyche, 907, Honor, as well as Yindi. These 7 individuals have shown bright colors just in today's matchup, and definitely I do think that they shouldn't be over the moon too yet, because this is just the first matchup. They still have matchups to play tomorrow, so they probably will be watching the later rounds that we'll be seeing here and see who is going to be potentially the next competitor.
Oh yeah, so yeah, not over the moon just yet, but the moon is definitely shining red here, with Red Moon getting that victory in this matchup. Once again, show some love to 9AD, 9 Arts Dragons, for giving us an amazing matchup. But we talked about it before, Red Moon is an excellent team. They have the best of the best from previous teams or previous iterations, from CH4 to Fusion, like different members, right? And they kind of made this super team, which is now called Red Moon. And they could be gunning for the whole title of IVT. They performed really well. Their hunters are very game. Their survivors are super solid, and they seem to match up well with each other. Only time will tell. So congratulations to Red Moon.
Yeah, and congratulations to them once again. I mean, it really explains, right, in the preliminary phase why they are the rank #1 highest win rate survivors amongst all the other teams. So hopefully they're able to prolong this momentum that they're having, and tomorrow I hope you guys are excited for them, and also congratulate them in the live chat. I mean, they definitely deserve this, and 9 Arts Dragon, this is a very good experience, I would say. I mean, going against such a strong team right from the get-go, I would say take it as a learning experience. Take it as a learning experience and grow from it. Learn from your mistakes, and hopefully in the future we'll see you guys once again.
Yeah, some of the best teams always have rocky starts, but you can't expect to be really good right away in your first tournament, right? Or you need to put in a lot of experience here. So maybe this is the first step of 9AD. And what better experience to get going up against Red Moon, right? One of the teams, the veteran teams out there. So hopefully we'll see more of 9AD. They've had some showings of brilliance. I've been seeing also in the chat that, they can be more refined. I mean, there are moments of brilliance there. I think it's more of just the experience. And if you look at Red Moon's players, they have gotten that experience because they have gritted their teeth out in the tournament server, in the competitive scene. So it's really only a matter of time. So hopefully 9AD keeps trying and keeps going. Do support them in their journey. But the match goes to Red Moon. Any highlights, Chocho, you want to talk about with how Red Moon played this matchup?
Highlights, of course, it gotta be Green, right? Green is kiting for both matchups. Both rounds. So in BO1 it was the Gardener, and BO2 it was the Patient, and he effectively used all the hooks. He is not too conservative to a point that he gives free hits, and he uses it well. It gives him the distance, prevents him from getting a free hit just like that, and that's something that I really, really like about Green's kiting styles, and I think that's something that we should also learn from him.
Yeah, so if ever there would be a Survivor MVP, definitely would be Green. Hopefully we'll be able to interview him. If not, you know what, the hunters up for grabs also would be Xing H or Yin D, because they played that really well. I'll give a little more plus points to Yin D because he did bring out Ivy, which is a hunter we don't normally see. And shout outs to Kuroshiro. He will be on the mic tomorrow. He wants to also know a little bit more about the camping strat that was involved with that excellent showing of his Ivy. But we're going to look at a bit of the match stats first before we get to go into crown the MVP. We're going to start off here with the survivors. Again, it's a tied game. Moral victory on the side of Zach. His Anne had moments of brilliance, I would have to say. Stuffing out Psyche's rescue, or at least being able to get a double down situation, was definitely really important for Zach there, especially with an Anne. A hunter that is just able to get the one survivor kill, able to at least get two, is definitely a good thing in his book.
So, Green, I mean, the timer is slightly lower, right, at about 89 seconds. So yeah, very excited to see if tomorrow, right, we will be able to see. I don't really want to see Green kite anymore. I want to see someone else kite. Maybe Honor. You know, maybe he has his redemption arc instead of like, I'm the guy who like did at the end, because after decoding 2 ciphers, all I am worth for is the mana.
I mean, it was just a little unfortunate, but I hope you guys also know that, yeah, hopefully Honor will have his moment. And I know Honor had his moments also in previous matches. I think now it's just to kind of flex 907S. And yeah, I feel you. Green had his moment, his highlight. Now I want to see the rest of Team Red Moon kind of, you know, spread their wings and like kind of flex how they have been performing and show their hard work in front of everyone. And their hard work is definitely put on display here in the match results. A 15-3 in points, but a 2-match lead going to Red Moon.
Yeah, it seems to be a very one-sided victory for the side of our Red Moon. And yeah, excited to see if they're able to prolong this a lot further. And for the side of 9AD, please, please, please don't disband.
Wow.
You guys definitely have what it takes in the future, I believe. You guys just need some time and training. And for our MVP, we have to congratulate Red Moon's Ching H with that 4K. Very brilliantly done.
Yeah, excellent Dream Witch. I would have to say also, being able to bring out the Dream Witch in a matchup that looked like they were trying to counter the Dream Witch, just excellent control all throughout. Just a step ahead since the start of the game. Well-deserved and well-earned. Again, shout-outs to each and every player out there in Red Moon, and Yindi, and also Green, the one we highlighted. But the MVP can only go to one person, and it's going to go to Ching H.
So this is very well deserved, like we've mentioned, and hopefully the Hunter side, right? I mean, they've been getting 4Ks and 4Ks. I wonder how they kind of predicted, I mean, how they kind of picked the MVP, because IV also got at 4K, and with that Terror Shock, would have been a better MVP?
I think they based it off points. I think I do believe that the matchup, the Dream Witch matchup, was maybe he just had more deduction points in that one, because the Ivy match did go a little back and forth. So I think they just based it off that. So, ladies and gentlemen, our favorite part of the game, or this IVT here, is going to be the interview portion. And do let us know what your questions are, because I believe we're going to be interviewing one of the survivors of Team Red Moon. So let's head to it. In a bit. There we go. It's none other than the man, the myth, the legend himself, Psyche. How you doing, my guy?
What's up, Potch? I'm doing great. Super nervous going into that, but I'm glad it's over. How you guys doing? Glad to be here. Nice to see you guys again.
Nice to see you, man. And I know that I'm gonna ask the first question here, Chocho.
Okay.
Psyche, we talked about it, man. You know, the competitive scene was kind of calling you. How does it feel to be back, and how does it feel to perform? Are the jitters gone now that, you know what, you made it to top 4?
Yeah, it's great to be back. I mean, I've been here the whole time. It's just hard to find a team. That's the biggest thing, especially because in NAU it's really hard to find a team to compete with rivals, aka B4U. They're such a talented team, and so to find a team like RM, I have a lot of faith in them. I have a lot of faith we can go far with them. So I'm really happy with how we're performing so far. But yeah, glad to be back.
Yeah, I mean, and apologies. Yeah, I would say like the top 4 and like, you know, competing. I'd love to see you on screen. One of my favorite rescuers, Chocho. You have a question for Psyche over here.
Yes. All right. So for in VO1, right, we saw the sculptor, right, going against the Red Moon survivors. So I just kind of want to ask this question to you. Were you guys expecting a sculptor?
Yes, we were expecting a sculptor. Sculptor, a lot of people bang on sculptor for no reason. They'll say, oh, sculptor's not that great. Sculptor's not in the meta. Not a lot of people are using sculptor. Sculptor, to me, is still a great hunter. You have to be really careful with sculptor because she's still a very volatile hunter. If you make one mistake, like everything can be going fine, you go into a pallet, but then she pushes you out of that pallet, it leads to a chip hit, it leads to a basic hit, boom, now you're dead to a single statue or a blink. So Zach's, one of Zach's best hunters is Sculptor. We need to play around Sculptor. Sculptor is a very strong hunter still, especially when you don't have the right team comp. And right there, Green did an amazing kite. He definitely was not playing the optimal survivor against Sculptor. He was still able to clock in that Sculptor mindset and just bring home a really good kite. And so, yeah. Definitely still a great hunter. We were expecting a Sculptor, and Sculptor, again, a lot of people underrate her, but I still think she's a great hunter, and if you're not careful, she can definitely mess you guys up.
I think that's the excellent mentality to have, especially in competition. Just be ready for anything. And looking ahead, Psyche, you already made it to top 4. Who other teams are you thinking is gonna go? You're gonna go up against, or who do you think are the strongest teams out there that you'll be going up against?
At least in our bracket that we're thinking of right now, immediately in the top 4, we're thinking of Rivals right now. If you guys don't know who Rivals are, again, that's the former B4U who just changed their name. It's still all the same players, and they're extremely talented. They've been playing the game for so long. They have game plans, they're experienced, they're veteran players, so no one can discount them, discount that against them. So we need to keep that in mind. They're definitely, to me, our strongest opponent that we're gonna face. I think our whole team will be on board with that. But here's the thing, no one can stay king forever. And so we're thinking that we're finally going to be, at least have a great chance of dethroning them and become the new king. So we're excited to face them. I'm excited to face them. Every chance is a new chance. So we're going to go get them. We'll see.
Yeah, we are definitely really excited to see you guys match up against them once you guys reach that point. And also, just the last question, right? You know, any words or any message that you want to give to the fans that's watching this right now?
Yeah, I do have a big message. The thing is with teams in competitive, a lot of what happens in competitive, I've been in a lot of teams. Okay, and a lot of the teams, the biggest thing with being in a team is working with people. And the thing about working with people is it's really hard. No one wants to work with people. Maybe you do want to work with people, but no one can deny that it's really hard to work with people. And IdentityV is no different. It may be a game, but it teaches a really important life skill, and that's just learning to work with people, working as a team, working as a group, one collective thought. And if something happens wrong, you can't go pushing the other people down. You guys all need to keep your heads up high. And it's, even though it might be a game, it teaches a really important skill. And I know I've been on the bad end of not being able to work as a team. I know other people I've seen not being able to work as a team. It's a hard skill to learn. So even if we don't win, even if you guys don't win your tournaments, when you guys are in a team, remember that at the end of the day, it's still really hard to work with people, and you are still doing a good job trying to get better at it. And so whatever you do, keep your head up high, try not to give up, and yeah, always look at the brighter side.
Psyche, I mean, you said it best. Inspiring words. I know you're not going to say it, but do follow this man on YouTube. Give him that follow. He streams, he creates amazing content. Psyche, thank you so much for the time. We will see you tomorrow. For now, congratulations. Get a drink and just watch the rest of the matches. We appreciate it, man.
Take care, guys.
And that's Psyche, ladies and gentlemen. Very, I would say, inspiring words on his side. And yeah, just as he said, keep your head up high, guys. If you want to keep competing, if you want to be excellent in this game, work with the right people, you got to keep grinding it out and performing at your best, and just keep looking at the bright side of things.
Yeah, and I mean, that was that right mentality, right? And also, Psyche with that never give up attitude, always finding a team to play competitively, because that's where his passion lies. And yeah, having such commitment to the game is definitely something really inspiring for, I think, majority of us that's watching this right now. So we will be heading into a short break and we'll head on to the highlights. So sit back, guys, don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back once again for our second matchup of IVT for the NAEU region. My name is Chocho, and joined by me will be Posh Vice. We'll be bringing you the live commentary of this matchup, which is between Ravens, RV, versus G and Goodnight.
We talked about teams that we've known in the past, and Ravens is one of them, and they've kept like their core players intact. So I'm really excited to see their Hunter, Ling Shui, and we know Pablo ZG, Dakiri. We're gonna go through that in just a bit. But Team Goodnight, I'll have to say, kind of in the same vein as 9AD, because we don't know much about them, and we're excited to see how they're gonna perform, because the stats that we've been given kind of perform a little more consistent, and we're in for a good treat here if this goes back and forth here, Jojo.
Yeah, and if we're just gonna look a little bit into the players. Not too yet. It will be RV versus G and. But if we are looking at the statistics, it seems like their main four or core members for the Severo lineup of Ravens is going to be Pablo, Dakiri, Felchep, as well as Tonkatsu. And for the other two servers that has been kind of sitting in the bench, unfortunately not out yet, is Nami as well as Angel D. And they have one Hunter, which is Ling Shui.
Ling Shui having an amazing performance, I believe, in the previous IVT or the qualifiers. It was Peach Goodnight in the first one, and Ling Shui coming out with the Evil Reptilian. So I'm super excited to see if I'm gonna bring it out. But we have the Hunter and GN of Nyela, Yumo, Aimo, Ken, and Knight. And I believe Nyela has brought out a Hermit in their qualifiers. So pretty interesting if the Hermit will come to play in this matchup.
Oh, and now looking into their player-by-player statistics, we have Pablo ZG, a main member in Ravens for a very long time. Plays the Mercenary and Bomber, but yeah, he didn't manage to join the team in COA 7 for, I'm not too sure what the reason is, but he was with the team in IVT 2023. So hopefully his performance will be shown here once again, and he mainly plays the support and Kaita role. But for Yumo, which is from GN side, Goodnight, we only have one static, which is Acrobat. We don't really have other statics because this is our first time seeing him as well.
Oh yeah, and we've seen also Ravens in KOA qualifiers, but unfortunately they ran into B4U early on, and we know B4U was the team to look out for. So they've also, B4U has acknowledged that Ravens has been a consistently improving team, and now they can show that consistency, how it's going to play out in this matchup. So next up, we have Dakiri and Aimo. Dakiri also one of the stable members of Team Ravens. Aside from the Prospector, he also has a Coordinator and Antiquarian, so kind of known as the stunner of this team. While Aimo, I mean, it says Aeroplanist here. Aeroplanist has been known as the Rescuer, so maybe he has other Rescuers in his lineup.
Yeah, and now Felchep and Ken. Felchep, also another core member, plays the Entomologist, Priestess, and Mercenary. Mainly takes up the Rescuer role for his team. Very responsible in that aspect. And for Ken, first time seeing him as well. So we have a Dancer. And yeah, containment time he or she has the highest containment time among all the other four members at 76.8 average containment time. So we might be seeing him or her kite out later.
We'll see if that's enough. Hopefully you saw the Barbie movie for that reference, folks. But another member we've seen often is Tonkatsu. I'm definitely getting very hungry. I only have Postman here, but have we seen Tonkatsu before, or this is like the first outing in Ravens? Because that's definitely a name that I've seen a lot. Maybe in a menu, but how about an IVT?
I'm not too sure, because I also tried to review the recordings. I don't see. I remember Tonkatsu as the name, but I can't seem to find him anywhere.
So just again for us casters, to make our job easier, if you guys please just stick to the same name. So shout out to the people that are keeping the same name, like Zeus, Psyche, PB and Jam. It's like we can understand Tonkatsu. It's yeah, we've also feel that same fear that when it comes to Southeast Asia, when they keep changing their names, right? So yeah, but a name that I do know is Ling Shui. Brought out the Hermit. So did Nyela bring out that Hermit. But Ling Shui also in the qualifiers of KOA did bring out the Evil Reptilian.
Yeah, and if you guys also do keep your same names, we were able to tell you guys the story. Yeah. So Ling Shui actually in BO1, the last time in BO1, he played a Night Watch. And he got a 4K at Ever Slipping Town using Peepers as a tree.
Oh yeah, that was him. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Keeper
that's
Night
really-
Watch.
Oh, and it seems like Goodnight will be able to get the map selection. Sacred Heart Hospital.
Hermit. We've seen Hermit matchups in this matchup.
Actually, not bad. Not bad.
Could be a Hermit
So-
mirror.
Could be a Hermit Mirror, and it's a competition as to who will be able to excel a little bit better in the Hermit play in this map. But Hermit generally works pretty good at the hospital. We've seen that multiple times. I'm not sure whether it's IVA or COA that time. I feel like I've seen it.
I think it's COA. We've seen we've also seen Hermits also in COA in Moonlit River Park. But Hospital has been a very notorious map for survivors. So this is interesting that Goodnight went with Hospital to start out with. You rarely see Hospital round 1. So they might be preparing for something, as the Raven survivors are coming up first, while Niela might bring out that patented Hermit. Looking at the stats, this Hermit has a 100% win rate for the qualifiers for this top 8, so you might as well use it. We just have to wait and see, but Chocho, knowing it's going to be a Hermit match, you know we're in for a long one.
Yeah, a very, very long one. So, I
Stay
mean,
hydrated,
figure out
folks.
story. And stay hydrated for sure. And also eat up with you guys. I'm not too sure what the time zones are, guys. Actually, let us know what time it is at your place. I'm actually kind of curious because it's almost 8 a.m. for us. About 5 minutes late, so...
We're up since the 3 a.m. Let's go. Shoutouts to Satsuki Panta. Rabsy Meow is here. Also, Nano is here to give us your thoughts on your time zones as we give us your thoughts on this lineup. So, Prisoner, and we also have a Barmaid. So, they're getting a decoder and also a Barmaid for the shared damage. So, they're kind of preparing for this Hermit matchup.
Yeah, they
Explorer.
definitely
I'm kidding.
are. Oh, maybe no. Maybe nah. Yeah, but if they could, though, I think it could work out. I mean, the 50% page at a cipher, at a connected cipher, actually sometimes work pretty well, especially with the Prisoner. Oh yeah, fun fact: Prisoner, if you link up 2 and then the Explorer is in the other side of the cipher, you actually kind of distribute that 50% page over as well when you kind of input it into the machine if it's connected.
Cool.
And you are sharing that.
As a Explorer main, thank you for sharing. I mean, I'm not Explorer main. She's the Explorer main in chat, so that's why she's
But Explorer is very cursed at Hospital, as seen from the SEA regions tournaments. So, not
well,
sure
that's
about
why
the
it's
NAEU.
good that was why you had reacted that way. Like, please, no, don't bring Kurt into this matchup. But we are going to see a Gardener as the last pick, so pretty strong last 2 picks, I would have to say. I mean, giving up the Barmaid in round number 1 still all right. Prisoner, you don't see that much of. I think it's more of just a counter to the Hermit. But it's good that they saved the Mercenary and Gardener for round 2. So I have to say, Ravens played this out really well. They just gave up the Seer, Coordinator, First Officer, and Embalmer.
Pretty solid, I would say. And yeah, we'll see if Nella still goes head on with that Hermit. We've seen Ching H as well just now with a totally countering Dream Witch kind of team comp, but he still went for it. He still went for it. And what did he get? A 4K and still an MVP. So yeah, it's just a showcase of his skills.
Ooh. Hang on. The second Ivy of the tournament, courtesy of Nella here. So, okay, so this is a little scary too, because this is a very survivor-sided map, and Hermit can kind of control the Cypher progress. Here you have the Prisoner, again, you know, with the distributions. Cypher progress with the Mercenarian is not going to be as fast, but it's still fast enough. I don't know when it comes to Ivy in this matchup, but give me your thoughts on this, Chocho.
I kind of do like it. I mean, it's kind of still the same concept when it goes for every other hunter, where like you kind of want all the ciphers to be at one side of the map. If he's able to do that, and Ivy is sometimes a little bit similar to Dream Witch because of the map control. This map spawn. But Ivy, if he's able to,
okay.
if Ivy is able to get everybody at one side, with like one side ciphers at all one side, able to map control very well. Nella might potentially pop off with the Ivy too, so we have to see how the early game is, whether this Ivy is gonna bring Insolence, is this Ivy gonna bring a Blink or a Warp. I'm very curious to see once we enter into the matchup, but now we do see Hunter spawning in between the Mercenary, which is the T wall zone, and Pablo, which is the Gardener, at the Shag area.
When you said T-wall, I just feel like people are just sharing gossip in that place. Ooh, it's the T-wall. Okay. So, yes, that is very notorious, and it's really hard to save from that spot, folks. But it's quite interesting. I haven't seen this spawn, like, from the survivors. Usually have one kind of go into hospital, but we'll just have to see. Raven's definitely one of those veteran teams out there that kind of explore the meta. So hopefully they're ready for this first half of the second match of the day. It's going to be in Sacred Heart Hospital. We have a Gardener, Prisoner, Mercenary, and Barmaid, while Niela bringing our second Ivy pick. Once again, Chocho and Potch Spice on the mic for this next match.
Oh, and just when you say that, it started raining.
Dun dun dun.
And hopefully the rain does not interrupt my internet. And we'll be heading into this matchup. It seems like the shadow will be kind of heading towards the mercenary, while the main body is heading towards the shack area. So we'll be teleporting towards. Oh, we'll be moving the ETN back to the main body instead.
Interesting. Just setting up a camping area here, right near the ruins area, and also the shack area. But now we're seeing Niela actually go for the shadow once again to kind of snipe out Daikiri. Gonna try to go for that scare. Prisoners sitting at 40% corruption, so it has to be very careful because in this area there is that shock value that will stun the hunter. So now we're gonna see him kind of teleport, drop a stone here at 90%, 100% already, but he's nowhere near for that corruption, so this prisoner could actually move along.
We're able to do that stun as well, so able to successfully hit towards the pelleted area. He does have 2 pellets to work with, but we'll just slam one down and move to the other. So able to vault over 2, but the blink missed us. What?
That was huge. Great stuff on Daikiri's side at 90% corruption, and now he's actually heading his way towards the hospital area. So this is not a good start for Ivy. Already spent the blink. He's gonna have to use the corruption control just for him to get a single hit, but that's still an up and about survivor here. Drops down that pallet. This first hit is actually taken a while for Ivy, and now he's just gonna force the basic hit, runs straight down. Let's see if Daikiri can continue on this kite.
Wow. So this is looking rather detrimental for the side of the hunter. We'll be changing target. Oh, lost the prisoner for a second, but we'll be seeing him still with that blood trace on the floor. Daikiri trying to hit inside.
Drops down the pallet and now continues on the route to the second story of this, forcing to break down that pallet. Still sitting at 48% corruption, but as this is happening, Chocho, Cypher progress is moving quite well. So now Mercenary is the one with that corruption. We do see that the prisoner is still trying to hightail it to an okay spot outside. Interestingly, I thought he'd just still stick to the hospital, but now out here in the open, we're going to see that corruption happen, and now the prisoner is down. 2 Cyphers have already popped, so let's see if this kind of slow start or this detrimental start can kind of turn around for Ivy here.
Yeah, and we do see that the first 2 ciphers, I think they're connected. So prisoner is decoding 2 ciphers at one time. Or is it the barmaid?
Barmaid, yeah. Prisoner's on the rocket share, so the connection is still there. Again, it's action is kind of scrambly at this point, so now you have to be very careful because now the barmaid is actually going to get the 100% corruption, but Mercenary is here to tank that hit to get that rescue, and now barmaid is not corrupted anymore. We see the Mercenary go for the elbow pad. Daikiri now out in the open here. He's gonna get teleported on. Oh yeah, so he's gonna try to cut off the route. Let's see if he's gonna try to make it. Tries to go for the scare. 100% goes for the hit. Last effort pop.
Yeah, amazing stuff coming from the side of the hunter. And actually, if we're looking at the timing, right, it's actually 3 minutes already, but the third cipher will be soon popped, but not yet still. And they still need a full cipher. So cipher progress, I would say it's still relatively okay, but I was expecting it to be a little bit faster, considering there is a prisoner in the mix.
Yeah, it was again, like a great start. Forcing out the blink, continuing on the kiting routes is really good. But now it seems like kind of an even keel. They haven't worked on their last cipher yet, but definitely pressure is on Niela's side to kind of camp this one out. So let's see which one they're going to open, the one at Birdcage. You pointed this out, like if he can just control this center cipher, it's going to be really hard. Now Prisoner is out, tries to go for the hit, unable to get it just yet, gets the zap and also drops down, but the blink hit connects to Daikiri.
Wow, and Mercenary will be drinking a Dolphin from the side of the barmaid. And yeah, Gardener just slamming that pellet down just kind of gave that space for the Ivy to just blink and hit. If Gardener was able to just follow along with the prisoner, I think a body block could have happened. And the ciphers will have progressed a lot more even if it's not primed.
Wow, now the Gardener getting that 100% scare rate, able to actually get that hit and still sitting at 47. So now it is going to be a really tough chance for them to actually pop that last cipher.
Wow, and actually the last 3 ciphers are quite spreaded apart if I saw that correctly. He's moving a lot, the directions everywhere. So yeah, ciphers actually quite far apart, so that's actually a good thing for the side of the survivors. They should be able to decode, but the map control from Nila, it seems to be a little bit too much for them.
Oh yeah, Niella seems to be very locked in this end game, like continuing the pressure. They're actually forced to open 3 ciphers, and now Mercenary, unfortunately, getting the 100% corruption, gets hit. Only has 1 elbow pad to work with, so Niella's slowly dwindling the resources of the survivors. I think the best chance for these survivors is just to go for a tied game here and push for that end game cipher.
Yeah, and Nila seems to be very proficient in the IV. He's been changing his from shadow to the main body like every less than 10 seconds.
Yeah.
He's been doing, and the directions that he's facing because he needs to get the scare off the survivors as well. Very well done.
So now he's trying to hunker down onto Pablo ZG since the main body is here. He's gonna open up other 2 ciphers, but the cipher with the most progress is still sitting at 64. So realizing that Pablo ZG might be a hard chase, he's gonna go for Feldchap now, but we're still sitting on no ciphers moving. Oh, Barmaid eats that hit and still sitting at 53% corruption. He's gonna choose to commit. No, it seems like he's gonna recall and try to patrol with the main body plus the shadow.
Yeah, and Pablo and Tonkatsu, it seems like they are just healing up in the open, and wow, and they do get it paid. They have to pay for it. If we're getting the basic hit onto the Mercenary, the healing in the open like that is definitely not ideal for the side of survivors. They should have went to somewhere a little bit safer. I know time is really tight, but they still have to do it.
Yeah, it's a stalling game, right? But if you stall long enough, it actually will favor in the Hunter side. You just want to break open the defenses and able to down the Gardener in the mix here. So now, Mercenary can still go for that save. We see that the Barmaid is pushing that Cypher, but Barmaid already realizing, all right, he's already on the Ghost form. I have to get out of this Cypher and respect that. And Feldchap, though, no more drinks to work with. This is going to be real tough. He's at 99% scared. This is not going to be good if he gets that 100%.
Oh,
don't look back. Don't look back. Oh, the speed drink. Wow, what a call out for Barmaid. And Gardener is able to get out of the heal state. Okay, but the blink, okay, forcing out. This is an intense match, Chocho.
Yeah, same, 2 blinks, but at the same location. Seems to be very cursed. Nella's cursed area with that blink. But, I mean, it gets the job done. And the last cipher, which is the one the most progress at 84%, I believe is the one...
Yeah, the Barmaid was working on.
Yeah, the 2 pellet one window area.
So now Pablo ZG and Tonkatsu out in the open here, but doesn't know that this shadow form is actually patrolling where they'll be approaching. So they really need to pressure both the chair and that Cypher. Luckily, it's the Barmaid's first time on that rocket chair. So they can kind of choose their approach here. Pablo ZG is going to try to make a beeline for it, but can't push the gate. Can't push that Cypher too much. Mercenary can tank 1 hit. Has to be very careful and play with that corruption, though. But now he's going to choose to go for the Gardener, and now that halts the Cypher progress at 94%, Chocho.
Very so close yet so far, and now the 2 of them are not healing up. In fact, they are just running about like headless chickens. But Tonkatsu.
Whoa. Yeah.
Tonkatsu. Oh no, it's okay. Tonkatsu. Actually, if they really want to play the end game, right, they should either heal up now, attempt to at least, or open up chests so they have items to work with at the end of the game. The 3 of them, they pretty much have nothing. Gardener with the box doesn't do anything, but she does have the shield, so I guess that's the saving grace over here.
Yeah, maybe Mercenary should probably open up a chest. But look, he's just hunkering down on this 94% Cypher. Feldchap, though, has to be very careful. He knows that if he gets summoned, oh, wow, he's able to get the teleport. Barmaid back at 99%. Feldchap has to make a beeline to move on away, but there's a corrupted area here with that stone. So Niella, he needs to just buy so much time. Red light trick, able to get him, but no, forces to go out to see who's going to be here. It seems like it's the Gardener.
Yeah, the Garden able to generate the shield in time and still trying to kite it out over here, but I think the hit will be registered soon with that spear, and yeah, we'll be seeing the chair at the last cipher, 94%, and at the bottom left we do see the barmaid opening up the chest now.
Yeah, so definitely a good call there for them to kind of stall things out. Barmaid has gotten some elbow pads, I believe, so that's gonna help, and now they're healing up. He knows that something's about. Tinnitus is triggered on this shadow form and able to actually heal up the barmaid, which is very important. So now they can push that cipher while Mercenary goes for that rescue. So question is, can they make that distance? Mercenary at 98% scare here. Cannot afford to get hit out in the open, but no, he does, because he's able to get that 90% corruption. Now Felchap is going to try to make this rescue happen before this Mercenary does fall down, but Niela, can he stop it from happening? Nice usage of that elbow pad, can tank one hit. Getting the scare, only at 10% here. Save before half. Can he get it? No, it's not before half.
Oh my goodness. So, are I able to get a basic hit? I think they are gonna rush towards the cipher and try to pop it, but the scare, they have to look away. And they will pop it.
Oh, wow. So Nella wasn't swinging. So now everyone's out and about. They pushed the 3-man endgame, Chocho. And now Pablo ZG seems to be the target.
Yeah, and the other side of the gate. Mercenary.
It's opening already at 4%, but no, actually stalls it out. Tonkatsu actually making distance now. So he's trying to pressure both the gates here. Who is Niela going to actually pressure here? Oh, the blink hit.
Yeah, oh my goodness. 3 successful blinks. And now Pablo will be seeing the Hunter will be infected as well. So leeching onto the Gardener, she will be able to see the locations of the other survivors too. So he knows where the Gardener is, he knows where the barmaid is, and yeah.
So now it seems like, yeah, that area or that scare area is going to be guarded. We do see that I believe the barmaid was trying to open up a chest. He has a syringe, but with detention, that's not going to mean much. But now it seems like Nella has already teleported away. They're still trying to pressure this basement rescue. Felchap being caught out in the open here. He's going to try and go for a teleport, I believe. No, it seems like Felchap is thinking twice if he's going to make this rescue happen. The pressure is immense. Mercenary stays on the chair for so long. Who's going to blink first?
Oh my goodness, they have to at least get one out. I mean, they made it all the way to the end game with 3 people, but it seems like the end game is even harder for them. It's just like how Dream Witch with that many leeches. IV seems to be able to execute that perfectly as well. Now Felchap is in a very sticky situation just at the gate, but the gate will be open at the front. Gardener will be able to get out, which guarantees that one escape instead of a 5-point lead to the Hunter.
Hey, I think that's a moral victory. That was an intense match, and we were thinking it's going to be like a 10-minute Hermit match, but this was a 12-minute Ivy match. And the way the back and forth went, you got to give it up to Nella for Nella to be able to kind of come out of the gate, not in the best start, missing that blink and continuing on the chase with that prisoner. The mid game is where it kind of solidified the footing of this Ivy, and I think you pointed it out very well, Chocho, is that endgame Shadow is very terrifying if you have the placements well and you've already dwindled down the survivors' resources for them to have practically nothing in the end game. So a great start for Good Night.
Yeah, a very good start. And in fact, I think that if the blink didn't fail, right, there was a potential chance that Ravens might be giving a 5-point lead to Nilla. Because, okay, if you think about it, right, like logically speaking, the blink was ready and it failed, right? Which means like 60 seconds have already passed in that matchup. And afterwards, there was some like back and forth in the hospital, and it kind of delayed the time of getting the survivor chat to the, getting the down survivor to be chat. Yeah. So, just thinking about it, if the blink did not fail and that terror shock did register though, I think it might potentially be a 4K. I mean, looking at how skilled Nella was, right? I mean, he was just changing his angles and then scaring the survivors and then giving them 100% corruption. He did everything, pretty much everything right, except for the start. I think the nervousness really did get to him a little bit. That really did show at the start. But other than that, he kind of calmed down.
Yeah.
And
towards the 5-minute mark, all the way till that last cipher pop, it was just complete control on Nella's side.
Yeah.
So it was an excellent showing. I'd have to give it up to Nella. And you know what, coming into this match, I would say I gave it to Ravens because we know more about them, or on paper at least we do. But you know what? Nella coming out of the gate here is on this Ivy, especially in a survivor-sided map. Yeah, it was an incredible showing of this Ivy, especially with how he was able to kind of go back and forth between the main body and shadow form. I think it kind of turned sideways, especially in the camping of this shadow.
I really, really love the map control. Nella perfectly displayed that. I mean, okay, they had the same exact kind of set of skills. Basically, it's the insolence, the tension, and then also the blink. But although the start was a little bit different from what we expected from Nella, other than that, it's just perfect. It's just perfect. And I hope to kind of see Nella with the Ivy a little bit more. But considering RV, right, they're so experienced.
Yeah.
They have statistics to back them up as to why they should be the team that is kind of like moving forward from here. But Nella is kind of surprising. I didn't really see this name very often. Maybe the hunter changed his name.
Yeah.
But
please let us know, chat, if this is the hunter that you know or like more insights on. Yeah, but continue your thought.
Yeah, but he seems to be like next level kind of hunter. Like it's giving that kind of vibe.
Yeah, I can see that. And Ravens is no survivor team to kind of look past. The fact that they were able to get a three-person kill up against Ravens is a huge accomplishment. And also considering that you also have to give it up to Ravens, they never gave up, even though like it looked kind of dire. And they had also a bit of missteps in their end, like healing out in the open. And they were still able to kind of manage themselves very well. Barmaid able to get a mercenary elbow pad to make that clutch save. And a three-person endgame when things were looking super dire was no easy feat for Ravens to pull off. So, Chocho, we have ourselves a very interesting matchup here with Ravens and Goodnight.
Yeah, definitely. And it's for sure a win for GN. Like, this is hospital matchup, right? Survivor-sided map. And the fact he got a 3K, in fact, almost close to a 4K, it really did show. And yeah, I mean, what could they have done differently there? I guess the only thing that they could have done differently, if maybe Nella was to chair the survivor at the one pallet, one window area, maybe that would have been a better option, because the distance towards the cipher is a bit further. Maybe he would have been able to get the scare percentage a lot higher, the corruption percentage a lot higher, and denied a potential pop. That could have been possible. I mean, there's a lot of possibilities to how one could potentially play out that matchup. So very well done from Nella. I hope to see a lot more different hunters coming into BO2 and 3. Maybe other than Hermit, maybe something else. Full school. Opera singer.
Opera singer too. This is kind of crazy. We haven't seen an opera singer just yet, but
right?
I'm not complaining. Like, we've seen a lot of opera singers. We've seen so much in Call of the Abyss, but I'm liking that we're kind of getting more data on this Ivy, right?
Yeah.
She's terrifying at camping. We've seen that with Yindi, with how well he was able to kind of stuff the rescue. And now it just seems like endgame Ivy, in a very proficient hunter like Nella, just constantly map pressuring every nook and cranny of that map is something to behold. And you know what? I'm starting to slowly understand and figure out, like, okay, you know when's the best time, or what's a good counter to Ivy? Because so far we know, yeah, just transitional kiting is really good, but how do you counter map pressure or that constant fear of being teleported on? Because that's something we actually saw in this matchup.
Yeah, and especially since Ivy's Ivy's shadow can't be seen at all in the whole map. So it's more of like someone just CCTV over you, and he watching you every single move. So it's definitely really tough to go up against. And I'm really excited, because NAEU, they're showing a different side. They are like they're keeping up with the meta, new hunters, they're playing it, learning it. And we do see that in how they are playing it right now. Very well versed in the new hunter Ivy. I mean, relatively new hunter Ivy. And yeah, they are really showing the powers of Ivy, but not too much of the opera singer, which quite surprising, I would say.
I think it's cool because it's like, the meta slowly, like, we've seen the life cycle of these hunters, right? Usually the new hunters kind of make their way dominant into this match. So I think NAEU has this avenue, which is IVT, to kind of stress test the new hunters and kind of prepare for the future, because I really think, we might see a lot more IVs if the current meta prevails, because we're still trying to figure things out. It's not like day one Night Watch where, okay, this is how you're supposed to use the Night Watch, right? Everyone's just using Night Watch right away. I think when it comes to Ivy, it just takes a lot of... She plays very uniquely, because at first we were thinking, oh, she's just like Dream Witch, but you're piloting... you're not piloting other followers. You're piloting like just certain areas, but then there's a lot more to it, especially with how you kite them out, especially how you kite an Ivy. Especially you want to also remove the stones, because I feel like the stones also slowly build up over time, or like if it's just there and then you don't know, there already teleports to it and you're already 100% scared and you're down. So
yeah,
really interesting to see how this one's gonna play out. Hey, Ling Shui might actually have an Ivy too. Ivy
also,
too. This is IVT. Sorry.
No.
My bad. Ivy. Sorry, Shadow.
IVT, yeah. Lingshan, I'm not sure though, because I mean Ivy is relatively new, and right now it's like NAEU side, right? So we've seen him play Night Watch, Sculptor, and Bonbon, Evil Reptilian, like you've mentioned, and the statistics itself says there's a Hermit too. So it seems like Lingshan's character pool is very, very large, he's very versatile. He can play anything and everything, whether it's cheap hunters, single hit hunters, and Lingshan will be starting off with the Antiquarian as well as the Priestess Bandal.
So while we're waiting for more of the picks and bans, just want to give a shout out to Be Positive Chew is here in the chat. Soy Sauce is here. Lucino is here in the chat. I saw Rad. Who else? Venus is also here. Butterfly Knives. Tewu is also here. Any shout outs you want to give out, Chocho?
I'm gonna give to everybody that's watching this. I hope to read your name right. If I'm wrong, I'm really sorry in advance. Sao Urize. Ray Sakuma.
Yeah.
I read. Hi, Buttery Knives 1. Yeah, everybody that's watching this, I hope you guys are having a great time. Because right now we are not even halfway through our matchup. Right now we are in only our second matchup of today. We have a total of 4, and I bet you guys don't want to miss the third and the fourth, and specifically the third. Because...
Yes, the third. Gotta love Santi Devil's gonna be on the third. So let's not miss out on these picks. A cheerleader coming out into the mix here. The last pick of Team Goodnight, but they do have an embalmer. I feel like they want to go for that tie strat. Prisoner as well, just to account for that Hermit, or just to account for that Cypher Rush and the ever trusty first officer. So I would have to say Nella really setting up the survivors well here at Sacred Heart Hospital. For them to kind of go for a tie strategy here if they want to with the embalmer, but it really depends on how Ling Shui is gonna play this one out, especially with that hunter. Sorry, I'm just looking at the graphic. I think that portrait there, it's a portrait of Kurt.
Huh?
Yeah, look, when they're walking, yeah.
Wait.
You can't rewind, but wait, I'll point it out when it comes. There, see? Is that Kurt? His hairstyle looks like Kurt.
That portrait.
Yeah, that portrait. Wait for it again.
All right, okay. It must be your creativity, and I commend you for that. So,
I think. I don't know.
I'm not sure. Chat, help us out here. I think you're referring to the right side, right? Where it appears.
The right side, yeah. Sorry, I might be gaslighting myself. I think I want to see Kurt, but we're gonna see a clerk. Sorry, I didn't say Kurt. I said clerk. It's a clerk that's gonna be.
You predicted it. I give it to you. It will be the clerk at hospital.
There, see, look there.
That doesn't look like Kurt. What you on?
His hair. Anyway. It is what it is. My bad, Chad. Anyway, Clerk, talk to me about Clerk, Jojo.
I think we remember a very legendary match in the IVT tournament where Clerk popped off. I forgot which hunter though. Was it?
I think.
Was it Mushin?
Mushin's Clerk. I believe this was the finals against B4U when Clerk first came out.
Yeah, he really did popped off, and yeah, hopefully Lingshan is able to mirror because he needs to get that 3k as well. This is GN's map selection, so for the side of GN survivors, they have to at least tie things out to still get the advantage that they need here. And looking at our spawn locations, Lingshan will be spawning at the small gates. Surrounding him will be Ken, the cheerleader, as well as the first officer Yumo.
This could be actually a slow burn type of match, since Clerk is known for just controlling Cypher progress, and like people have to stay away from Cyphers, but luckily there's that Prisoner to kind of promote that Cypher rush and connect Cyphers. But only time will tell here. Good Night have performed really well on the Hunter side, but we're going to see how well they can perform on the Survivor side. Once again, at your service is Bosch Spice and Chocho giving you the commentary action for the round 1 second half.
Wow, that S-tier skin coming right in. So we'll be spectating the Cypher, but we'll be unable to get any recordings from the side of the survivors, preventing them from decoding. And first officer will be decoding the Cypher that Prisoner has linked up, which is from the hospital to the open air Cypher.
So now we see that Ling Shui is trying to do a red light trick here to try and spot anyone out in the bird cage. It seems like Aimu is going to be here. Not gonna choose to chase here, but Knight being out in the open here could be the potential first target. Again, it's the Embalmer, so Embalmer could have an easy first rescue. I think that was the first officer. Yeah, he's getting away from the connected Cypher. Nice usage of the recording to kind of close distance here to hit the Embalmer.
Oh!
Recording?
Alright, unable to get a recording there, fortunately, even though the hand was up. But Knight will still be able to kite around the hospital area. Okay, he can definitely get a hit and hit right back up and then still play around this area. There's nobody in the hospital area too. Prisoner has already rotated out from the Cypher, decoding a safer one instead. So everything is looking pretty good for them. He used a recording onto the pallet.
Yeah, I thought it was going to break down the pallet, but now red light trick actually kind of working, catching Knight out in the open. I failed to see where his coffin is. Blink hit and it connected. Now Embalmer, he's gonna not opt to use the coffin just yet. So this is where Clerk gets really scary once the camping starts.
Yeah, unable to predict the blink because the flywheel didn't come through. Now Ken had the awareness of mind to just not stop decoding when the Clerk is looking, so that's really good. Since first officer will be coming for the first rescue, since the Embalmer did not embalm himself, and still has a flywheel as well as a 9 to work with. So we'll see how successful this rescue will be.
Yo, able to actually skirt away from disaster there, and now gets the hit onto the first officer, but the rescue does happen. So very clean on the side of the survivors of Good Night. And now speaking of Night, Night is the one that's still being chased here, not using the coffin, but nice recording usage just to get the hit. And Embalmer choosing to just fall into the corner here. He does have a coffin to work with, so let's see if that's going to become into usage here.
Oh, I was hoping him to click the return to the Embalmer thing once he gets really close, but seems like it's not going to be the case. It's going to bring him a little bit closer towards the chair than embalm himself. He still has a flywheel, so I really hope he's not bringing this flywheel to the next match. So Imo will be trying to decode that Cypher, but it keeps getting interrupted. First officer will be decoding, will be done decoding his first Cypher soon.
Yeah, which is good, but there are some recordings are being used to just stifle the Cypher there, but now we're gonna see Knight actually use that flywheel to make his transition towards the birdcage, forcing the Keegan to actually go through, and now a pallet to work with. Is recording though. He can't preemptively drop the pallets, but he's able to drop down the Embalmer.
I really did hope that he would be able to kite this out, but of course with the help of his teammates to back him up with that pallet slams, etc. But because the Cyphers are just not enough, they need to at least make him stay alive such that the Cyphers can still progress with the other two individuals. Now one person is kiting while the other two is decoding, and if the other one gets recorded, there's only one person that's decoding out of the three. So 3 Cyphers remaining, how are they gonna decode?
It's gonna be a little tough flywheel just to transition towards this this window. It's gonna get blocked out. Aimu still has the recording up, but gets the hit. 2 injured survivors here. So just really trying to claim this mid game for the Hunter side. So last 2 Cyphers, 94 at 1 at 87 moving forward. It's gonna be hard for that end game to happen, but now let's see if he gets the hit, and it does connect.
Well, that was a little bit fast, especially because the blink was not forced out too. So that kite was a lot shorter than I expected. And now the last cipher is at around 50%. With one person coming for rescue and one person decoding, I don't see how the cipher might progress very fast.
Yeah, and you also have to account for the end game when she can record the gates too. So it's not an easy scot-free thing where you can like, all right, we push for the last cipher. I mean, end game against Keegan with blink and also detention is another problem that they have to solve, but they'll cross that bridge when they get there because the cheerleader is already here to make this rescue happen. Be very careful not to get terror shocked here. So Ling Shui playing this very carefully. The rescue does happen, but what a farm off hit onto the prisoner.
Yeah, so right now, First Officer is trying to take the time to just decode as much as possible when she's sharing, but will be able to get a recording. I'm not too sure whether it was recorded when he was touching the cipher or he managed to let go in time. Now, cheerleader will be coming for the second rescue.
Yeah, actually, it seems like also the First Officer is making his way towards another cipher to possibly move that needle, but Ken's still looking very healthy here. He's gonna get a recording. Be very careful here, Chocho.
Oh, when he was getting recorded. Okay, able to get the free rescue again. Cheerleader will be able to body block. Oh, the blink.
Just trying to get that body block going, but unfortunately for them, he was able to use that blink like you called it, Chocho.
Yeah, that was too clean. Lingsha was too clean with that blink. Didn't even let them establish a closer distance to each other. And quite interesting, right? You move from one cipher to another. I get it, he's trying to, because he was recorded when he was touching the cipher, so he wants to go to another one where he can decode. But when you're running there, Hunter can actually see you when he's recording you, so it was kind of predicted that would gonna happen, but Yumo seems to have not predicted that for some reason.
Yeah, the devil are in the details, folks, and Ling Shui just, you know what, refining those details for him to be able to kind of see the next movement patterns of these survivors. So, seems like this end game pop is not going to be close from happening just yet, but another recording just to put a timeout onto that last, second to the last cipher here, folks. So just spread out survivors. Cheerleader still has some cheers to work with. The First Officer with half health and no pocket watch to work with. Yumo has to kite for his life in this ruins area. Whoa.
Definitely has to, but able to vault even though that recording was over there. Yumo still able to kite it out here, but he has no items to work with. There is still pallets to but the hit registers through the pallet behind the wall, so Ken will be seeing the next chase.
Yeah, Ken now just making sure that he's not going to get recorded, but seems like a checkmate scenario for Ling Shui because he also has detention and recordings to work with for the exit gates. So Ken just, I think they just have to have the never say die attitude here and try to push for at least one survivor out if they can.
And yeah, able to stand up now, Yumo, which means that Yumo does not have any self-heal anymore. Ken recorded here, so definitely knows that there is nobody behind that pallet anymore. Ling Shui will be dropping down too alongside with Ken, and then slow down. Seems like it will register a hit.
Not quite. Yeah. Okay, look at that, playing a little bit of mind games there behind the tree. Let's see, Ling Shui needs to stay on top of everything here. Cannot lose his patience, cannot lose his cool, because that's what the survivors want. They want to divide and conquer here, like divide the attention and conquer this match. But he just needs to just zone in on one survivor, monitor those ciphers just in case, and just make sure. I mean, Blink is up here, but it's not going to down the cheerleader just yet unless it's Terror Shock.
Yeah, and yeah, First Officer managed to get a syringe, so able to heal himself. So it really is actually a good sign because a Hunter can just change the trump card to a teleport and then just hit the person that's down. But now with that syringe, yeah, and it seems like able to get that pellet stun too, able to bring out a lot more time, but the pellet slam recorded.
Yeah, that was actually an excellent call by Ling Shui. Note that aside from the syringe, the First Officer also has a magic wand. So that could aid in the kiting potential, but cheerleader has to be able to heal up first. First Officer trying to push it. Whoa, changes actually to abnormal. And now this makes it a lot more harder for these survivors to push the ciphers because now he's guarding that one cipher and that other cipher has already dwindled down. So these two ciphers have gotten so much harder to push.
Yeah, and I wonder whether he actually recorded himself doing the abnormal act.
Ooh, you're right.
That would be really detailed of Ling Xue to do that. And Yuma will be using the magic wand to kind of create a barrier between the hunter as well as himself. Able to transition towards the shack area all the way from 3 pallets, so I would say this is a pretty good job, well done. Kill leader has expanded his self heal too, and the first hit registers on Yumo.
I'm gonna see if the recording. I love the awareness of Ling Xue, just playing it real close to the chest, real conservatively, because all he needs to do is just down these 2 survivors, and it's GG's. RV able to take that first match, but now easier said than done. Nice recording, able to actually go through the window. So Yumo doing a great job containing this hunter.
I mean, able to contain the hunter for so long without any items, I think that's very, very well done. And now Yumo will be seeing the down for the second time this time round without self-heal, so we can just leave him there to bleed out. Ken. He can see Ken immediately because of the recording. We can see from here all the way there, so he's making a beeline for Ken right now. Will he be able to survive though? He has 2 pom-poms.
And it's just unfortunate that the dungeon is actually here, so that is his saving grace, but unfortunately that doesn't seem like it's in the cards here. And now through the pallet hit, Ling Xue able to solidify a victory for his team in match number 1, or round number 1, getting a 5-point game. Jojo is actually quite intense. It's the battle of the hunters here with Niela versus Ling Xue.
Yeah, very, very intense. I thought that the 3k by Nila seems to be pretty good already. Very detrimental for the side of RV already. But just returning that 0 point to the opponents and getting the 5 point back, now 6-3. Raven seems to be quite on the ball in their opponent's map selection.
And I would have to say also, we'd think that this Clerk matchup would last long, but comparing the two, I think it ended actually a little bit earlier than the Ivy match. So that just showed like the really back and forth. But here, I think Ling Xue really just established the dominance and really made his mid-game, just made sure that he dwindled the survivors enough that they wouldn't dare touch a cipher and be very scared to even push any ciphers because of the established recordings and also the established, I would say, presence that he built, constantly monitoring all the ciphers that could be moving.
Yeah, and I really like this. Okay, this thing I really like about NAEU tournaments, right? You guys don't really go for something that is very normal. You guys go for something that's really extreme. We don't see like opera singer in BO1, etc., etc. We see a clerk, Ivy, sculptor just now as well in in the first matchup of today. We saw a sculptor. So I would say you guys really do surprise me, and I really like these pleasant surprises with amazing outcomes.
Yeah, same here. Very unique, very entertaining, very unorthodox. But I like these matchups because they push the meta. Because we always look at IVL, IJL to be the gold standard of competitive play. But you have teams like in NAEU, also in other regions as well, to kind of push the meta and kind of question, what if we don't play Opera Singer at the start and we try to push Keegan again? And you know what, Psyche even mentioned also that, people are kind of sleeping on Sculptor because she is very dangerous in the right hands. So it's just a showcase of a variety of play styles, and we're seeing that being showcased now in the match stats here. A 10-minute match that was in favor of Ling Xue with the surprise Clerk in Hospital. So I'd have to say, good night getting the Sacred Heart Hospital. Unfortunately, they didn't get round number 1, so hopefully they'll be able to rebound come round number 2 and the map selection goes on Raven's side.
Yeah, it seems like also Raven wants to end this fast and early with the 2-0 possibly. I mean, Ravens with the map selection in BO2 now, what are they gonna pick that would favor them for both their Hunter faction as well as their Survivor faction is a huge question mark. But for now, GN, they need to focus on what they need to do in BO2. They definitely do get the objective, right, which is to decode all the ciphers, but escaping the mana.
I have a question for Jojo. We're gonna have one ban of Hunter, right? Does this merit an Opera Singer ban, or do we ban out the Ivy and the Hermit? Sorry, not the Hermit. Oh yeah, the Hermit is also up for grabs to ban. Who do you ban out with this type of lineup? Because this is what makes it so interesting for me. It's because Opera Singer, obviously the meta, but now round 2, you didn't play Opera Singer now. So do you risk rolling the dice, bring out Opera Singer here? Because we assume that all the Hunters have Opera Singers these days. How do you feel about that? Like,
I think they will not ban out the opera singer. I feel like they would respect ban the hunter they have met just now, because it has been proven that they are really strong with that specific hunters. But as for Clerk, I would say it might be subjected to what the map selection would be in BO2. If it's a very, very big map, I would say they might not ban out the Clerk, they might ban out the Hermit instead, something that is a lot stronger, that Ling Xuan is more capable of playing as well. So really depends on the map selection that RV selects in BO2.
Yeah, I could see that happening. You really have to, I would say, especially with the Ivy, I don't know. Okay, so I'm not sure if Ravens want to run it back. Like, no, our survivors could do better. They kind of make the adjustments. But for me, I'm just terrified if, like, okay, ban that out, and then you kind of prepare for something, then... Or, yeah, I guess you could prepare for an opera singer match, but she doesn't really have any hard counters. So they might just have to... It might actually be survivors kind of playing defense while it's going to be a hunter-sided match. Really have to wait and see how that's going to pan out. But I see your train of thought. We've got to respect ban these hunters since they did most of the work in round number 1.
All right. So very excited to see what is it going to be, how are they going to respond, and are we going to ski another sculpt? It seems like...
Sculptor?
Yeah, after that interview session with Saiki, guys, if you guys happen to miss the interview session with Saiki, he gave a lot of insights about their matchup and also about competitive gaming, competitive playing as well. So yeah, go hit back a little to listen to his interview. But I think he points out something really important about the right character at the right hands, on the right in the right hands. So we've seen that multiple times, but sometimes these individuals might be kind of like a one-trick hunter, I would say. One-trick hunter. And then when it comes to the later rounds, BO2 and 3, they kind of like, oh no, I don't have a huge character pool. Or if I have a huge character pool, I don't have the experience with all of the hunters. Like, it's not of the same level. Then what are they going to do then? Are they still going to go with the hunter that they have more experience with? Or a hunter they have less experience with but is better against this team comp that the survivor has selected? I feel like that's the biggest question that the hunters will have experience or have experienced before in tournaments that I personally will not have.
And if they don't have that experience, they're definitely going to try to gain that experience. It's kind of like learning on the job. Like, yeah, you know, I'm in your resume, it seems like you're an opera singer main here. And yeah, I'm an opera singer main, sure. And then round number 2, okay, time to use the opera singer. Okay, I guess we got to stress test it now. Here we go. Hey, you know, experience is the best teacher. So if they're going to bring out a hunter now, that's going to level up, and it's going to level up right in front of our eyes.
Yeah, and I really do hope so. And other than, I mean, we've seen, okay, we have total of 4 matches right now. 4 matches. 4 rounds already. 2 in the first, 3 rounds. 2 in the first matchup and 1 in this current matchup. And we've seen a total of 5 different hunters.
5. Wow, we haven't... Have we repeated? We've never repeated, have we?
We repeated once for the Ivy.
Just Ivy, wow.
Yeah.
Insane. I remember we talked about, like, what hunters to expect, and we were thinking, Ivy, not sure, because she's still we don't figure her out yet, but apparently NAEU just teaching us the Ivy matchup here. I actually thought, I'm pleasantly surprised. I really thought we were going to see a lot of opera singers, but you know what, with Dream Witch, we saw an Anne. I always love Anne matchups. Clerk as well, and now with Ivy, I saw some people also say it's quite confusing, like especially when she keeps going back and forth. I mean, it's confusing for us to watch, but imagine playing it. So you got to give respect to the Ivy players out there, because they know exactly what's happening, where their body's at, and where to teleport to. So just show some respect to Ivy mains out there, folks.
Yeah, and NAEU is really taking this to a next level. Next level. I mean, just like you said, you know, like I never really felt that. I had a question like, is NAEU gonna adopt the new hunter Ivy into their arsenal? Are they gonna learn it? And it seems like they did, and they did it pretty good. With those terror shock. I think just now we saw it from
Yindi.
Indy. Yeah, he played it perfectly. The chair camping and then the terror shock, the fear radius, the terror radius, and the stone. Can't seem to pronounce it.
Stone.
Okay, yeah, we're just gonna call it the stone, the floating stone.
Yeah.
The floating stone.
Floating stone. The tablet? I mean, it's a thing, but then I know that they've changed because you could destroy it, right? It's in the new patch, I believe you can destroy it quicker now. I guess that might be something that they want to I don't know if people have been doing it, because I'd say Ivy matches are really fast paced.
It is. And I think they also kind of, instead of 20 seconds, okay, having to wait 20 seconds before you destroy, you have to wait 30 seconds now. I think there's a new patch.
So that's the trade-off. Okay.
Yeah, so I guess they're still kind of like a back and forth with that. But personally, I'm not too sure. Like, I've read the rulebook, but I'm not too sure whether the Fire Investigator and the Feral Lady is included in the Survivor.
We'll have to wait. I'm excited. I want to learn them too. Pharaoh, I'm not familiar with, but I know Fire Investigator, we were talking about it. I want to see some no entry areas here, especially if it's Moonlit River Park. You cannot pass.
You cannot pass.
You cannot. No. So, okay, if I may ask, since we have like 2 matches that we've seen Ivy, what would you say her biggest strength is when it comes to like map pressure, chase, and camping? Like, where would she fall under?
She falls under the definitely not the early chase, but she does better in the later parts. If you actually observe, right, we do see the power is a lot stronger towards the later part of the game, especially towards the end game. And that's one thing. Her chasing power is actually not too strong. That's why a majority of the hunts are actually bringing Blink to get that early down. Yeah, and camping wise is not too ideal to just camp at the chair. Usually after you chair the person, you just head outside and pressure the ciphers already. And map control wise, it's actually pretty strong. We've seen that just in the 2 matches that we saw just now. Yeah, other than that, yes.
Yeah, that makes sense. Especially, I mean, map pressure is definitely there. You highlighted that. And it's not just, like, I guess you can kind of give that false sense of security to go rescue, as we did see in the Yin-D matchup, that like, oh, I can go rescue, but then boom, terror shock. Yeah, just constant switching of like the forms of like from main body to the shadow form is definitely something that hunter mains have to be aware of and capable of, and the scares too. So you have to look at the face of Ivy, right, for her to be able to get that. So painters are gonna have a hard time just recording her painting.
Sears, right? As well.
Yeah, Sears as well.
I mean, you pay the price for looking at a face. I mean, you get the bird, but you get scared. You get corrupted. So it's a trade-off, which I don't think is worth.
Worth. Okay.
Yeah.
It's not worth. I know Painter also has a buff, but yeah, considering that matchup, definitely not worth it to just get the painting off.
And also, we haven't been able to see that just now, but you're actually able to flywheel the 100% corruption as well. Yeah, and also a tip for everybody that is potentially playing in rank and don't know who the hunter is: activate your mini camera. There's this option. I'm not too sure what the exact words are in the settings, but you can activate the mini camera such that it points to where the hunter is looking at, so you don't have to face him, but you can see that arrow to see where he is actually right behind you, like whether it's on the left, towards the back a little bit, or towards the
you know, it's just so intense. And you know, like in those cartoons, he's right behind me, isn't he? Like, you're running and it's like, I don't want to look at the face. Like, don't, just keep running, just keep looking forward. Don't look at especially like Ivy and whatnot. So I would have to say, you know what, IdentityV always kind of pushes the boundaries when it comes to new hunter mechanics, and Ivy's definitely kind of a fresh new take on a map pressure hunter that is still single hit, but it also plays with a like scare mechanic that you can't control your survivor, which is very interesting. And I want to see how it's going to constantly develop and how it's going to push competitive IdentityV. And yeah, Ivy's definitely a welcomed addition in the hunter roster.
Definitely. And for Ivy, I think it's quite versatile for the survivors actually, now that I think about it. Because, I mean, flywheel, you can flywheel the 100% corruption, and 3-9 you can establish a distance so that you don't get scared in the terror radius as easily. You can also use the perfume to actually hit back So like the terror radius actually drops too upon where it increases
okay.
before the perfume. Yeah, so there's many ways that you can play her, but I think really what you need is experience to go up against her.
Yeah, true. Especially communication, especially with not just a single person kiting, but also kind of having a whole team comms to try to go up against an experienced Ivy player, because you need to be able to not kite in areas where she finds you in her shadow form, and also like not get caught out in the open. So just a very interesting. I mean, we're learning on the jobs as well with how well IVT teams have been presenting her in a nutshell. So just incredible showing thus far, and we are waiting on. We didn't see the map selection yet, did we?
Not yet.
Still waiting.
I think the players are really like thinking this through, especially for GN, because they actually have a pretty solid hunter. The server is actually okay, but I think it's just Lingshan with the possibly surprise club pick at the start. They weren't really expecting that, so that could have been the reason. But GN, it seems like Neela is pretty solid with his BO1 hunter. I'm excited to see what he's gonna bring in BO2, and this actually GN itself, right? The names of these players are rather new, right?
Yeah, from the match, I mean, from the player sheets we got, I don't recall I've seen them before, but I will remember their names moving forward with Aimu, Yumo, Ken, and Knight. But if you guys in chat know a little bit more about them, do let us know as well, as we're waiting for the next match. Just giving shout outs to the people that are here. We weren't able to see, actually, the action did happen when you guys were telling us the time zones, but right now the sun is out on my side, and also the maps are out here on the side of Arms Factory. So Ravens choosing Arms Factory, banning out Ever Sleeping Town is Good Night. And maybe Ravens is the survivor side. I'm not quite sure. We're just gonna have to wait and see.
Yeah, we have to wait and see for that. But at Arms Factory, Lingshan, what could he play?
Evil Reptilian.
Sculptor Mirror Match.
Oh, really proven Psyche correct there. If we go Sculptor Mirror Match in Arms Factory.
Yeah, we'll see about that. I mean, Lingshan really has to look at the survivor lineup first before deciding that. As for Good Night, Hermit at Arms Factory. I feel like it's a little bit tough, mainly because there is a lot of high area. There's the factory area where there is the kind of prevents you from seeing anything, and also there's very tall walls at the front gate at the standback area too. So might struggle a little bit, but that also creates a blind prediction for the side of the survivors. They don't know where the hunter is gonna predict where they're gonna be. It might work out. I hope it does.
You know, a pick would work out here in Arms Factory. Explorer. Oh, you're really thinking about it. I just.
Maybe.
It could, right? Like, I'm just saying. There have been, well, Arms Factory and also Leo's Memory. We've seen a lot of explorers play the hide and seek game. That is if Hermit does come out, because the 50% page could really help with those connected ciphers. So again, I don't know if we, based on our match data, like our player history data, I don't see any explorers, but I definitely like commentating some hide and seek games.
I would love to as well, but for the hunter side, he's gonna be really frustrated if he can't find the explorer.
Even the best of the best in Koa also get bamboozled by Kurt. And
isn't it Yihua?
Yihua, right? Yihua was
yeah.
That was like, where is he? I think it was it Leo's Memory?
He played it in so many maps.
Yeah.
I think he probably also played it at Lakeside, even though I felt that it wasn't a very good map. But he still makes it works because it's Yihua.
He is him, and he's able to create those highlighted moments. And you know what? Some of these players definitely are creating their own highlighted moments, and do let us know your highlighted moments in the chat. Any shout outs you want to give out? So while we're still waiting for the picks and bans?
Oh, yes. Venus, always been here for the live streams. I'm not sure what the time zone is for her. But of course, I would like to give a shout out to Ray Hanako for being here. Kaitos, Eland is reading. I'm so sorry if I'm reading this wrong. Officially Mew. All of you guys that's being here right now. We will be starting the BP between RV Survivors versus GN's Hunter. Nila, once again, there is no change in the lineup. So we'll be seeing the exact same survivors. Now, globally banned characters are Prisoner as well as the Barmaid. And Hunter will be banning out the Coordinator and the Antiquarian. Usually when we see these two, it seems like Hunter might potentially want to go for the Opera Singer because it's just really annoying to have a gunshot in the face and the Antiquarian to just keep disarming me when my only skill to hit you, because I'm a single hit hunter, is my basic hit. And from the side of the survivors, they are responding, giving that respect ban of that IV to Nayla. He did show why he is one of the, I would say, one of the stronger IVs that we're seeing here in IVT. He actually potentially could have gotten that 4K if he got that Terror Shock Blink right at the start. So yeah, it just shows how the starting game can be really important, how it affects the later part of the matchup. And now survivors, they will be picking the Seer as well as the Psychologist. Usually, as mentioned in the first matchup, we don't really want to see the Seer being picked up right at the start. But it seems like if they're gunning for that 2-0, picking the Seer now seems to be a viable option.
Yeah, going all out in the global picks here could pay off, but yeah, double-edged sword here. It could be also very detrimental since the utility of the Seer is unmatched when it comes to round 1 to 3 or even 4 and 5. But they're going to pick up a solid rescuer in that first officer since the Mercenary was banned. So depending on the last ban, maybe Acrobat's going to be banned. No, it's going to be the Dancer. So they can opt for a Kiter or a specialized decoder if that's the case. But it seems like they will be going for a specialized decoder here in the Mechanic, which we rarely see.
I love the Mechanic. I mean, I know she has seen so much nerfs, but you have a second body. It's like Ivy, but the child form. The survivor form, right? You can have this one left behind and hide her. Even if you instant down, you still have the bot to work with. Decode at least a 50% cipher, very least. So I actually kind of love this from RV. They want to get that main prime objective to be done, which is decoding the ciphers. So loving the team comp. I would say sustainability in kiting wise, Mechanic might not be it, but Seer, Psychologist, they do have it. So excited to see what the Hunter will respond to this team comp.
Yeah. Also to double down on that, you know what? Yeah, Seer, Psychologist, the support from across the map is definitely good. So you can also give that support to Tracy if she will be chased first. It seems like we're gonna see our first Opera Singer to start out in a map like this. There are some areas here that she can kind of shadow leap from. Yeah, we're still under the assumption that she doesn't have necessarily a bad matchup. It's really Cypher rushing, so hopefully this Mechanic can get her bot out and decode as much as possible before a lot of injuries are on the board. Or, well, ideally she doesn't want to be chased first, but more often than not, the Hunter would want to go for the Mechanic to start things out.
Yeah, and if she's able to find out where the bot is at the start, that's additional presence to Nayla, the Opera Singer, and giving Hunter presence, any kind of Hunter presence, is a no-no. Free hits are also a no-no, especially for Dream Witch, as we've seen for the previous matchup. But looking at our spawn locations, the front gate will be Nayla, the Hunter, and next to him will be the Seer. Right outside of the factory area will be the Mechanics, and center is the Psychologist. Nayla might potentially target a zone down to either the Seer or if not the Mechanic over here.
Yeah, I think Daikiri's first order, once the game starts, hide that bot and make sure, get to a good kiting area. If your bot gets found out, all right, just keep moving. It's fine. You got other 2 survivors that can support you with Feldchap and Pablo ZG. But super important for you to keep that bot just in case and use it as a last resort. So I'm excited to see this matchup. Raven survivors, the ever tenacious survivors, to really say never say die, getting at least 1 survivor out in the game. Raven's kind of in the lead here. So let's see if they can continue on, or will Nella prove to us or give us some highlights here with the opera singer in Arms Factory. Once again, folks, Potch, Spice, and Chocho at your service here for round 2, first half between Ravens and Goodnight.
Right, we are heading into the match. It seems like Nayla is going straight for the mechanic, or if not the seer at the factory area. Mechanic is, and mechanic still hasn't put on her bot. She will put it right behind the tree, hide it as well. So Nayla shouldn't be able to find the bot, hopefully, and
nice.
Survives.
Yeah, it does. Daikiri able to drop the bot past the trees in the deep sandbags area, so she needs to create some distance here, but that was a nice teleport to the remnant shadow. So Daikiri might be the sacrificial lamb here out in the open, and just gets hit right away. But you gotta move that bot away from Nella's sight.
Too fast, too fast. That was 40 seconds. Blink wasn't even ready, and it seems like he didn't even bring Blink. He brought Abnormal.
Yo, okay, so he really wants to go aggressive here and stall out the game. That means Nella has to be able to... He can't camp. He wants to be able to move on around and try and kick as much ciphers as possible and kick some pallets too. So now we're going to see him just teleport back, and now early rescue here, but still a backdoor rescue. Gonna wait out the tide turn here. Takiri just making sure, like, okay, bot's still all right. We're not failing these calibrations, and we're gonna continue on just moving away here. So Cypher Rush is still on their side since the bot is out and about.
Yeah, I definitely like the idea from Daikiri, right? He's just going towards the corner, don't want to affect any of his teammate ciphers. And yeah, from the side of Nayla, he hasn't been able to use the Abnormal because he downed the person so fast. The cipher progress in the cipher itself is not enough for him to want to use the Abnormal. And mind you guys, the more you use the Abnormal, the less effective it gets.
True.
So yep, the bot is still decoding successfully at the area over there. Felchap didn't want to give that free hit as well. Oh!
Yeah, able to use the Abnormal now, so it does pay off in that aspect. We do see that the first officer is here just to feed that tinnitus to keep him at bay. But as this is happening, you're seeing that the bot is moving on Cypher here at 70%. So can this bot actually push the Cypher before Mechanic expires? But we're going to see Daikiri get hunkered down here, gets hit through the pallet. Oh, I don't think it's going to be able to pop enough time. So Nella moving to Felchap now.
Yeah, and if he does that, that means the bot can decode that cipher. But I think he will teleport back after this pallet stun hit. Yeah, we'll be chairing the mechanic, but the bot already put the cipher.
It did, and one cipher sitting at 98%. We're still on the cooldown for the Abnormal, so I would say, you know what, Mechanic's bot doing its job, at least popping a cipher, and also healing, I believe. So the Mechanic's bot is actually healing. That cipher actually did not pop. It's at 98%. The first officer is the one that got healed up. We're still here at the sandbags area. The Abnormal isn't up yet for him to kick that cipher.
And now Pablo. Oh, Pablo might be the potential chase over here. He is at the front gate, but that cipher is, I believe, is the 50% cipher.
I think so. So Pablo ZG is gonna have to be able to kite it out. We still have a Seer Owl that was not used. So Pablo ZG making his presence felt here out in the open, baiting out. No, gets the hit early on as he's transitioning. Will he choose to commit? It seems like Nella is going to try and go back to the center of this map to gain some control. No, going back to the shadow form to chase Pablo ZG once again.
Yeah, and one thing we know is that they are decoding all 7 ciphers in the map. I'm not too sure whether it's miscommunication or like, because Nella is not really cipher camping because he's a one-hit hunter, Nella. So a bit unsure why is that happening, but the bot is just in the open, but Nella is not going to be distracted with that. We'll be aiming for Tonkatsu.
Yeah, and it seems like the bot just feeding that tinnitus, and Tonkatsu now might be forced to use a pocket watch just for him to, you know what, get away from the clutches of Nella. But now Felchap out here in the shack area. He's making excellent rotations, but as you called out, all these ciphers combined could actually lead towards that end game, but Nella just really spreading these survivors out thin.
Oh, and able to use the abnormal for the second time, so ciphers are a little bit not enough at this point in time. Second cipher just popped at the 4-minute 30-second mark, and Felchep will be seeing the ground for the first time. Doesn't have anything to work with because the psychologist and the stress have already been used on the first officer for the first time.
Saving grace here is that the survivors can kind of push for that 80% cipher. That 98 one is all right. Considering that the abnormal was used twice already, it's not going to be as devastating as a first abnormal, but it's still going to stall out the game. So they have to be very careful, especially considering that Pablo ZG has to use the owl, baits it out. And now let's see if he's going to make this rescue happen.
Oh,
he's going to try to body block, unable to get it, and the psychologist has fallen down.
Okay, and we'll be hitting for Pablo right now. It seems like the hit will register regardless. You know what I was kind of expecting with him, Pablo? Once he had the bird on him and the hunter was beating him, right? I was kind of hoping he would just play around with the chair, delay the chair, rescue thing. But he just rescued and like, bye-bye.
Yeah, and I think Nella knew it's like, okay, this is kind of my situation for me to gain everything. So let's see how Raven survivors will get themselves out of this really tough situation. We're going to see Tonkatsu kind of stall it out. Psychologist still has some time on this rocket chair. Nella playing it very safe, just considering swinging at the air here. Has to time it very well once the rescue happens. Seer is up and about, so he's going to have to body block for his life.
Oh my gosh, another Terra Shock?
Not quite able to actually get the body block. An intense final Cypher rush here. Let's see if they're going to make it happen, but Nella knows that Cypher's moving. Pablo ZG has to move away from this mid Cypher here. So it seems like Nella is going to move on away here. Abnormal still in play.
Oh, trying to bait it out over here. Pablo not really falling for it.
Yeah, just an intense game. We do see double Cypher rush happening on the side of the shack area. Can Nella actually stop it from happening? It's still too far off, Jojo.
Yeah, and he also can teleport back to the 3-pallet Cypher if he cannot get anybody here, but first officer will be seeing the ground, and Felchep still half health.
Okay, so now he's going to choose to chair this survivor while there is someone that is here. So the last Cypher is already primed. Basement! Oh, wow, this is going to be intense. How are they going to play this one out? The survivor is up top. Are we going to go for a rush to the basement? It seems like it's the site. Okay, so it seems like they just go for that pop, and now Nella is going to scramble. Maybe they just want to go for one survivor escape here.
Maybe that could be the case, but considering Hunter has trump card and teleport afterwards, might not be so easy.
Yeah, true. We're gonna see. Oh, he's gonna have to guard 2 exit gates. Pablo ZG, they're playing it real tough here. First officer is gonna be on that rocket chair for a while. We do see lower left side of the screen, someone is opening up the exit gate. The mechanics bot is still here to provide some tinnitus, but he's already spotted out Pablo ZG. Pablo ZG still has no owl. So let's see, can he gain one? Oh, gets hit through the window.
Oh no, but the gate opens though, so for RV's side, at least they guarantee one escape this time round once again, instead of giving a 5-point lead to the Hunter.
These games are too close to call, Chocho. It's like a battle of the Hunters, but once again, RV able to just get at least one. I think that's super important in this battle of the Hunters, right? This is why Opera Singer is still in the meta. Like, if you guys forgot, you are reminded now that this Opera Singer is very terrifying. You called it like 40 seconds in and a down survivor already is no joke.
Yeah, mechanic kind of weak when it comes to vaulting the windows, etc. But that was way too fast. A lot faster than I expected, and yeah, I was expecting a little bit of mind games with the pellets, but that didn't really happen as well. But ultimately, they still managed to get one escape, so I think it's still a win. Still a win. They needed to not give a 5-point lead, and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, so it's funny because you want to get ties usually, right? But for them to just at least get that one survivor out, and I like that Ravens cut their losses. They didn't play it too greedy. They just popped the Cypher right away, and they just went for one survivor escape because they know they don't want to mess around with Nella, especially in... remind me again, who did they ban out? They ban out the Shadow?
They ban out IV, yep.
IV,
correct, Shadow.
okay, yeah. So then they opted for the Opera Singer, which is the meta hunter of this season or this patch. So all things considered, moral victory goes to RV's survivor side, that at least Feldchap was able to escape. And now the pressure goes on Ling Shui if he can actually go for that 4-person elimination, because that would solidify Raven's victory. But you got to give your kudos to Nella here. It was just an intense performance all throughout, and a fast downing and a fast elimination of the survivor too at 2 minutes, at between the 2 to 3 minute mark.
Yeah, amazing stuff coming from Nila. And yeah, the fact that, I mean, RV survivors have been together for quite some time. Definitely the synergy is there. So the fact that Nila is able to get consecutive 3Ks in 2 rounds in a row, I think it's definitely a good showing. If any team is willing to take Nila, or Nila is wanting to recruit someone, you know, just saying, just putting it out there, you know, this is his skill with the opera singer as well as the IV. Actually, his IV was a lot scarier, I would say.
Yeah. It was, because I mean, this was textbook opera singer, right? Even people in the chat were complimenting the dashes that were being performed. So yeah, hopefully Good Night goes far here in this tournament. Again, it's not out of this realm for us to get that best of 3 going, but if victory will happen, Ling Shui is the one to decide if that's going to be the case. If Ling Shui is able to get that 4-person elimination, then it's going to be GG's. But what an intense, how close are these matches, Chocho? It's a hunter showcase between these 2 teams.
Yeah, it's almost like survivors are kind of struggling still. I mean, we've been in the survivor, I'm not too sure. Some people are claiming that it's a hunter meta, and some people are claiming it's a survivor meta. So in the NAEU region, it seems to be at this point in time that the hunters are still very much dominating the scene here.
Yeah. If I recall in previous IVTs also, it's the hunters are very much the ones moving the needle when it comes to points, and survivors are just doing as much as they can to get a tie. You don't really see a 4-person escape as much because the hunters in NAEU region are very strong. So, I mean, this showcase alone is showing us Ling Shui and Nella just incredible showing. So here, if we see, folks, again, we will continue on the game unless RV gets a 4-person elimination. So Ling Shui, based on our stats, has the Hermit. We also saw Ling Shui bring out the Clerk. So very mechanically demanding hunters. Question is, how is Goodnight Survivors going to play this? How are they going to ban out those 2 very distinct hunters and prepare for an opera singer match? I don't know.
It's going to be really tough. Seriously, why are they going to even ban out? He's great at many hunters. Even hunters that we haven't really seen that often, he would also play it out. So
imagine
Evil Reptilian, yes.
Brought out Evil Reptilian, got a tie from B4U. It's Evil Reptilian. So again, like, there were changes with that. We thought it was a very interesting pick, but it pushed for that 3rd game. So yeah, Ling Shui on I believe no, it was only, they ended on the best of 2. So still a very dangerous hunter, and survivors on Goodnight's side have to be very careful in this next matchup. They just need to tie it out. Easier said than done, though.
Yeah, easier said than done. And yeah, Goodnight Survivors, they have to create a team comp, right, that is well versed in all aspects, not just in their kiting or decoding aspect, but also going against whichever hunter that RV's Ling Shui is gonna be picking up here. And for the globally banned characters, a gentle reminder, it will be the Prisoner as well as the Embalmer, a Decoder, and also a very tieable survivor over there. And what the survivors need here, once again, it's a tie. A tie at Dump's Factory.
To keep it going, right? To keep the game going, for them to be able to solidify a victory in round number 2. But Ling Shui, I'm sure, has other plans here, as his Clerk does get banned out, rightfully so. And Prospector and Psychologist. But this opens up the Dancer and the Coordinator. So 1 stunner and 1 support stunner, if you can call her that. But in a map like this, he could definitely light up the center of the map, could light up the factory area. It could be a headache for any hunters to deal with. So let's see how Ling Shui chooses to respond after these 2 picks.
Could be a rescuer being picked here. could be a first officer to ensure a stable rescue with that little tech turner effect. I mean, for me personally, I would love to see a puppeteer as well, but unfortunately, I feel like NAEU really hasn't really been picking that up just yet. Just yet. So hopefully, maybe soon, maybe the later teams that's upcoming in the match number 3 and 4. Yeah, for now we're still in match number 2, and the first officer has been picked here as expected, and the lawyer. Oh, I totally forgot about him.
It's like you're rudely reminded. All right, we have lawyers in this. So lawyer coming in just to provide that extra support and kiting. Lawyer, I would have to say, coming off a really strong Koa where a lot of people picked him up. Need we remind you of like no terror shocks and you know what, cipher rushing for days and constant speed movements. He has been kind of adjusted, but he's still very much viable. So pretty interesting pick here, since I guess to kind of counter the slow decoding of first officer. But you wanted it, Chocho, you got it. Like, this is a pretty versatile team lineup.
And I realized a pattern with GN survivors that they tend to have at least a decoder role survivor inside the lineup. We have prisoner just now, and now this time around with the lawyer. So yeah, I can kind of sense the gist of how they usually make their team comms, which is centered around a decoder. But the Bloody Queen! I totally forgot about Bloody Queen as well. Arms Factory!
Yeah, Arms Factor Queen is definitely very dangerous. Considering that Opera Singer was on the table, but no, I choose to go for the Queen, says a lot. So he's definitely more confident in his Bloody Queen. And I don't know if he's playing for that tie, because usually on paper, if you pick Bloody Queen, you just want to go for that tie. But in Arms Factory, this could turn sideways for Team Goodnight. So we're gonna see a spawn here. Ken opting to spawn closer to Aimu, and Yuma already locking in his spawn location. So an L-shaped spawn like before, while Lingshe is gonna spawn at the front of the map. So tell me about Bloody Queen, Chocho. How you feel about it?
Suddenly, I feel like I want to see a Kurt. Because I mean, during the mirror image, it becomes small, Hunter can't see you. So suddenly the Explorer looks like such an ideal character to be played in this team comp. But looking at the spawn location, it seems like Dancer or the Lawyer might potentially be the first chased here. Maybe the Lawyer, because the Dancer could put on the music box in an instant and pirouette away when she mirrors. So might be a little tough to chase. And yeah, I think it was a very smart move from Lingshue's side to pick the Bloody Queen over here.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to wait and see. Again, you know what? It all falls under Lingshan if he's gonna deny the game number 3 or keep it going. So Goodnight survivors here with a Dancer, First Officer, Lawyer, and Coordinator. Well, we have the Queen coming out into the mix here in Arms Factory. This is round 2, second half. That's Chocho. I'm Poch Spice. We are your commentators for this matchup.
And with that Askin and that accessory, I think definitely he knows what he's doing. Li Xue will be heading straight for that female dancer. And female dancer is actually slow walking behind those boxes. I'm not too sure whether Li Xue actually spots her out. Seems like he will not. And will not preemptively put a mirror just in case. He has the tinnitus being propped up here. He knows someone is near, but just don't know exactly where. So dancer pulling off that little Kurt move.
Taking tips there, but now Ken, oh wow, that was actually an excellent mirror hit, and he's gonna try to chase down Ken here with the mirror image. He's gonna have to opt to go and teleport to him, but the Coordinator's gun will be at the ready here.
No way. Could he potentially just get one hit and one mirror, but missing the gunshot as well? Ken trying to do crazy works here, but it seems like Lingshe just outsmarted him over there. Now Ken will be seeing the second hit without the mirror, and Blaine is just ready.
That's so important for Ling to get that hit, Lingshe to get that hit without the mirror hit, baiting out the Coordinator's gun, and also just denying the chase to last longer than 60 seconds is a huge momentum shift in the first round. Again, Coordinator takes her time on this rocket share. You do have a dedicated rescuer, but now the Coordinator is on her last legs.
Alright. For now, we're saved. We're saved. But Yumo will be coming here with that first officer watch. Luckily, there isn't any mirror, so we shouldn't be seeing a double down unless a carrot shot happens here. We'll be able to get a pretty safe rescue, I hope so.
Wow, also, yeah, farmed off a hit, and now he's gonna try and just go straight for Ken. So Ken needs to kind of have a rebound kite, but now the mirror able to get the last effort as well. So, I mean, that was an excellent rescue. I mean, there were some hits that looked very scary here, but ultimately, Ken goes down again, and this is how the Bloody Clean wants to play this. First officer is already injured. So, I mean, female dancer and lawyer are the safest ones to go for the rescue, but they're focusing on decoding. So let's see if there's going to be another mirror hit. Blink has not been expended just yet, Chocho. So, and there's also trump card on the table. We're going to see Knight actually in the vicinity feeding that tinnitus.
And other than feeding tinnitus, he'll be coming closer towards the chair, trying to get a... Oh my gosh, that hit registers, and he won't be denied of rescue, luckily, but...
The control of the hitbox as well, and now he's gonna try to go for a double down. No, drops the music box, pirouettes away, chases him away. But in that scramble, Chocho, 3 ciphers still remain. So now they're put in a pretty tough spot here. Blink has not been used just yet. 2 people could potentially be down by a blink hit. Lawyer's the only one running around that is not injured, that is decoding everything, and no one is touching ciphers.
Yeah, with 1 person eliminated and only 2.5 ciphers progress, it seems to be a really tough situation. Now, Yumo will be seeing the ground for the first time in this matchup, but what accurate mirror.
This is terrifying. Ling Shui is a terror when it comes to mirror hits. So far, I know you and Nell have this running joke, or like, how many mirror hits are gonna hit? So far, Ling Shui has been 20/20 with his vision when he's able to use that mirror. I think the first mirror hit that didn't hit was when he was far camping, the first chair that Ken was in. But, I mean, what an excellent start. And now just the control. We're still stuck at 64% on this third cipher.
It's looking really tricky. Flight wheeled out so he doesn't get that hit. So we can see how accurate the mirrors are. Aimo will be getting this rescue onto you most successfully before half. And yeah, they will be splitting ways, and Aimo will be seeing the Hunter. Wow. The terror shock happens with that blink hit too, so doesn't really want them to just have time to decode and heal up. He wants to snowball and get that 4K, end this match in this round.
Yeah, I like the decision to actually go for that lawyer, since he's the fastest decoder amongst them, because he knows that the first officer is going to take some time on that rocket chair and not really pose a threat. But he knows he's waiting for his mirror cooldown to happen, but the heal does come off, but he has to be very careful. They spread out.
They do, and luckily this time around Yumo will not be seeing the mirror hit for the second time. Now Knight manages to get closer towards the chair. Will he be able to get a free rescue, or if not, something different?
This is kind of scary. Dancer getting the hit. That was so close, but at least able to injure the Dancer. Now, the lawyer is now trying to hightail it to another part of this map. We do see that the mirror is just gonna down him right away. Doesn't want to waste any time, and Ling Shui is gonna go back to chairing this lawyer. So constantly pressuring these survivors to go for rescues and not focus on decoding is gonna be a slow bleed towards the end game.
Yeah. Second chair now. Yumo is the only one that can come for this rescue because he is the only full health here. Hopefully he holds onto the watch, though I don't really want him to use the watch so he can conserve this, because regardless, I think just getting a hit here is fine. Tonight might see the mirror here.
Oh, you see that? Just like constantly threading the needle. Okay, he's gonna try and put the mirror up. He's gonna try to hit 2 birds with 1 stone here, but able to actually get the hit off? Not quite. So now the rescue does happen. Aimo is trying his best to not get hit, but the lawyer gets hit with that hitbox, and now the lawyer will be sent back to the manor. We don't have a last cipher just yet, Chocho, and he's gonna chair right here where the cipher is being worked on.
Yeah, and we can see how familiar Ling Shui is with that hitbox, right, with this Bloody Queen. He's definitely very experienced, and with him just adding more and more hunters into his character pool, it's just a showing as to how versatile and flexible he can to he can adapt to the meta. And now Ling Xuan trying to spot out somebody here. Yumo with the tinnitus, but the Blood Prince.
First officer getting that first hit, and now just using that pocket watch. Very conservative here. Now Ling Xuan still has trump card to work with, but it seems like Knight is really trying to push that center cipher. Kind of in a dangerous area because there's no music boxes left to work with. So we do see that Warp was changed to, and now the first officer is gonna have to use that second pocket watch.
Oh my goodness. Mirror and a Warp. That's like double mirrors at one time. So Yumo will be able to not escape the mirror for the next time, for the last time. Oh my goodness. Ling Xuan, I think he only missed like, okay, maximum I think like three.
Is he gonna chair? Oh, maybe bring towards the center and then try to hunt down Knight here. But he's in a good position. There's 2 ciphers remaining. The last cipher hasn't been worked on yet. Granted, the female dancer does have 2 boxes to work with, but she's still injured, so she's gonna fall down to 1 hit. And now the first officer's no items. They can't heal each other, so Ling Xuan is kind of seeing the light at the end of the tunnel here to make it to top 4.
Definitely is. And yeah, I mean, this is not yet it, because 4K then 2-0.
Yeah.
And there is definitely that slight teeny weeny hope if Ling Xuan does give it. But
yeah,
for
so
now,
you cannot discount the team or any team, any survivor team, because we've seen it in the big stage where B4U was able to get 1 person escape against TE's Pepe. So they definitely frustrated him. So Ling Xuan has to play very patient, but spots out good Knight.
Wow.
And now Knight. Goes the good Knight. There's a lot of Knights, but Yumo now is the one that is going to be chased. So it's a battle of the exit paths here, but Ling Xuan actually sees where this first officer is going, and he only has the factory to work with, and Warp is ready.
Warp is ready, Mirror will be ready soon too. So which one is he gonna pick? He literally can do anything and everything. He can use both
all the time. Yeah, anything and everything all the time. Let's see. He will go for the mirror to just warp back to the female dancer, I believe. Dancer has already dropped the box, uses the warp, and now is gonna connect slowly but surely towards this dancer. This dancer though trying to heal with the syringe.
Attempted.
Still going.
Not
still
yet.
going. Can he do it? You can do it. Oh my god, but hang on, Ling Xuan just waiting for the mirror to pop up. Hit through the window, and GGs are gonna be called. Ling Xuan's, I would say, Bloody Queen has reigned supreme here in this matchup.
Definitely did. So like seems like it wouldn't be the winner screen. It will not be.
Yet.
But we can announce it beforehand. Definitely Ravens did such an amazing job. I mean, throughout the entire series, I think the key player here is definitely their Hunter. Initially with the Clerk, followed up by a Bloody Queen.
There we go.
There we go. These five individuals. We don't see Angel D or Nami, unfortunately, but these 5 individuals seems to be very solid. They know what they're doing. They know the main objective, which is to decode and also to get a 4K. So, any highlights you have to mention about just that matchup that happened?
Dude, the accuracy of the mirrors was just terrifying. And the fact that he was able to down, or just first the sidestepping of the gun, like just really putting the fear of God into the coordinator to make her shoot her shot early on, but still able to see. That's the thing also with that area. It's like there's a lot of walls, and I thought that you were gonna bait it out early or before getting the hit out in the open, but having the wherewithal to kind of backstep it, and coordinator was kind of right for the picking, and also getting those far off mirror hits. It was just an incredible showing. We thought we were going to see an opera singer match, but you know what? A Bloody Queen match is always welcomed in my book. Like, yes, she did reign supreme in, I think, Koa 3-ish, or Koa 2, Koa 3, when it was the Dream Witch Bloody Queen meta. But, you know, it's a pleasant surprise seeing Ling Xuan use a Mary in this matchup and getting a 4K. So, yeah, that's a big highlight for me. What about you?
Me, I think it gotta be the start of the match, right? Like, that mirror prediction can I slap. and then went over the other side, and then managed to dodge the gun like you've mentioned. And he had the mind game. The mind game was in his hands. Like, he knew exactly what the survivors were thinking. He went straight for it, and his mirrors, just chef's kiss.
Yeah, it was excellently placed. And considering also that the dancer was actually the target he wanted to go for originally, but couldn't find the dancer because the dancer was hiding. So it's like, all right, it's fine. You know what? Life gives me lemonades. I'm just going to chase someone else. So I'm going to chase whoever I see. Oh, it's the coordinator. All right, bet. I'm going to strike him down. You know the matchup. And yeah, it was kind of tough from then on out because the mid game, you got to give it up to the first officer getting those rescues going. But I mean, he was able to camp and also build that map pressure, putting the mirror out there. And Cypher Rush was just not on the side of the survivors.
Yeah.
So GG's goes to Ravens. But yo, good night, though. Just an incredible performance. I want to see more of Nella. I want to see more of Yumo, Aimo, Ken, and Knight. Because they went up against a really tough opponent in the survivors of Ravens and also in Lingshe. So just like we said with 9AD, you know what? Learning experience. Charge it to learning. Hopefully we'll see more of Good Night.
Yeah, and I wanted to mention one thing. Oh yeah, I remember now. Standard Bloody Queen kite.
Nice.
Right? Standard Bloody Queen kite. To everybody who plays, you guys should know, right? A standard kite should take about 2 mirror hits, right? If you fall down within 2 mirrors, right, you really did a good job. Because you forced out 2 mirrors, and that's about 30 to 60 second time already, right? You did the job. And if you manage to even force out the blink, I call that a win, right? That's a win.
That's a W.
Yeah, that's a W. And if you can force out even more mirrors, that's even better. But you know, in a standard Bloody Queen that is super proficient, right? 2 mirrors seems to be just alright kite. But just not a matchup, it was just a 1 mirror. And unfortunately a basic hit afterwards. So I think it was a really unfortunate start that kind of led them to snowball, and Ling Shen not giving them a single chance to even pause to heal each other up.
Yeah. He was just good on the pressure too, and he knew to change targets to the lawyer and allow the first officer out because he knows that it's not going to pose as much of a threat when it comes to Cypher rushing if we have the first officer escape. And he knows that he's just so aware, right? Even with the chair placements, he just knows where everyone's going to be at. And I know that the dancer was able to get a heal off to the first officer or the other way around. But that kind of stalled out the game because they're not pushing objectives. They're not adding more pressure to the hunter. They're just basically kind of defending everything for them to go for more rescues. So yeah, Lingshe, I can't wait to see more of his Bloody Queen. And considering that he brings out Bloody Queen in the second round, what more like as the rounds go on? Because the finals is going to be a best of 5.
That's true. And yeah, you know, guys, we're going to be having an interview later on with one of the members of RV. We're not too sure who yet, but if you guys have questions for them, do comment them down on the live chat. We'll try our very best to ask the questions as to, you know, which one is appropriately enough to ask. Hopefully it doesn't spill too much
yeah, just keep it in line. I mean, we'll ask their socials, we'll ask their game plans and all that, but we definitely want to highlight their win or their exemplary plays, and that's what we're doing here as we look at the match data. I mean, Chocho, I feel like we only have one MVP in mind, and it has to be Lingshe with how he played this one out, right?
It has to be. It has to be. Yeah, but I think for the survivor side, they definitely need to think about ways as to how they can potentially help out their hunter by providing a little bit more points. Because from the survivor side, it seems like they have been getting 3K consecutively. Yeah, so they need to kind of work on a little bit more on their synergy and game plan strategies as well, as to how they could potentially tie things out, maybe even get a win so that their hunter has a little bit less pressure.
Yeah, so here we have the match results, 6-3, 6-3, but surprise, surprise, it is the Queen herself that will be getting the MVP position here, courtesy of Lingshe here. Average deduction points, 12,000 for eliminations. On the average, just an incredible showing. Lingshe really popping off and locked in this matchup. So an incredible performance. give your flowers to Lingsha, ladies and gentlemen, but also do give your support and also congratulations to making it this far to Team Goodnight, making it to top 8 here at the IVT for NAU.
Yeah, and so excited to see who will be in our interview session later on. Oh, it seems to be that we do have one very special individual.
Ooh, okay. I'm excited. I'm a big fan of this person. We'll let him introduce himself. But again, just incredible performance. Again, let your comments be heard in the chat if you guys want us to ask any questions for Team Ravens, because we're heading towards the interview, and it is Pablo ZG. First and foremost, congratulations for making it to top 4. How are you guys feeling now that you've gone through the top 8 and now you're in the top 4, Pablo ZG?
First of all, hello. Thanks for the congratulations. And we feel fine. We feel grateful because Alex did amazing. He's the one who carried. And well, the survivors were not that great, but at least we didn't get the 4K, which is fine for what happened.
And also, you know, we did see how Lingshan performed really well in that matchup. So, any... Shut me out here.
Yeah, don't worry, I got you. So one thing I wanted to ask you, since we're looking forward to your top 4 performance, what can we expect from your Survivor performance? And also what can we expect from your Hunter moving forward in the top 4? Are you guys gonna keep practicing? What can we expect?
We need to keep practicing. Probably different team comps, different strategies, and different hunters from Alex. He did amazing with his BQ, but he has more hunter pool.
Oh, and I do have a question now, though.
Okay.
You know, we have been seeing the main 5 in Ravens, but will there be any chance that we might be seeing Angel D and also Nami in the mix?
Sadly, we are not going to be able to see them because they cannot play. They are passive, but well, they are staying in touch with us and they have been supporting us in these 2 hours of tournament.
Okay. You guys are still a very solid team. I mean, I always look forward to seeing Raven matches. Do you have a message for the teams that you're going to face in the top 4 before we ask for your message for your fans? What do you want to say to your next opponents getting into the top 4?
Okay, thanks. I don't know who will be your enemy. Both teams, I like both teams. I like both hunters of each team. And I am curious to see who wins and who faces us tomorrow. And with that.
All right. Yeah, I'm excited to see you as well. I'm sure you guys are going to have the front row seat to see who you guys will be facing tomorrow. But as Chocho would ask, like, any message you want to give out to the Raven fans out there and the Pablo ZG fans out there, what do you have to say to them?
Thanks for the support and love you. Without fans, teams are nothing.
There we go. All right. Pablo ZG, thank you so much for the time. We cannot wait to see your performance tomorrow. We appreciate the time and can't wait to see how you guys will fare in the top 4. Thank you so much.
Thanks to you.
And there you have it, folks. Pablo ZG, man, a few words, but I like that he was like, yo, we got to keep practicing, you know, as Lingshan or LX kind of carried the entire thing. And I think that's what you want in a good team synergy. It's like, all right, we're kind of lacking now, but we're going to be able to improve moving forward. So cannot wait to see how they will fare in top 4.
Yeah, I definitely love the mindset, and thanks for catching me when I
was
a little just now. I feel like I was having a question, but then I forgot the question when I was talking midway.
It's all good, dude. We gotta cover each other's backs, dude. It's just like Pablo ZG. Let's go.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, it's been a really intense match. Right now, we are halfway through to our next match, which is very, very exciting. But we will not reveal it just yet, but we'll head on to the highlights, and we'll see you guys right after that.
We're back, folks, with more IVT action. And joining me is the one and only Nello Mello. How are you feeling this evening, this morning, wherever you are in the world?
I'm feeling super energized. I'm just kidding. It was a really long night of waiting. And I know it's been a really long day for you as well. Yeah, guys, for those of you who are wondering what we're talking about, well, we're in a different time zone. Posh has been up with, actually, Posh Chocho has been up since 3 in the morning just to bring you this commentary. So I think the one thing we would say is we're super excited to be doing this with you, for you.
Yeah, I mean, the action has been nonstop as of late. Very hunter-sided matches. I mean, they've been keeping me up. I thought that, I need that extra cup of coffee, but these matches have been keeping me awake and alert. And I'm sure they're going to do the same with you, Nell, because we have a very interesting lineup that is about to happen. We have Ace, one of the veteran teams of IVT, and we got a new kid on the block, a new name at least, but same new name, same players in Team Rivals, aka Before You. So we're in for a treat for this matchup now.
Definitely new name, but don't let the new name fool you guys, because you'd be surprised to see who's in there. And yeah, I guess we're about to find out really, really soon. Wow, I love the logos, seriously. The Ace and the rival, the Knight helmet, the Trojan helmet, right?
True.
Is that the Trojan?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's definitely one of those gladiator helmets because they are be ready for war and ready for battle here, because you guys know them. It's Sprinter, it's Schmitty, it's Roland, MyLeg, Paul Blends, and Anton as the sub hunter. But I also want to give a shout out to Aaron, their coach, because he is behind the scenes. Shout outs to him. He did say that. I did talk to him a while ago, and he sent me a message, and he was like, just be ready for Sprinter, man. It's still a very hunter-sided meta, and they've cooked up something, basically. So I'm super excited to see that, and also I'm super excited to see Ace.
Yeah, for real, Ling. I'm pretty sure a lot of people are very familiar with some of the names here. Ling especially, he's the ex-hunter of CH4, rebranded, or moved towards Ace, and there's also Prezzo, Zenzawa, Lays, Zamd, Lair, and Milk, Mr. Milk.
Yes, Mr. FM here. What's interesting enough, and also a very interesting tidbit is that Ling actually helped Team Rival in preparing for Koa. And this was all documented in the interview that Z's Vov G, shoutouts to him, that he conducted, and kind of peeled back the curtain with how Before You was able to come to prominence and how they were able to scrim so well. So it's going to be a very interesting match how to see the survivors go up against Ling. But now we're looking at Schmitty and Prezzo here. Schmitty, known as the captain of this team. Prezzo, with some impressive stats that we were given. The win rate isn't so much, but you have to look at his containment time and his average deduction points. So I'm interested to see what Prezzo can bring to the table here, because he is one of Ace's survivors.
Exactly. Next up on the lineup, as you can see on the screen, it's Roland. We all know and love him. And of course, there's also Zenzawa, hitting both harassers on the opposing side. You can see that the decoding progress isn't as much. 100% mostly. It's really common, finish one cipher, come back to support. It's really important, especially in this meta where everything is, especially when you gotta extend. You want to extend that kite against the hunter. You need, for example, I saw the Keegan match, right? So, yeah, I think that's where support really matters, and that's where 100%. They shine.
Yeah. And speaking of support, MyLeg and Lays here having above average decoding progress. I think MyLeg, Chocho did point this out in the stats, having the most decoding points, 214.8%. But Lays also a known player, also part of various teams, known for his containment time as well as decoding progress. So like you said, in that Keegan matchup or any matchup that can slow down cipher rushing, these two players could be very integral in that process.
Exactly. Like having an extra pair of hands to decode is definitely a very welcome addition. Next, we have Problems. This guy has no problems at all playing the Novelist as well. I mean, perfect character for him, Each time he faces a problem, each time when the projectiles come swinging at him,
Dude,
you know, the switcheroo is gonna happen.
He gives the problems to the hunter, man. He's the one that gives the headaches to the hunters. He's one of the. He was at one point the best kiter or best survivor in NAEU. But you know, in this match that you have Zam, capital letters.
Zam.
God
Zam.
So Zam the man here with average containment time above 60 seconds, which is quite impressive. You do see a prospector here. I'm interested to see if we're going to see some kiting come out of him because his win rate isn't as good, probably because he might be the sacrificial lamb to be the first one to kite. We'll just have to wait and see because, like, you know what? Being the sacrificial lamb isn't... It's an integral role to get a 3-person escape.
Exactly. Sacrifice yourself to get your teammates safe and sound. That's the kind of teammate I would want. Anyone would want, right?
Sometimes you are that teammate when we play.
Sometimes I am. Oh my god.
More often than not, because like you just are so good at kiting. Like, okay, Nels got this. We just decode.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Bye. Yeah. Why does it always have to be me? You know,
because you're always postman.
You know, sometimes there are people asking, why does it have to be me all the time? You know?
Yeah.
I want to live for once. Yeah. But, you know,
I want to escape. Please.
Yeah, I just want to see the lights.
You want to give some shout outs? Some people are giving you some shout outs like Esme and Freaky.
Hey guys, Freaky Goal as well, Chew. Esme and Jothan is also in the chat. There's Mother M in the chat as well.
MM is here and Father Milk is also
With
in the game.
MM.
What? So we're gonna have the whole family here with milk. So it's good for calcium, good for bone density and growth, ladies and gents. So now, seems like Ace is picking the first map, which is Ever Sleeping Town, while Rivals Esports is banning out the Red Church.
I mean, Ever Sleeping Town is a super balanced place for both survivors and hunters. So it's good for the opera singer, obviously. It's also good for various other hunters. If you decide to play a breaking wheel here, you decide to play a gamekeeper here, it totally works as well. And I love the fact that there's a special, that little factor, that unknown factor, that surprise factor in the form of the tram. Because we've seen important moments when
it's if you call a 3-tram hit in one game an important moment, I think
you win.
At one point, I think the production team before was saying like, "Yo, MVP tram." Like there were memes going around for that matchup. The Tram does not see any factions, sees no sides, just is complete chaos. Very scary to deal with. So far, no Tram hits as of late. I don't know if we're gonna play that game. We're gonna see how many Tram hits we're gonna see. Hope none, but if we are gonna see some, I hope they're gonna be at least memorable. Actually, no. I was talking to Chocho about this. How do you feel about Ivy coming into the mix now?
Ivy's a really interesting hunter. The reason I say this is because she sort of operates like a dream witch, but not really. It's more like operating the ghost, the ethereal form, and I would say that in the hands of a master, I like what's a viewer said. I can't remember the name. I'm so sorry. He said that it's not the hunter, but the pilot itself. So if you get a super good pilot onto Ivy, she basically has unlimited teleport at the end game. And the fear as well, pulling the survivors towards you when it's 100%. That's the essence of a horror game, and I feel like the concept of Ivy itself, super thing for IDV. I'm glad. I hope that NetEase will continue coming up with hunters and characters like this. Yeah, because it's really good.
Because there was that one time, I think it was Niela, I believe, or Yindi. I forgot which Ivy hunter it was. I think it was Niela. Like the survivor is at 99%, and if you just look behind and see the face, then the corruption would reach 100, and then you'd start to get hypnotized. So, like you said, that's a very essence of a horror game. That like, oh my gosh, I can't even control my own character now, and I'm walking towards my inevitable doom because I'm gonna get hit eventually. So, yes to more Ivy. Yes to this type of hunter coming on in. Hopefully, we see Sprinter bring that out. I mean, Aaron did say they're cooking something up, and maybe it's an Ivy. Or, I don't know. Opera Singer is still very dangerous. I mean, in IVL, I think it was Dong Xuan to only be able to be very consistent with Ivy. And like you said, also endgame, unlimited teleports. Just keep going, keep going.
Exactly.
Like, just able to make that happen. Shaoma, I think, still trying to figure it out. He actually got a 3-person escape with Ivy, which is very uncharacteristic because it's Shaoma after all. But I like how NAEU with Niela, with Yindi, they're putting their own spin to this this mix. And now we're gonna see a ban of Puppeteer and Gardener.
Puppeteer, wow. Puppeteer obviously really good for the reason that he could take more hits. Pretty much like a psychologist, right? In a way. You gotta have good timing though. You do not want to get hit before you turn into the puppet.
Yeah.
Interesting bans, I would say. But then again, the picks are pretty standard coming in here. I think they're just anticipating an opera singer.
Interesting, yeah. Interestingly enough, like with opera singer, you really want to promote that Cypher Rush, but I don't know, maybe because I see Wildling, the last Wildling I saw only got 100%, but it did stall out the game just a little bit. Again, these are global picks, so you don't feel too bad if you're not able to pick Wildling up in round number 2 or 3. But this actually can ban out. Oh, I thought he was going to ban out like a mercenary, but it seems like, well, he doesn't need to because Wildling got banned. So he's going to ban out the Embalmer.
Yeah, probably because the Embalmer wastes too much time. Like, you know, you can kite towards the other end of where your coffin has been placed. It wastes too much time. And the Hunter is forced to bring teleport if you want to keep up, or even use a warp to go back to the location of the coffin if needed. So I think it's a good ban. He wants to settle it once and for all. He doesn't want to waste time catching the Embalmer. So good ban right there. And now Fear is going to be the last ban for Sprinter. So eliminating all the single hit negations and time wasting characters.
True, with the Puppeteer and Seer out of the mix here, they're opted to pick up Dancer that can act as a decoder and support just when she lays down her boxes. So interestingly enough, I mean, Opera Singer is definitely on the table for Sprinter, but you know, with Ivy in the mix, maybe he could show us also that he wants to join that party of the Shadow mains out there and go to the Shadow Realm. I know we talk about Shadow Realms, that's also Opera Singer, so it's just kind of funny that they're both consecutive hunters that just released. So I'm kind of liking this lineup. There's a lot of synergy involved, a lot of support. I would say decoding, not so fast, but hey, at least they have survivability.
True, survivability. But here's the scary thing, right? It's Sprinter we're talking about.
Yeah.
It's Sprinter we're talking about. He's super fast, aggressive, very timely. And I don't know, man. You try to play the game of attrition. You try to play the game of turtling it out. Your resources might actually get drained faster than you can imagine. You know, without the gun, without the music box, without the stress protection onto the psychologist, you might find yourself struggling a little bit in the late game, especially if you're trying to drag it out a little bit more.
Actually, now that you say that, a lot of people opt to, especially with this opera singer meta, you'd want to kind of go for ties. And for you to get that tie, you need to push the ciphers to, you know, just be a little bit faster than usual, just so you can push that exit gate and just settle for a 2-person or heck, a 1-person escape, since you did bring up that factor of Sprinter. And we've seen his opera singer. His opera singer has gotten so much mileage out of Call of the Abyss, has four-man eliminated teams like TE or Scars, or just, he's seen, like, this opera singer has seen miles, folks. And now this will be put to the test up against Ace's survivors in the spawn location now.
True. I mean, I'm so sorry, I have to put this out first. I gotta put this out. Like, Before You is the classic Cinderella story of how, despite everything that they faced, they stuck together all the way until the end, until they are finally recognized on the global stage, and now being picked up by rival esports. That's testament to their perseverance. So guys, before this I mentioned, remember when I said, dude, why are Southeast Asia teams, NAEU teams, they couldn't compete up to the level of the Chinese or the Japanese teams? Because they're not sponsored. It's not their full-time job. But now, rival esports making history, being the first.
outside of the league format, right?
True,
and for NAEU to get this is a huge opportunity. So yeah, you couldn't have said it better, Nell. I would say Rival Esports breaking down barriers, seeing it's possible if you guys stick together, work hard, you'll be able to get sponsored by a prestigious company. So we are going to head to our round one first half between Ace and Rival with a wildling, dancer, coordinator, and psychologist, and Sprinter on that patented opera singer. Once again, folks, that's Nello Mello. I'm Poch Spice. We will be your commentators for this matchup.
Alrighty, guys. Skibidi Sprinter coming in with the opera singer. Wasting no time trying to find Zensawa. Yeah, that's the closest target here, right? But it is a 2-floor. Trying to catch him off guard. Cutting off his exits already. Breaking the first pallet. Trying to catch up to Zensawa. Realizing this, coordinator still has a gun in his hands. Sprinter. Zensawa. Yeah, he's not going to risk it. He's just going to use it right off the bat. Deciding to return to the corner double story. Let's see if Sprinter is going to continue the chase. It seems like he is. He's like, yeah, you shot me. I'm not gonna change target now, right? So
yeah.
He's gonna
that
on.
actually makes the target even more juicier, right? The basement's here. You don't have a gun to worry about anymore. Also, that pallet as well. So now it's eventually just a game of like cat and mouse. And coordinator only has the environment to work with. Drops down that pallet, shifts away from the corner house, and now is out in the open here in this 11 area. But Zensawa now is gonna run towards Lace for some support.
Yeah, I mean, the slow music is there, but oh no! The blink hit! Missed the first time, but the follow-up is going to connect. Zensawa so close, yet so far, and now, this is the risk as well. You try to run to your teammates for support, right? For the music box support, but now you're interrupting that cypher, and not to mention Sprinter's gonna break that box.
Yeah, so he said it's time to actually break these boxes down. So this kiting area is not going to be good. That's going to be one eliminated music box less to worry about. But in that time, Zam was able to actually make his rotation towards this area. He's not on the board. He's going to go for just a regular rescue. And now is he going to use it? It seems like they're actually going to split ways, but this is going to push the last effort for Zensawa to move on away from the ciphers that are being worked on.
Yeah, I think Zensawa's giving... they're not gonna rescue him anymore. The reason why is because I feel that what he's doing is he's just taking that hit. He doesn't want the walling to be the focus, right? So he's like, yeah, I'm throwing myself to you. Hit me, and with the help of the last effort, I'm gonna run towards where the basement is, and you are going to be forced to camp here. You know what I mean? And with the heal of the psychologist onto the wildling, it will make Sprinter double think for a bit. Like, is he really gonna come and rescue in the basement? It's gonna waste even more time, right? So that's the game plan of Ace. So far, so good.
Yeah, just to try to overload the hunter with so much options, right? But Sprinter here, he's one of the most confident people out there. He thrives under this type of pressure. Like you said, he is just making sure that no one is going to be coming in. And like we pointed out with Zam, he has the wildling. He's able to make that whistle happen. So the tinnitus is still being propped up. Coordinator is out of the game, so he's set to focus his attention on other survivors. Three ciphers are being worked on, but they are far from being completed.
True. Like, it's not even halfway mark. It's really scary. Sprinter is going to have his blink trade up in less than half a minute. Psychologist is going to be the target, and we all know that once the psychologist gets hit, that hit connects. Beautiful hit. Dodging the pallet drop as well, and Sprinter probably gonna get Prezzo down pretty soon here. The dash into the blink. Yeah,
that was a foot race towards that window. But can I just say, Nell, the way he was able to actually get that fadeaway hit, avoiding the pallet and getting the swipe, was an excellent trade-off for Sprinter. And now, like you said, psychologist now, she is very tanky at the start, but when she's on that rocket chair, she needs Tide Turner to actually carry her to places because she does not have any toolkits in her arsenal to rebound kite from a chair. And unfortunately, the last Tide Turner was already spended. However, Zam is already on the case here. He has a board to kind of support here, and he will be using that board.
Yeah, he has to. No one will be able to support him anymore after this. Sprinter's just gonna, he's just gonna tunnel in onto the psychologist. He doesn't want to waste more time, just breaks the pallet here again. Prezzo, gonna drop through with the... There's no a series of events. I couldn't catch up. But the terror shot to end it all.
Yeah, so now it just seems like, a check situation here on Sprinter's side. Let's see if he's going to try to double down. He's moving the chair on over here towards the fake gate area where Zam is actually working on a Cypher. So he's going to throw a shadow just so we can leap towards it and chases the Wildling here. The board is about to be ready, but he's just chasing him away just to buy enough time for that Cypher not to pop. Dancer's already in the mix. Can she get this rescue happening? Eats the hit and gets the rescue.
Wow. And the music box to slow Sprinter a little bit. Let's see if it's gonna matter. Oh, and the hit straight through the pallet. This time not even a fadeaway. He's so certain what the survivors are going to, how they're gonna react, right?
Yeah. And you talked about it, Nell, like the aggression of Sprinter is being put on display. That wasn't even the 5-minute mark of the game. We're reaching that midway point of this game, and Sprinter has been all gas and no brakes so far. And Lay's caught out here in the open, gets hit again. He has not eaten any pallets at all, and he's been getting the better of these exchanges. And now it's only a matter of time till he finds the Wildling, and it's going to be a battle of the exit paths.
Yeah, battle of the exit paths, and we all know, like, this is the situation you hate to be in, right? Especially for Ace, like Zan. He's the Walling. He can't really decode fast. Yeah. He has the board to buy a little bit more time, but when he gets down the board, when the board runs out, well, he's sitting ducks. And yeah, this is the dangerous part about it. Female Dancer has used up the exit path, trying to rush towards where the last Cypher is, I guess. But Sprinter can easily swap his trades into teleport and catch up. So that's it's really stressful for Ace now.
Yeah, Sprinter actually holding all the cards in this scenario, so it seems like a check situation, and the Wildling already running out of board. We'll see if Sprinter, you called it out. It is going to be a teleport that will be played here in Lace. Cannot afford to fall down because no one will pick him back up. The Wildling now is going to take some time before he can heal up, but it seems like Sprinter is opting for that 5-point game. And it could be a GG's. There you go, Nell. Wow, quick work done by Sprinter with his opera singer.
Yeah. Is it okay if I say we can't be too surprised with what he did right there? I mean
that's standard Sprinter. Yeah, at this point, I think it's safe to say that.
If there's a water brand called Sprinter, actually there is, right? I would commit to that brand for the rest of my life.
More than Fiji water? More than
Avian?
Most expensive waters out there?
No, you see, it's Sprinter. You play like Sprinter when you drink that water. So
okay.
Yeah.
Sign me up
you
for that.
4Ks.
Did you ever watch Space Jam? I'm revealing my age here, but when Bugs Bunny wrote down like the water, right? And then they started playing like really well. That's the Sprinter water, man. It's a mentality thing how a Sprinter plays.
Yeah, I mean, Ace was trying their best to coordinate around their lineups, trying to buy more time, trying to tank it up to the very end. But as you can see, Sprinter, once he squeezes the resources of the survivors, right? Yeah. You can see that there's nothing much they can do at that point. No more flare gun, right? No more stress, and Psychologist becomes an easy target. He doesn't even care about the Walling. Zam, he doesn't. He's so happy he's not being the target. But look at his decoding progress. One Cypher. That's good, but it wasn't enough. For the last pop.
And can I just say also, like you say, depleting the resources. Also the Dancer, you know what? Towards the end of the game, like the Dancer music boxes were either broken or too far away from where he was kiting. So Sprinter, I would have to say early aggression, but he actually kind of had to deal with adversity at the start, eating the flare gun, getting rid of the Psychologist stress. So he's like laying down the foundation for his mid game. And his decision making also with, doing his mind games in the pallets, the fadeaway hits, walking through the pallets and getting the hits. He played a pretty flawless game in this matchup. And like we said before, Sprinter, and a lot of people agree with this and analysts agree with this, even I believe China commentators as well. Sprinter is one of the best in the world when it comes to this game, and it's kind of shown with the mentality he brings to the table. And in that interview that Zizvovg had with Before You, even Schmitty acknowledges, we just need to keep tying because this meta involves Sprinter doing his thing, and we just need to play goalkeeper.
Yeah, that's the striker.
He's the striker, man. Yeah, he's the striker.
Yeah, he's the striker. Yeah, you know. I don't know if you watch Blue Lock, but
Oh yeah, he's got the
striker
ego.
mentality. Yeah,
I can do this. Don't make the last pass. Just keep going. Keep going.
Just keep going. I gotta anticipate. No, just eliminate all possibilities. Straight for the goal. And that's what he did. 4K.
Yeah.
Classic Sprinter. I like that. The label there. But I also want to give a shout out now that you brought up Z's as well. Remarkable documentary. Really, really wholesome about B4U, the beginning until right now. So guys, if you haven't checked it out, do check it out on Z's YouTube channel. He has it very detailed. And we definitely love having more content creators for IDD, showcasing your community, right? So please keep doing it. We would love to support in whatever way we can.
Yeah, it'd be cool like having like different stories being told. Like it doesn't just have to be you stream the game. You could be a casual player also making content for IdentityV. You could be also a competitive player making content for IdentityV. We always say this, like this game is actually catering towards a lot of the fan bases as well, like the ones that are into the lore, into the skins, into just casual play. So yeah, just keep going out there and making some content for this game because it keeps on going. And Z's VovG also in the early part of his interview said that, yo, this game, yeah, I just tried it and then he got addicted to it. So yeah, I'm glad that he's one of the great content creators of the NAEU.
True. The thrill of getting chased, the thrill of hunting, right? I think this is one of those unique games where you can experience the thrill of both the hunter and the survivors in a safe environment, right? You don't seek that thrill outside with dangerous acts. So here it's fun. It can get competitive. It can be silly, casual games in 8v2s. Pick up all those guns. I don't know, my 3 guns in a row. Like if you're a hunter in 8v2.
Like you're just locked in. Well, okay, I'm just gonna go to the bathroom, get a drink, and then come back and still being flare gun.
Yeah. Sorry guys, I can't do this. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And then you know what's the wholesome thing?
Okay.
If something like that happens, the survivors in the post chat will come, oh, we're so sorry we did that to you. We see these kind of things. So super wholesome. It doesn't have to be toxic. It's super wholesome. So I love that.
And I also want to keep it that way when it comes to, I know that things can be kind of opinionated in chat as well, but you have to admit also there are these big esports teams like Rival Esports or veteran teams like I would say Ace or Ravens, but you have new names as well making their way into a big stage like IVT. So you want to be, this is the first outing, so you want to be nice to them, and also there's a lot of pressure on their side, so you want to be very encouraging. And hey, if you think you can do better, you can always sign up and try your luck here in IVT.
For reals. Sign up now, join it for fun with your friends, and of course, it's the experience that counts in a lot of the cases. Yeah, I mean that's part of the fun. You can be competitive, you can be casual, you can focus on collecting skins. I know that some people, they just love this game for the beautiful skins. They invite friends to their castles, showcase their collections. So there are people like that, and there are people who get into this game, hooked on into this game for the lores as well. Interesting stories behind the characters. So yeah, something for everyone here.
Yeah, anyone and everyone. So once again, big shout outs to each and every one of you. I see you guys in the chat. I see Subline, Freaky Gold still here. Arena's in the chat too. Barry Flops, Doll Posers, everyone like that's in the chat being very supportive towards the teams. Big shout outs to you staying up or waking up for your favorite teams. Again, this is the third match of the day. We're going to whittle down the top 8 to the top 4 leading to tomorrow's game. And Sprints are doing his thing. A lot of people are saying, yeah, we can't expect nothing less. And he thrives under that type of pressure, folks. So, yeah, I can't wait to see how he's going to perform come round number 2. But we're going to shift things up because Ling also was acknowledged in that documentary as one of the pivotal, screaming players that they did to prepare before you to participate in Call of the Abyss. And they acknowledge Ling as one of the most dangerous hunters out there.
Yeah, I totally agree. Very, very capable deep hunter pull. And of course, his very iconic ex-boy as well. Just a really, really outstanding player, right, in the community as well. I would really love to see how he's going to face off against the new before you, which is rivals right now, the survivors right now. Because this is a statement to make. He has nothing to lose. He's coming into this tournament facing off against rivals who have proven themselves on global stage. So if he can make a mark here, if he can get a 3K, a draw, a 3K, a 4K here, it's going to be saying a lot. So nothing to lose, man, for Ling.
Yeah, I'd have to say, with before you now rivals, it's like the pressure is definitely on their side because they're the first outside of the China and Japan league to get sponsored. So this is their first tournament out there. They want to make a huge impact, and you called it best. Ling has nothing to lose and everything to gain, right? They're the underdogs here. They're the ones that have to prove something. They're not the ones that have to prove something because the standard is rival. So if he's able to actually, you know what, kind of push them towards their limit, yeah, that's good. He's gonna make a huge mark, and who knows? Like people are gonna be looking at Ace now, or sponsors will be looking at other teams for the NAEU region.
True. Like there are people who wants to avoid the super strong teams in the beginning, but are also super egoistical players. Another Gulab
the striker inside.
Yeah, that want to face off against a strong team. It doesn't matter if it's a BO 16 or the best, the 16, top 32. As long as I get that opportunity to meet this team, it's already a learning experience, already a win for me because I get to face off. I know what I'm lacking, and I know what I can do next time. So maybe that's what Ace is gunning here for. In a sense, it feels like it's like a repeat of the finals, right? With CH4 before this coming.
I mean, we've seen and Sprinter. It was Schmady that talked very highly of CH4, and I would put Ace there and Ravens there as the consistent ones to join IVT. But Ace is definitely, since they have Ling as their hunter, they could definitely make a huge mark here. Survivor's job is just to tie this one out. And considering that they picked up a very solid lineup now with one rescuer being Roland, you got the Paul Blems and Schmitty as the main kiters, and you got Leg, who can also kite, is being like the backdoor decoder. Yeah, they're really playing to their strengths here, and they have to assume that Ling might be playing meta. And they have scrimmed, I'm pretty sure, a lot with him. And also they scrimmed with, no, wait, hang on, we're going with a Hermit. Okay, I throw everything out the door.
Oh my god. Surprise them with the Hermit pick. I mean, they're gearing up towards an opera singer here, right? This lineup screams. They're definitely preparing for an opera singer with this lineup, with the Gardener, with the Acrobat, trying to gain some more distance with the first officer as well. But now with the Hermit, and no healing on the team. This is looking really, really dangerous for RVL survivors since they need a tie. But in order to get a tie, they need to be able to finish popping all 5 ciphers and Ling.
Yeah. This is, like you said, this could potentially like the finals and how this is going to play out because Ling also has so much on his catalog when it comes to hunters, and bringing out the Hermit. He has the skill and the mechanical prowess to kind of switch things up and really put the Survivor team on their toes, because this is not looking like the lineup itself isn't looking like they were ready for a Hermit, because they have no healing, they have no decoding. They're really ready for possibly a very scary opera singer, maybe an Ivy matchup. So yeah, Ling, I would have to say, a great pick on this Hermit. Now, on paper, it's good. In practice, is a different story.
True. On practice, different story. We've seen different styles of playing Hermit. We've seen people, some players not connecting the ciphers in the beginning, just wanted to get the 2 hits down straight away. We've seen people getting that 1 hit and then connecting ciphers. Various ways of playing, or connecting right from the start as well. So a lot of strategies that can be done here. But unfortunately, I feel like the Hermit play, right? It's I would say inconsistent. Sometimes you do really well with it, sometimes you don't.
Yeah, so we'll just have to see how Ling is. Yeah, we'll see how Ling's gonna fare out here. But as we know now, Hermit matches could take a while. So let's stay hydrated, folks. Get your Sprinter water. Get whatever water you have. This is gonna be an intense one. We have Rival Esports versus Ace, round 1, second half. Potch Spice and Nello Mello, your commentators for this match. And Ling not wasting any time, just checking the ciphers for now. Gonna connect them in a square pattern.
Yeah, he's doing the mad eye thing. Like, okay, I'm just gonna see which ciphers are gonna be touched first. Yeah, I'm thinking. Okay, this is the connection I want to make. Okay, but while all of that is happening, like while he was taking time to monitor the ciphers and connecting them, we can notice that he brought insolence detention, right? And the survivors are already in position. They already look, Schmidi is the first one to kite, but there's also a music box to support, so very, very preemptive support coming in. Schmidi, first bomb, trying to gain distance. He knows that Ling does not have a charge, so Ling needs to land 2 charges, different polarity charges onto Schmidi before he gets stunned. So that's already a good thing to begin with. Schmidi on the blue charge. I feel like they're gonna change. Yep, female that's gonna change polarity. Still missing. Oh my god. And now Schmidi.
Okay.
Hit there.
That was actually good that they shared that hit there. Again, it was kind of masterful how he used the firebomb to kind of silence him from using that skill, forcing him to go for a basic attack without changing the polarities. But now we see a blue charge onto Schmidi's side. Eye of Sauron here, and now able to actually get through the pallet. A great play, but a warp just to close the distance, and Schmidi's going to take the full brunt of this hit. One more, and he will be falling down.
Yeah, I'm surprised no one changed. Oh wait, did he disconnect?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh no, he didn't.
He didn't. So no one changed polarity. I thought Gardner could at least change it once. Or
just for them
even
to
the female
distribute the
dancer.
damage, right?
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I
saw
think
female dancer has. Yeah.
Maybe again they just are aware this is how Ling wants to play. Maybe they just want to go for ties and consider cipher rushing, because Schmidi's doing an excellent job so far. Trying to avoid nice juke onto the pallet. He has no bombs to work with here. He's gonna have to go on foot to just try and make it across, but there is no more pallet here. He's gonna have to make a left. Can he make it through the pallet? Able to actually get through.
Wow, and the patience by Ling as well. Normally when you put the pallet down, right, you instantly, Eye of Sauron instantly go down for the hit, but he's so patient right here. But Schmidi's damage has been done. One cipher has been popped. 2 other ciphers are almost close to completion. I feel like Schmidi has done his job.
Yeah.
Right? And it's only the first share.
It is
2.5 minutes kite right there, Posh.
Yeah, it's an incredible start so far, but I mean, Hermit matches, it's oh wow, okay, actually hitting him out of the pocket watch, so that's super important. And now we're gonna see Roland try to hightail it out. Schmidi has no bombs to work with, and he's gonna get a red charge. This is gonna be distributed towards the first officer and Acrobat. It's not gonna be looking too good here for the side of the survivor, since 2 ciphers still remain. Schmidi needs to survive for as long as he can.
Yeah, he could do that risky jump. Oh, Schmidi walking back into the charge, but it's okay because the damage has been shared, and Schmidi is still fighting.
He is.
He's literally doing laps around this building, and Milik is here for the support as well.
Okay, blue charge to share it with the Gardener, but now I've Sauron just to negate the steps. Gonna get that hit, and now Acrobat is down. Same with first officer. Cypher progress has stopped, but they can still go for a rescue here. They just have to play it very carefully, and considering Gardner has Tide Turner, we could still see some more laps in the corner house.
True. Gardener's the only one who can make something happen here, but at this point, Ling is just gonna keep stalling him with that strategy, right? The blue charge into a red charge stun. First charge, he still has Eye of Sauron in 1 second. Another charge. Oh my goodness.
The bubble actually came in clutch. Now warp, but Schmidi able to move on away. He does not have a bomb. He's actually going to push for the last effort. Hopefully this buys enough time for them to prep for the end game, because second cipher is at 80%, and we still have the end game exit kick to worry about when he connects it. So Schmidi is just going to try to fall away from any ciphers. Last cipher is actually being worked on. It's halted at 50%.
Yeah, it's still very scary though, because even though the last cipher, the 4 ciphers have been popped, there's a last cipher. 2 of them are actually injured. Like, they're gonna go down in 1 hit. And Gardener's the only one with a pretty healthy amount of, there's a decent amount of health there, right? So Ling has to decide what he has to do here. He has to stop the last cipher, but technically with the ciphers connected this way, right? Three-way cipher connected, You can basically decode any cipher and still push it.
Yeah, and these ciphers are kind of close. Like two are moving. Actually, they're all moving. So they're sharing that connection, like you pointed out, in this triangulated position. And Roland having a great area to kite in this graveyard area, and he still has a pocket watch to use, so he can kind of stall this out, pop for the exit gate, and kind of heal up. But you know, detention will be in the air. So now Roland has to be very careful because Warp is about to be ready for Ling to use.
Roland!
Oh, shares it, but the female dancer does fall. This is still okay because the Gardener is still pushing that 70% cipher. Seems like Ling was thinking about if he was going to go for that Gardener.
Yeah, that's true. He could use a blue charge and try to down the Gardener as well. No, wait. First officer. He's going to go down in one hit, right?
Yeah,
and then super fast.
Okay, so now it seems like they're put in a tough spot because first officer has to be chaired. Last cipher is about to be popped, but is he going to use it to wake up the survivor? No, female dancer uses the self-heal here. Also has a syringe. So now I love how they're kind of stalling things out. They know that last cipher is close to popping. We do see that Leg is constantly just waiting what's going to happen. I think Paul Blem's using up that syringe to go for that rescue.
I think that's the only way, right? My leg has to stay at the cipher. We know he loves ciphers. His coding progress is always the most in
best.
The team. Yeah, the best. And don't let the name fool you, because it's really my cipher, not my legs.
It's my cipher.
It's my cipher.
My decoding.
My decoding, yeah. Problems coming in, trying to give some problems. Trying to give some problems, dodging left and right. Okay, getting that hit first, doesn't matter, it's fine. He could reach, and the stun's not gonna happen.
Last cipher is so close to popping. They're gonna have to pop this correctly at 99%. Gets the hit, they still share the damage, so they go for the end game here now.
Yeah, and the instant connect onto the gate as well. Ling does not have teleport, mind you. He only has
warp.
He only has a warp. Yeah, insolence, right? Insolence and detention. But now going all the way to the other side of the map, and my leg dodging it masterfully. Now's the time to use your legs, my leg. And the bubble. Oh,
waiting for it. Is the bubble gonna last? Can he get it? Oh! Able to actually share the damage. He's still up, so my leg still continuing on. We still have the warp here, so can he actually make it in time for him to travel back? We're gonna see it go back, and now everyone's dispersing from the gate. We do see that there's a mechanics bot. Roland!
He's gonna go down, and now my leg is gonna continue opening the gate.
The other gate.
Rivals are not out of this yet.
Yeah, but luckily the warp is on cooldown, so he's gonna have to walk all the way back. Both exit gates are still being pushed because the mechanics bot is there, so they just need one person out to win this game. Paul Blems now. He's gonna try to make a mad dash. No, he has to hug this pallet. It's gonna be too risky. Can he actually make it? Gardener is already out. Paul Blems is the only one that is left here. He's already used up his speed boost here. So now can they actually tie this one out is the question.
Nope. Yeah, I think they pretty much anticipated this. That's why my leg left straight away. The dungeon's not even here. The dungeon's not even here. So he's like, yeah, let's just get one person out. We got this anyway by round wins. So Lane making rivals survivors sweat right there.
Everyone sweat. I hope everyone's staying hydrated. That was an incredible performance by both sides. Schmitty having an excellent kite. All things considered, that they were not, or I don't know, in the way it looked, it didn't seem like they were preparing for a hermit match because they didn't have any decoders or healers. They were still able to make that work. And again, even if it's just one person out, it's still all good because they still honored Sprinter's 5-point game because they're still in the lead in this matchup. It's still a 6-3.
That's true, and that's thanks to Schmitty in the beginning. Now we can definitely confirm that he's a chef. Because he definitely cooked.
Yeah, chef.
Yeah, chef. 2.5 minutes, chef. Good enough for me.
It's raw. Oh no.
It's raw. Raw kiting, that's what it is. Chef.
That was definitely great kiting. Michelin star certified with how Schmitty was able to handle that. And it's not just Schmitty. Everyone played their roles very well. Roland able to getting one of the stable rescuers out there. You have Leg also constantly decoding, moving, and playing any role hiding wise, and also support and rescuing wise, since he also did have the Tide Turner. And Paul Blem's also just stalling things out for that endgame to happen. And can I just say, what an incredible strat that they were still able to find a mechanics bot just for them to push both exit gates to add that pressure. So they really are thinking in big brains. They're playing 4D chess here with just accounting for everything. So experience definitely shows here with how well they played that out. Even if it's just one survivor out, considering Ling is one of the most dangerous hunters out there, bring out the Hermit in a matchup that's not necessarily favorable for the survivors is an incredible feat from Rivals.
That is very, very true. Still a 3K. It's not too bad. He almost got that 4K. Honestly, if he had a teleport, if he had a trump card teleport, that would have been a different story. But obviously, the Insolence Detention Warp build has gotten him this far into the late game, right?
Right.
But can I also just add that Problems, right? In that one point, if he actually got a perfume instead of a syringe, I don't think he'll be able to make the rescue in the first place. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think it's one of those moments where the IDV gods are like, okay, this is where you need a syringe. We'll give you a syringe instead of
you need a
perfume, magic wand.
Yeah, you dodged the tram, so I'll give you the syringe. Yeah, right.
Full health? I think you need a syringe. Okay. That's what I always get, man.
Oh my god, that's true. That's true. You get a syringe when you're full health. You get a perfume or a magic stick when you're at half health. That's how things always work. A lot of the times here.
That's RNG in this game, but you know what? They played the odds pretty well, and the fact that I don't know how many chests they opened. The fact that they found a syringe and also a mechanics bot, and considering there was actually a kind of a lull period where Schmitty was kiting. They were still able to push objectives, which was quite impressive. How they were able to manage their resources. I would say this Hermit game wasn't as long as we usually see it, so that just shows that they were able to cipher rush this Hermit match, quote unquote, because usually cipher rushing is faster, but it's a Hermit after all.
That's true. That's true. And with that, they got a 6-3. 6-3 with that one escape and a 4K. By the Sprinter. The Sprinter water. Okay. They got a 6-3, and I thought it would be closer, but unfortunately, a 4K definitely makes the points difference a little bit more apparent, right? 6-3. Yeah. So if Ace wants to come back in this game, in next game, they definitely need to at least try and get a draw against Sprinter. Because if you cannot deny Sprinter his 4K, then it's really, really unlikely for your hunter to do anything against Rivals, right? Because they're always gonna get 1 or 2 men out from the survivor side, and even if they don't, Sprinter's 4K is gonna solidify. It's more or less like the 5v5 during the weekends in IDV, right? Where if the strongest hunter, you get like a Hydra or an Ogre hunter, and the survivors are all elks. So it's like, elks or mammoths, and they're like, let's just get a super good hunter, and even if we don't get 1 man out, we're still gonna draw, worst case. So I think that's how it is for Rivals now. They got everything covered.
Yeah, they do. And what's interesting though, if you look at Rivals' opponents right now with Ling, Ling has been the one to actually make B4U, aka Rival, sweat the most, and that's why they sought help to scrim with Ling. And now I don't know, this is actually a matchup that could have made it to the top 4 or grand finals, but we're being spoiled now in this bracket turnout that they're facing off against each other as early as now. So it seems like Zam is going to be changed out to FM, or Father's Milk. So Zam, very interesting choice. I can't wait to see what's going to happen. And like you said, Nell, it's easier said than done to try and tie it out against Sprinter. I believe the ones to be able to do that were Scars and TE, which is those are formidable teams. Those are IVL, IJL teams.
True. But who knows, with the of the Father Milk, things might change for Ace. But honestly, it's I like that at least they're giving everyone in the team experience, right?
Yeah.
Like you do this and then at least you got tournament experience and you can do better next time. But of course, when I say this, it doesn't mean that they're out yet. Maybe father is the feels weird calling father. FM is probably a secret weapon. We don't know.
Could be,
right?
could be, because based on his stats, FM is actually a lawyer. 100% win rate, so that's quite impressive, and 100% escape rate. Average containment time is about 45 seconds, so it's probably the 45 seconds containment time, and average decoding is 123%. Rescues at 4. Average rescues 4. That's crazy.
Rescuer, maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah, it should be. Like just looking at this here as well, like father, but he plays lawyer. So if you only decode, less than, you only decode around 100%. Maybe the kiting, as a lawyer, maybe the kiting. But even the kiting containment time is 45 seconds. So
I would love to see this. Yeah.
Honestly, as long as it's the 5 seconds. Right?
Can I just say, Roland, one of the most stable rescuers, his average rescue is 1.8. This guy's rescued 4. You know what? That's crazy. FM for the rescue.
His preferred character is definitely the doctor, not the lawyer.
I'm pretty sure.
Heal, go back.
Oh yeah, because it says here average heal 0, but that doesn't count self heals. So I'm pretty sure he just keeps healing himself. Rescue. No, we're good. The syringe is still good.
Maybe. But yeah, I mean, let's just wait and see how Ace is going to deal with Sprinter, because in the next game, Opera Singer, it's a big possibility that it will be banned. Sprinter's just really good at it. Yoan 4K Opera Singer. Let's see if they are able to. You know what? It's hard. Sprinter also has a Dream Witch. He has. And even
considering
an IV to boot.
Yeah, we haven't seen his IV yet, and considering that it is actually Rivals map selection now, so they banned out Red Church. So I wonder where we're gonna see this next match. So yeah, they could go Arms Factory and just really boost up the Dream Witch, or allow the Dream Witch to be banned, but then you're kind of opening up still another Opera Singer match, and whatever map he's actually really good at. So it's gonna be tough. Oh, Rival actually going for Chinatown, a map we haven't seen all day.
Yeah, Chinatown is still. Yeah, I mean Chinatown, Ever Sleeping Town, 2 of the most I think preferred maps by these teams. Chinatown is pretty balanced as well for both survivors and hunters, and it's really good for certain characters as well, like the Spider, for example, the Breaking Wheel, maybe the Smiley Face. Just naming a few that rarely gets played. These characters that rarely gets played, right? Even the what's that called? That's a character. I can't remember. Oh god.
That could work well in Chinatown?
Evil Reptilian. Oh,
Evil Reptilian.
Yeah, that's
Shout out
pretty
to
good
Ling
as well.
Shui. Yeah, LX. Bring out Evil Reptilian against B4U in the Colo qualifiers in Chinatown. Kind of crazy.
True. But yeah, I mean, the stage has been set. Chinatown, anything can happen. It's actually beneficial for both hunters anyway. Ling has a plethora of hunters you can play in Chinatown. So does Sprinter. So honestly, it really comes down to the survivors right now to break to turn the tides. For Ace, it's the survivors that needs to turn the tides, right? Because Ling's always gonna try and do his best to get to rake in the points. But if they keep getting 4K, if they get 4K second time by Sprinter, then I don't think Ling's effort's gonna make a difference in the end. You know what I mean? So I think the survivors really need to, and let's hope Father Milk will be able to change turn that tides.
Yeah, maybe that is the answer. Maybe just an introduction of a new player would kind of turn the tides, and I would say even just getting a 1-person escape is a win against Sprinter at this point.
That's true.
Just deny the 5-point game. You need to at least just steal 1 point. And as the survivor team of Ace, I think the role is just to not I mean, I know that we've seen a lot of strategies where they kind of defend too much or they go too much on over support. I think just maybe one rescue, but don't over support, especially if we're against Sprinter, because that's what he wants. He's really good at kind of using your momentum and using it against you if you overextend. You want to just go for Cypher Rush and just get one person out safely. And we're going to find out that in just a bit, because it's going to be Ling to come up first and the survivors of Team Rival to go up and the picks and bans.
Yeah. I like how Ace is putting Ling up first. Because if it, you know what I mean, like he's the difference maker here, right? He's the playmaker, he's the difference that they need right here. If Ling is able to get more than a draw here, get a 3K or even a 4K, then it would definitely give hope to Ace survivors to play. But if they decided to, you know, send their survivors first and Sprinter just gets 4K, and then I think that will really demotivate Ling. So good choice. Yeah. Sending Ling in first.
At this point, I think, Ling has to set a great pace for his team. Just play to the best of his abilities and see what happens here. Again, the picks continue with a lawyer and psychologist pick to start things out for this team. Again, global bans dictate that we're not going to see the seer and, the gardener and the dancer. Now, the patient was taken off the table now.
Yeah, Rivals wants to show that their lawyer can do more than 4 rescues.
Oh, they saw that FM was coming in. Oh, you play lawyer. We got a lawyer.
4 rescues. Hold my beer.
Hold my papers. Hold my map. I'm the lawyer here.
Yeah,
so,
true.
Seems like they opted to ban the mercenary last, but allowing Roland to pick up the first officer here. So, no stunners in the team, but still a lot of kite ability. I would say they're playing to their strengths here. I think, well, I know Schmitty has to be on that acrobat because he played super well. We're just going to see how the things are going to shake out. Maybe Paul Blem's on the lawyer because he performed really well. And then that leaves my leg on psychologist.
Yeah, the one thing you really have to notice about Rivals, right? The survivors, they don't play scared. Right? Like you don't see like them playing out of character characters. Right? It's very standard, just one rescuer and everyone else is pretty much support decoder, right? So you don't really see them going like, oh, okay, Wowling plus the 4
mercenary,
a mercenary, those kind of like, oh, okay. Their strategy is always, one rescuer is all we need. That's it, right? And the rest is all just support decoder. So Rivals, despite the claim that they just need to get a draw, they're definitely playing like. No, not really. We're just playing the go. But wait a second.
Wait a minute.
Ling,
folks, going for a hermit rematch. Interesting. But
there's a psychologist this time.
And a lawyer too. So it's like Cypher Rush is gonna be. Well, I mean, lawyer can't distribute the charge, but he's still really good. But yeah, psychologist also in the mix. So, actually, I thought he was gonna debut as his Ivy. But another hermit. This is what's scary now, and we can actually compare and contrast the survivors. Like, okay, they got one out. Are they gonna stay consistent? Are they gonna or do better? And same with Ling's side. You know what? I would say he didn't really have any misplays. It was just that Rivals was able to kind of stay a step ahead in this game. Like his hermit was pretty good, but it's a bigger map. Survivors. I mean, the psychologist in the mix could have more survivability. I think he wants to go round 2 with Schmitty, man. He wants to be able to down him faster.
Yes. True. He wants to down Schmitty faster. Or he could take the different route and go after my legs, because my legs obviously love Cyphers. Give him a chance to kite, you know? Give him a chance to kite, contain the hunter, and get rid of the stress, you know? Make him a punching bag. Get your full presence by making him a punching bag, because psychologist, you don't have any skills to help you kite. You're just tanky, right? It's just raw kiting skills here. So, I don't know, man, Ling. It can either be like what you mentioned, Schmitty, round 2, or just go for the punching bag, make sure everyone's hurt. But that's going to take a long time.
Yeah, it could. So, a lot of pros and cons, ladies and gentlemen, in this next matchup we're going to see. This is going to be round 2. First half in Chinatown between Rival, Esports, and Ace. You got Leg on the psychologist, first officer on Roland, Paul Blems with the lawyer, and Schmitty once again with that patented acrobat, and Ling going to the well once more with the hermit. Once again, Pot Spice and Nello Mello, your commentators for this next match.
All right, Ling, wasting no time, going to the same thing. Okay, this time he connected it
right away.
Connected
No wasting any
right
time.
away. Is it even 5 connected? So 4 or 5?
Not sure. It was too fast for me to like count how many he connected.
For reals, and with one cipher block at the very end as well, that's gonna be pretty difficult. They just have to waste a little bit more time, rotate into the position that they need. Roland, though, the brave soldier, does not care about anything. He just starts coding with the red charge. It's fine. He knows he's far from sight, far from mind.
Yeah.
Link's
And
still
you got
for the first person, though.
True. Lower left side of the screen sees that the lawyer is kind of playing shot caller here, telling where Ling is rotating to. So this is going to waste a lot of time. It seems like Roland the Brave is going to take this first kite. So he's going to eliminate the rescuer of this team if Ling chooses to commit. But this allows the rest of the survivors to kind of go for some objectives here, because it's going to take some time since a lot of these ciphers are connected.
True. Yeah, the more time progresses, the more the hunter is going to be advantageous, but not if the hunter cannot find anyone to chase. In the first place, Schmitty hiding in the side, trying to... What? Is he going to pull that off?
Wow. That was so risky. Someone's got to clip that. That was crazy. The guts on Schmitty to just commit to that hiding spot. Now Ling forced to chase again. It's about a 1 minute mark in the game, and not much objectives are happening, but he has not put any like hits on the board. Although Insolence is gaining him that first skill, we're still seeing a lot of rotations being done by the survivors and Ling.
He cannot find anyone. But finally, after the use, he's gonna chase my leg. Look at it. He's finally going to put his mind onto my legs, and now that they know that he has warp, doesn't really matter. Okay, the blue charge onto Psychologist. Oh, the premature charge, but the fadeaway, the famous fadeaway hit, is gonna hit my leg.
Okay, so this is actually what we talked about, right? Going from my leg from the start. It took a little time for him to find my leg, but this is a very optimal target since she won't have that stress anymore to work with. They've only shared damage with the lawyer and to the acrobats, so damage isn't looking too bad just yet for the survivors here. But as a hermit, going up against the hermit, you have to be very careful that this does not snowball. Roland is also in the mix. No ciphers have been popped just yet, so I like the discipline that they're playing this match in. Ling opting to go upstairs. Leg actually eating that blue charge.
Wow. Yeah, really nice. And as you can see, right, they're really doing well in rotating, just trying to be out of sight, you know what I mean? Like, while all of that's happening, the ciphers are still moving. So the game plan here is super good rotation and frustrating Ling.
And I like that. Yeah, stay away from line of sight, stay away from these charges. Leg doing a great job, but being out in the open here, he's gonna have to eat that hit. Sharing the damage with the lawyer is still okay, but they can't rack up too much damage since Psychologist is the only one to tank a lot of those hits. They could kind of opt for that same strategy where they just kind of go for a sacrificial lamb of 3 instead of 1 and just let Sprinter be able to kind of draw things out with this 4-man game. But now Psychologist, though, one more hit falling down, but a little too far with the ISR on.
Ooh, and the warp. He's gonna expand the warp. He's gonna get my leg. And lawyer. Yeah, everyone's actually injured except for Schmitty. Schmitty's the one with the who's still healthy. So two of them are injured. Roland has Tide Turner, but with his health, I'm not sure if he can come for the rescue. So Schmitty's gonna do that rescue here. He has Tide Turner as well.
Whoa.
Super long range.
Wow.
Oh no, wait.
Just like that. I'm not sure. We have Eye of Sauron here for him to cut it off. And Roland is here too. And just like that, with one play, with 2 magnets, now everyone from RVL is actually injured. So now Ling in a dominant position here for him to just camp out this Psychologist. We do see that Schmitty's going to try and opt for the rescue. He's able to get it. The Tide Turner is going to carry my leg to the 2nd floor.
Beautiful. The distraction coming in, the misdirection by the first officer, allowing Schmitty to come and rescue. And look, my leg is running as fast as his legs can take him, but the stun is gonna put a stop to it. But wait a minute, the shared charge again.
So now the last Cypher is actually moving at 70%. MyLeg actually adding so much mileage away from him and the Hunter. And Ling opting to actually change targets to Roland, who's pushing that last Cypher. But you know what? These last Cyphers are all connected. Roland forced to use his pocket watch here to just establish that distance. This allows them, but the charge!
Oh my god, he got it this time. Did they actually share it? No, they didn't. Okay, Roland's gonna go down. Everyone's injured. Look at Lawyer. Look at Lawyer. Even an ant could bring him down right now. An ant.
And that's the thing. He's got a syringe.
Oh,
He was
wow.
able to heal up. So now he can tank a couple of hits if he shares it with someone. But now
Yeah,
Psychologist
right.
is actually the one that does have Wanted Order. So it's gonna be super important to see how they're gonna play this one out. Psychologist is healing, actually using the whistle to heal up the Acrobat. So Schmitty's might have to play Rescuer once again as they try to push for this last Cypher. I have Sauron just to try and close the distance. He has not seen Schmitty yet. He's gonna have to make this left to see if Schmitty is on the case, and it seems like he spotted him out.
He spotted him out. Yeah, Schmitty's going in for the rescue, right? And while both of them are pushing the Cyphers, no, Psychologist is not pushing the Cypher. He's just staying away from the charge. Okay. Stall a little bit more? No, he's not gonna stall. He knows he needs to get that hit down right now. He needs to farm off Roland. But Schmitty was the target, right? Wait,
not quite. No.
In first place? No.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's okay. They're doing a bit of a switcheroo here with the people on the rocket chair. But now the Cypher is ready. They're just gonna go for a pop. They want to just get one or two people out. They don't care because they know Ling is a problem here. And now using the warp to continue on the pursuit of these survivors. Roland getting caught out in the open, going back and forth here now.
Oh my goodness. I think it's pretty much settled here. Like, because regardless, he's already used up his warp. He didn't get anyone inside. And this just shows, like, rival survivors, their rotations, their communications are top par. Like, look, both of them are on the other side. They don't care. They're just pushing the gate. Even if Ling goes towards the direction of problems and MyLeg, they're just gonna rotate away and allows Roland to go back and try rescue Schmitty.
Look at that. Yeah, the rotations are on point. Roland now actually trying to make that rescue happen, but when you do that, you're giving away the exit gate. Unable to actually get that magnetism in, and now Schmitty is out and about. Tide Turner is in the air. They're now pushing both exit gate. Roland has to move on away here, but yeah, they can actually opt for the safe play, which is a two-person escape. Roland now might be the sacrificial lamb. Oh.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Lawyer's already at the gate. He can easily crawl out. They know Ling does not have warp or teleport. This is really, really hard. Ling will probably get Roland, but it doesn't really matter because rivals are doing way better this time, second time, right? Like, only one survivor down by the Hermit in Chinatown. Fool me once. Shame on
Fool me twice. Strike three.
Strike. Nice. IDV term only.
But can I just say, we were talking about, like, okay, you want a rematch. Who's going to benefit more? Is it going to be the Hermit or is it going to be the survivors? It seems like it was quite interesting that he still picked Hermit, right? I thought he was going to go with possibly maybe a Night Watch or maybe a Ivy. But
Ivy, Breaking Wheel.
Breaking Wheel too. Yeah, that would be a good character to bring.
Yeah,
or a Chip Damage Hunter. Again, we're just speculating here. He wanted to run it back, and rival esports, the survivors just got stronger. From a one-man escape, they turned that to a three-man escape. Just give them a little bit of information. All right, we get a one-person escape. But what they do with that information in round number 2, they improve on it. And that's why they're one of the teams to look out for, folks.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of get the idea of why Ling wants to play Alva. Like, he definitely wants to slow down the pace of survivors because that's the one thing hunters are always pressured about. Cypher Rush, right? That's the one thing the hunters are really concerned about. And secondly, he wants to slow down the pace of the survivors as well because with this kind of lineup, he knows that the Cyphers are going to be super fast. So playing as the Hermit counters all that, but the problem here is it's the second time Rivals Esports are encountering Alva. And number 2, you're kind of playing a safe hunter. I call Alva a safe choice hunter because he's relying too much on his stuns to get things. He's relying. The moment you need a hunter to slow down the Cypher progress because you couldn't catch a survivor fast enough, that's already an issue there. You see what I mean?
Yeah, you're kind of playing
The moment you
passively.
need that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you kind of playing passively. You can see like it took so long for him in the first round to find someone.
Yeah.
Right? So I don't know, man.
I would say that Rival Esports or team former B4U, they knew this matchup very well. Like maybe the first round they're kind of adjusting to it, but here you just saw, I would say, a pretty well-oiled machine with how to handle this type of matchup. And again, it looked kind of terrible towards the mid game because everyone is injured, right? But we just have to call out the excellent rotations that they were able to do. Distract here, pull the hunter away from that chair, and then once again, Schmitty, like a thief in the night, going for the backdoor rescue. And that really solidified them to buy enough time for them to be able to push for the exit gate. And then also the exit gate war. He was able to warp, going towards that other exit gate, away from the lantern exit gate. But then as he does that, he's leaving Schmitty open for the rescue. And I don't know, it just seems like they had their backs covered, and it really shows the years of experience that these guys had together. I would really love to hear their voice comms, how they sound, or even if they're actually talking at this point, because they're working as a hive mind in these type of matches.
I can imagine it's super chill.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Changing target.
Yeah, that's how the China and Japan teams are, dude.
Right?
They're like, oh,
because
okay.
remember, I think we actually fun lah. Because we actually listened to them before, right? It's really kind of chill actually. It's like, okay, he's changing target now. Yeah, go. Only when they escape, like they show excitement.
Yeah,
right?
like that's when they get the victory. But in the game, they're super chill. I say the Southeast Asia like teams are the ones that are very rowdy when they talk.
Super.
Yeah, but the Japan teams are just so like they pop off. Here it's like so chill. So yeah,
true.
That's definitely a question we have to ask the teams like when we interview them. Like, hey, how's voice comms like? Where are you guys like?
I don't know what to tell you guys. We're just cool. We're just chilling. We're just chilling here. But seriously though, yeah, I think they got signed for a reason. Both teams played super good. They played super well. And Ace rising up to the challenge to face up against B4U, now known as Rivals, is definitely a statement that they're not shying away from the challenge as well. But Rivals, they've proven themselves to be signed, and now they're continuing to proving themselves why they deserved it and why they are the first in history outside of the Chinese region.
That's crazy.
To be signed. That's crazy, right? I mean, oh my god, that's history making. It should go for the book of records of some sort.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that, I mean, these did document their journey, right? And one thing, and they tell this to everyone, like people ask, what's your secret, right? Or like how you get so good. It's because these guys kind of stuck around with each other. They know each other. This game really rewards people for our teammates, because I don't know if you guys were around to see Psyche's interview, but he was saying like a lot of people like keep changing teams here and there, but he was able to find one. Thing is, yes, they are the best of the best, but I think and he actually exclaims this as one of the strengths of B4U. They've stuck around for the longest time. They've seen really adverse situations, but they grew together. And I think even in the interviews, Schmitty said it, like if one person leaves the game, we're all gonna leave the game because we're a family. Like that's how connected they are, and that bond, they're tethered that way. And you see that put on display. And I feel like if they make a run for COA championships and they're constantly improving like this, because you have to admit also, yes, like teams practice like 8 hours a day, but do they have the same bond and connection? I'm not sure, because like we keep swapping players out here and there.
Sure, yeah. Not swapping names, swapping names. You know, they need an identity. B4U has the longest standing identity, despite all the challenges from previous years until now. They stuck together. So that's something that we really need to admire, right? And I like how you said that. I like how you brought up the method that they said if one person leaves, we are all gonna leave, and it really shows the bond there. Because I don't know, man. If you leave, I think I'll probably leave it.
If you go back to the manor, I'll go back to the manor.
Okay. If you die, I'll die.
I'll follow. Don't worry, I got you. Like,
don't worry.
especially like, oh, you have a 5-second kite. Don't worry. Next game, we'll all just run towards the hunter. It's okay. Next game.
No problem. Make the hunter stay, right?
We're friendly survivors, folks. But yeah, I think that's how solid they are in this game. Like, and yeah, they always say that in every interview. And even if like Sprinter is a hunter main, he knows that the survivor mains have their back, has his back, right? And I think that bond, just is really unmatched with the years of tournaments that they do have. So kudos to them. Again, that is the strength that they have. But I would have to say Ace, they have been around for a while in IVT. We've seen some name changes here and there, but you know what? They could have that winning formula, as Schmitty did mention in the interview also, like the teams that to look out for, Omni, CH4, and then I think he also mentioned like Ravens and Ace, because these are the ones that keep popping up in IVT. So you want to be able to stay consistent that way.
Yeah. I mean, it might seem like they're playing really, really effortlessly here, right? But it really took them a long journey to be as comfortably as now. Because right now, before this, you can maybe nitpick a little bit of mistakes here and there. You know, like, oh, why is he not doing this here and then, you know? But now it's like you cannot complain. There's nothing to complain about the way that they're playing now, right? You cannot nitpick. No one can. Fans or haters alike or neutral grounds alike. You cannot nitpick anything. And this is why they are one of the best in the NAEU scene right here. Not just for their bonds, but the way that they stuck through until now. So if there's another team in NAEU, there are a few other teams in NAEU that can stick around long enough with the people and build that bond. It's not like a first love thing, you know, like, oh, I look at you for the first time, I fall in love with you, and that's the bond I'm gonna have for the rest of life. No, it's like you gotta build that bond with that person. You have to commit to that bond. You know what I mean? Just
Shout
because it's a few hiccups
in the chat. I see Schmitty's here.
Oh, Schmitty's
showing some love, showing the chat some love. So shout outs to Schmitty. I think because now he could look at the chat because it's Sprinter that is up. So do show him some love, guys. Yeah, you mentioned it. You know, I hope that this sets an example not just for the NAEU region, but for other regions as well. I think they're setting that blueprint of how you guys can like face adversity together. It's really poetic with how their rise to the top is. And Ace, you know what? Not too far off with how they've been performing. You know what? They're always at the cusp. They're always top 4, top 8 when it comes to IVT. So this is a big moment for them if they're able to actually get this one out. And we're going to see a very, I would say a variety of pick here and a batter to stop to round up this 4 survivor lineup.
It's very, very OB heavy based. Like there's the prospector, there's the batter here. So, and the patient for the distance, right? So that's a lot of containment. There's a lot of containment characters here and harassers. So I'm wondering about the effectiveness of, because here, right, you know, in the previous game, in the previous half, they're playing rotations, running out line of sight, rotations, keeping themselves out of sight. But here, it's like they're picking characters that wants to directly deal with the hunter. 2 different styles. You see that, right? Here, all these characters means it's screaming, I want to fight the hunter. I want to fight the hunter, right? But is that really what you want to do against Sprinter here? Like, he's chasing one person. Are you going to commit your resources to fighting him? I mean, looks fancy, but who's going to be left to decode? You don't have a Mylake.
And look at that. He's immediately going to go to Wax Artist because he knows that the stuns could add wax onto the survivors. He just wants to go for a tie. This is Screaming Discipline on his side again. Shout outs to Aaron for bringing insights to the team and like kind of controlling the analysis for the team here, because he sees that victory is definitely in sight if he just ties this one out. And you said team fights. Okay, we're gonna go for the character that negates team fights or punishes you for trying to stun him. So it's gonna be a little tough. You need to, especially with Prospector, man. That's the attract and the repel. You have to get close.
Yeah, I'm surprised they might as well just pick the Antiquarian. I haven't even seen any Antiquarians.
Actually, in the first 2 matches me and Chocho did, she was always banned. So there's that.
Yeah, but here she's not even banned. Like, you want a team fight, you might as well, right? But who knows? The batter might be the one to do something. You know, you might get a little bit of wax on your body, but hey, at least you pulled that distance. You add to that distance, the harassment. Well, let's see what's gonna happen. So here we go, guys. Pretzel in the middle, Lays in the side, trying to lay low, and Buttermilk, you know, being the supporter under the umbrellas. Zensawa close by. Guys, Ace needs to get a 4-man escape in order to win this round, in order to bring them to best of 3. Super hard mission for Ace right here. So guys, give your support to Ace because they definitely need more than ever.
They have to have an ace up their sleeve, man. The river's coming up. Pull for that ace, folks. Let's go.
Double
and also,
ace.
If you get, oh man, trip aces.
Trips.
That's gonna be crazy.
No, 4 of a kind.
It could be Father's Milk,
what they
man. Could be him. Who knows? In the turn, we will see how this one will shake out. Will Ace finally give their SOS in this matchup, folks? We're gonna find out in just a bit. Once again, Nello and Potch Spice at your service for potentially the last match in this game.
Alright, without further ado, Sprinzer on the Wax Artist trying to look for the first target. Remember guys, Ace needs a 4-man escape, whereas Sprinzer only needs 1k. Who am I kidding? He's not gonna settle for 1k. He wants more than that. Setting a beeline for Pretzel. That's the patient that we're looking at. Still has 3 hooks to work with, and this is a really good terrain for him to rotate in, especially with the help of the hook. But Pretzel, oh my god, a little bit too close for comfort. Sprinzer's catching up. And Pretzel, is he going to use that first hit? Missed us! Oh my god, he missed the hook and he got hit. And he has an 84% wax on him.
And now he's able to get the freeze, and now the hit and the down early on the first minute. Not even the first minute. Sprinzer meaning business here. Again, just one misstep, and he's able to actually capitalize on it. So unfortunate start for Ace, but it's not how you start, it's how you finish. How will they try and counter this situation? But a warp to add more presence into the map.
Yeah, Sprinzer's he's not gonna settle for 1k. He's gunning for the 4k. He's not even bothering to camp. You see what happens here, right? Ole's pushing him away with the magnet, but Sprinzer closing in. Oh, Wax is gonna get power slam this time. But is someone going to rescue Father?
Oh my gosh. The rescue's still gonna happen, but what timing! Sprinzer able to actually come back and able to actually farm off a hit off the patient.
Fathermilk was trying to block the small alley, but he did not. Sprinzer manages to, you know, slither his way through and got that hit onto him and trying to hit first officer as well. But nah, he's not. He's just gonna go straight for Pretzel. He wants to give that pressure, you know what? Because he's not a really good. He just wants the action to for him.
Yeah.
If he chairs the patient now, he knows that the survivors are gonna come and make the action happen for him.
Can I just say that's just very controlled aggression by him. I actually thought he was kind of like hunkering down just to go for that prospector, but yo, he practiced that discipline. He knew that the warp was still going to be there, and he's able to actually stop and farm off a hit. So he's still being very calculated in this, really defending the territory here. And now it seems like Lace is in the mix. That means there's 2 people that are here that are not decoding Nell, and it seems like they're able to get the rescue. Hang on, they're blocking him.
Yeah, if one is not enough to block, get 2.
2 for the price of 1.
Yeah, 2 for the price of 1. But Pretzel already jumping down. Sprinzer following the blood trails. Pretzel still going back. At this point, they might as well be playing Tarot. You know what I mean? Like 2
keep
survivors.
the king alive.
Just like, yeah, keep the king alive. Because if that one king is down, there's no point in it anymore, right? So just let Lace decode. Fine. He's the prospector, after all, or Fathermilk to decode.
Zensawa able to get the snipe, and now he's gonna try to continue on. He's trying to get the freeze off the batter, but he knows that since the batter is supporting, he's not decoding, but 5 ciphers still remain here, Nell. I know some are moving along, but he's actually pressuring the side where the ciphers are primed, but now able to actually get him down for the wax. And now Prezzo in the line of sight here, 68%. It's not hot wax, thankfully, but now he's got a hook to work with.
Oh, beautiful! Wow. No, that's a warp. Wait. Oh, nice. Beautifully done. Oh, he's gonna go back to the warp. Is he gonna go back to the warp? Yeah, he's gonna go back to the warp. But the pallet has been blocked. Prezzo. Yeah, Prezzo's gonna go down. Is Barry gonna get up in time to provide that support?
Hang on.
Oh no, it missed.
That was so close.
Prezzo.
What an intense game we're seeing so far. So Prezzo's out of the game. Zensawa has used up his... Oh, wow. He used up his flywheel just to negate that 100% wax, but a regular hit will drop him, and he's already used up the exit pad. So Sprinter could just go ahead and share this survivor, because once he gets a tie, it's GG. They will be moving on. And now the basement is here, too, for Sprinter to use.
Oh, my God. This is really, really devastating for anyone who gets shared in the basement, because you know it's against a wax artist with full presence.
Yeah.
And sort of counters all your harassments. Yeah,
true.
Blaze going down with the double hit. Oh, then beautiful flywheel going in. Zensawa, will he be able to be rescued? Brinzer still hitting with the wax, trying to buy this time. Okay, he's gonna be able to do it. And
nice.
Oh, it's not gonna stun him enough.
Good support so far. And now we see that Lace, he's just trying to buy enough time here. He's actually going to focus onto Lace.
Nice. It was actually 100% wax, but he pushed it away. Now, go out! No, he's not going to be able to go out. He's just getting sprayed with hot wax. And Lace is going to take the place of the batter. I'm sure Zensawa is very grateful, but no one wants to be here.
Thank you. All right, I'll remember you when I'm back in the manor. It was a good active, like a selfless act, but you know what? You got to think in a team here, and he did try to buy enough time, but you know what? The numbers do not lie. They need to get more than a tie here for them to be able to push for that game number 3. It seems like Sprinter has this whole area on lockdown here. He's constantly patrolling around and continuing on the pressure here. They need to go for this rescue if they want to push for that 3rd game. However, it's only First Officer that is capable of doing it. Thing is he even gonna attempt here, because he possibly knows where he's at? He's crouching down. Sprinter hasn't seen the First Officer just yet.
Wow. Top tier Hunter gameplay here, Posh. That's not even settled. Like, he knows that it's over once he gets that 1k, but the respect, man, the professionalism, just getting that. Okay, wait. Father Mill! Oh, that hit! The hit First Officer! He needs the watch now! He needs it! Toronto! He needs it! Oh no! He's gonna get it! Oh my god! Oh my god, Lace is dead! He lay dead!
The timing was just a little off. You gotta admire Father Milk for trying to go for that rescue. He was just off by a couple of seconds. It was just so close, but it was really unfortunate to see that. But Sprinter could already sign his ticket to the top 4. He's already eliminated his 2nd survivor. It was quite unfortunate because the last 2 ciphers are sitting at 93 and 81. We're gonna see a warp being moved here just so that he can spot out Zensawa. And this is a checkmate situation here now.
Yeah, it is a checkmate situation, but you know what I'm thinking? Ace, remember when you mentioned that if they can get a 1-man escape against Sprinter, then it's considered a moral victory. Maybe that's what they're trying to do here. Like,
yeah. Zensawa actually, if he moves all the way to the left, you can see the dungeon over at the restaurant area, I believe. So now, I don't think Sprinter has seen where the dungeon is located just yet, but the First Officer does take quite a while. Batter has 3 balls to work with. So Nell, that possibility could come in, and I feel like that's how Ace should play this. Just get that moral victory. Let's go.
True. Unless if Sprinter has something to do against it, because this is where things backfired for Ace, right? First Officer takes so long. He sits so long on the chair. Oh, he misses the ball.
Zensawa, another side step! Oh, flywheel! Oh my god, Sprinter!
Just as Father Milk has expired, but congratulations to rival Esports Wow, what a game. 2-0 in convincing manner. Congratulations. They are your winner for this round.
Yeah,
And of course, I mean, Ace as well, a moral victory. I mean, Ling has definitely played his best. The team has definitely played his best against rivals, aka formerly known as B4U, right? So, really, really intense match.
Yeah, incredible, entertaining match, I would have to say. You got to give it up to Ace for making it all the way to top 8 and really giving, both factions a run for their money, really showing their strengths, right? Really fighting till the very end up against Sprincer. I think the cards were just on his side in this matchup. He just needed to get a tie. They had to play a little more aggressive. They had to kind of a support here and there just for them to be able to kind of push for at least more than just the tie. But that's what Sprincer wants. He picked a very good hunter in the wax artist, and also using that warp to full effect. Yeah, I love it. Especially that the basement rescue was just so close, but
really, it was very close. The top down hit as well definitely was devastating, and that's why basement is super scary. You know what's gonna happen, but somehow you can't dodge it. You know what I mean? Lace did it the first time with the help of Flywheel, but how do you put this? He sacrificed himself for the greater good.
Greater good.
Yeah, no one got to him after that. It's so unfortunate.
You gotta have him as a teammate, folks. Like they really wanted to try their best. Again, Ace, congratulations making it this far. Going up against, I would say, the gold standard when it comes to competitive Identity 5 here in NAEU. Hopefully they learned a lot, and they gave us a lot of highlighted moments. Again, we'll see them again, I'm sure, in future tournaments. It's just Rival Esports seems like they're gunning for that victory and gunning for a level up this year with how the meta is shaken out. It's kind of terrifying seeing how crazy good they are. So shout outs to them because they are your winners. I'm actually thinking, Nell, I know we might get Sprincer as the MVP, but is there any standout survivor performance you want to kind of give kudos to before we see the MVP?
You mean survivors?
Survivors on rival side, because Sprincer, I mean, Sprincer
for sure. Yeah, I mean Schmidty for sure. He was cooking the entire way. The first round, the first match against Ling, where he actually got 3K. Wait, was it a 3K? He got a 3K, but that kite made it possible for them to at least have 1% out, right? That 2.5 minutes kite, that was really good. So I would say Schmidty went from being an OBer in the past with his forward in the past and into a very reliable kiter, a very reliable kiter supporter in the present day. So Survivor MVP, I would say, is definitely Schmidty.
I agree.
How about you? You have a different MVP?
I would say, yeah, on both sides, Schmidty was kind of like the playmaker. Even though he didn't escape in the first round, he still contained it like 3 seconds of containment. 3 digits of containment time. And also in the second one, he was rescuer and also a supporter. But looking at the matchup here, Sprincer, again, an excellent performance on the Wax Artist. So here are your match results, folks. If it's not Sprincer, I would possibly say Paul Blems with how well he kited also. Again, it's everyone played the role really well. Like Roland also with the rescues, Leg with also the decoding. But you know how the MVPs usually go. I think the flawless performance kind of goes to Sprincer because the numbers speak for itself. So we just want to give our kudos to all, like, well-rounded also on other teams, like the Survivor MVP, and then there's the Hunter MVP. So here we have it, folks. 8-1 in round number, in the second match, leading to a 2-0 victory in favor of Team Rivals.
Yeah, back-to-back 5-0. So very well-deserving MVP for Rivals Esports Sprincer. So join us in giving our applause to this very scary hunter, but very chill at the same time, but very scary.
I wonder who we're interviewing. If it's going to be Sprincer, is it going to be Schmitty? Is it going to be Aaron or Paul? Like any of the survivors, I'm excited. Let us know in chat what questions you want to ask them, because we're very excited to pick the brains and also talk to rival esports players.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, looks like we got news. Are we supposed to let them know? We got news of who's going to be the interviewee.
Go ahead. I wasn't able to hear it.
It's actually Roland.
Roland in the deep. Let's go. Roland, congratulations first and foremost. I hope you're feeling all right. First and foremost, how are you feeling after that intense matchup between you and Ace?
Oh, that was a really, really good match. We enjoyed both sides, Hunter and Survivor. And honestly, fighting for, that one escape or fighting for that 3 escape, it was really tough, and it challenged us to the point where we were wondering if all our practices, was enough to get past Ling.
Were you expecting or were you preparing for a hermit in the first game, and then when you saw it again in the second match, were you expecting it again?
Yeah, we did do our little bit of research. We prepared. We took a look at his hunter pool to see, what options he would have, what we could ban, what characters to pick. I'd like to give a thanks to UKJ, who was especially helpful for preparing for Ling.
Okay, shout outs to UKJ. I have to ask, this is the first time you're playing under the rival banner. How does it feel? Kind of coming into this new era, but still all together.
Yeah, it was really awesome, really fortunate of us to be picked up by this team. We're very excited. We feel like all our efforts for the past 4 or 5 years have been shown a little bit, and we're excited to keep playing and show off all our practices.
Yeah, and here's a question for the people who wants to know what's going on in your voice comms. How was it like with communications? Was it super chill?
Is it rowdy?
Honestly,
is it chill?
You guys can probably guess. It's quite rowdy. We're just yelling at each other, telling each other where the hunter is going. This is what high-level IDV is about. It's about communicating, making sure everyone's on the same page so we can truly work as a team. And then for Sprinter as well, it's about kind of predicting how the other team will play. So him, also reading into the minds of the opponent survivors is also important.
Okay, so there you go. Nell, we're speaking in high levels when we shout at each other. So yay, Roland certified. Before we ask for your last messages, I want to ask you: do you have a message for people that are trying to get into competitive Identity 5? Since you guys are kind of like that gold standard for NAEU region, right? Do you have a message for people that are looking to break into playing more competitive IDV?
Yeah, for sure. If you guys have been following just IVTs in general or KOA, you see that new teams pop up all the time. It's not just the same 1 or 2 teams. You have new names, new hunters, new survivors. So it just proves that anyone can join. So all you gotta do is put in the effort, put in the practice, make those connections, and then results can definitely show. And I'm hoping that whether you're a fan of us or a fan of other teams, that maybe take that chance and try to push yourself to join us on the stage.
Perfectly said. Nell?
Thank you. Last question. Okay, so last question. Any shout outs or message you want to share to your fans, your supporters, all this while, Roland?
Yeah, I could go on and shout at everyone, but just a couple. Obviously, my team, we put in tons of work, put in the hours, prepped, did our research, watched film. I'd like to thank also my team's family members for being supportive of our decision to push for this. And then the fans, we always see your guys' comments. We're always looking around, trying to see how you guys react. So we're very thankful that you guys are supportive, and we hope that we can continue to prove that we deserve it.
Roland, thank you so much. You're the man. We cannot wait to see how you're going to perform in top 4. Get some rest, get some good night's sleep, and we'll see you at top 4, okay? Thank you so much.
Yeah. Good luck to you guys, too. It's tough commentating out here. See ya.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yay. There we go.
Yeah.
Imagine voice comms. We're doing all right when we're screaming at each other. Hey, that's we're expert level now. Look at that.
Yeah, we should come up with a program on Steam called Yapping Simulator.
I would love that. I would definitely love that if we could do that. We definitely have the lung capacity for that. So,
True. Honestly, it's yeah. Honestly, we have so much more to talk about, but hey, we're gonna see you right after the short break and highlights. So hope you enjoy. See you. Hey guys, welcome back to IVT day number 1, and we have a familiar face joining me, coming back from her rest during the intervals, and that's Chocho. How are you doing, Chocho?
Doing very great. I had a very short break in between because of the third matchup, but now moving on to our last matchup, I would say it will be equally exciting. For the first 3 matchups we've been seeing, it has been kind of one-sided. It has been 2-0s for all 3 matchups. So coming into the fourth one, I'm actually rather excited to see whether it's going to be slightly different and whether... I mean, we do see a couple of familiar faces, right? We do see the countdown.
Sure.
Sally, Nato, Santi Devil, and also Fafa.
Wow.
So I'm very excited
Fafa.
to kind of see their plays this time around.
Yeah, shout outs to Fafa fam, Fafa family, and of course the Skibidi fam. Definitely the battle of the 2 fams coming in FFY versus MST. You know what we're talking about. Starting off with FFY, Fafa fam. Is Fafa Taz, the Hunter main, of course, the survivor lineups are Whiteness, Xuan, Cravings, and Fortune, making up the Fafa fam. Oh, it's really addictive, man. Saying the Fafa fam, Fafa fam, Fafa fam.
Fafa fam, yeah. And for MST, Mistletoe, it will be Persica, Sally, Rawfish, Seven, Nato, Santi Devil, as well as Z. So yeah, this will be the lineup for the side of MST. They have 2 hunters, Santi Devil as well as Persica, but it seems like Santi Devil will be up. Actually was up for the qualifiers for all rounds. So we'll be curious to see what Persica will be bringing to the table later on if she does comes up.
Yeah, he better be. He better be. He said that he's been practicing his IV, right? It's a secret weapon. So who knows? Who knows? Skibidi Santi better show up. Otherwise, I'll be really upset. But facing off is a Whiteness and Sawi, both sporting their cheerleader character. I love cheerleader. Do you love cheerleaders?
I definitely do. Yeah, I mean the
cheering beside you.
Yeah, and you suddenly you're down on the floor and you can get up again because of the cheers.
Yes.
I think there's something very magical. It gives that magical touch. And
Yeah.
for now, we have Xuan, the painter, and also Rawfish. So these 2 players, I haven't really seen them very often. This is my first time actually looking at them.
Yeah, I mean Xuan, raw fish. I mean, please guys, don't eat raw fish, right? It's not good. It's not good for your health.
Oh no.
Yeah, unless if you're talking about sushi. Like, wait, raw salmon.
And that's,
Maybe then.
and this is why Nell is kind of like the dad figure. Like literally, my own dad also says not to eat raw fish, but you know what? I still do. Yeah, and now moving on with the next players, we have Cravings from FFY and MST7. So these 2 as well, not too familiar, but if you guys do know that if they have changed their names or have any past histories when it comes to badges, certain teams, do let us know. We'll be reading in the live chat as well.
For real. Shout outs to everyone making the noise in the chat. Hashtag Fafa Family Sweep. Yeah, thank you for this overwhelming support. Beautifully done. But guys, please, we can read other people's comments too. Not just the spams. So please try to keep your spams to a minimum because this is really not skibbity good. So right up next, Fortune from Fafa Fam, and of course Nato from the Most Skibbity team. I think MST is Most Skibbity team, right?
And also, I mean, we're on Nato, right? And Nato used to be an ex-member of CH4 and played the Wilding as well as Acrobat. But coming into this, we'll be seeing him in a different team with Santi Devil. And it seems like Persica will be coming up for BO1 with possibly the Bloody Queen and Fafa with the N. But we do know her that she's more known for her Soul Weaver.
I like this. Persica, the secret weapon with no data, makes it a little bit harder to counter something you don't know, right? And Fafa, Taz as well, not even sporting his most formidable character yet. But mind you guys, these teams are definitely super intense, super good, and can't wait to see the battle of the 2 fams against each other, especially since that's going crazy over these 2 fams. Man, the collision between the 2 big familias.
Yeah, I mean,
Italian.
Yeah, but I'm not too sure. I do see a lot of spams, but I'm not too sure whether it's leaning towards FFY or if not MST. Like which one is more popular. But you know what? I'm actually quite excited to see Pristika, right? You know, you've mentioned there's no data. We don't have data on our side as well. We only have Senti Devil's data. So actually, I kind of want to add on as well. I kind of did some Excel conditioning because I can. And FFY Survivors actually ranks second when it comes to the highest win rate, right after RM Survivors. Yeah, so the Survivors should be quite strong. We might be seeing that later on. And as for the longest containment time, we have to give it to MST7 with 251 seconds of containment time during the qualifiers. As to the specific of who he was containing, or was it harassment included, we're not too sure, but he has the highest containment. Looking at our map ban pick now. Now you want to take us through this?
Yeah, I mean, Chinatown's getting banned, so MST definitely does not want to take the fight to Chinatown, because I think you mentioned Soul Weaver on Fafa, right? So maybe they want to avoid that. But Red Church is also super good for the Spider, so I'm not sure if the game plan's going to work here. I mean, at least Chinatown is bigger, right? So it gives a little bit more problem to the Spider. But in Red Church, yeah, you can play the Dream Witch, you can pretty much play, you can play a lot of characters here. You can play Soul Weaver, you can play, for all you know, you can even play the Evil Reptilian here. You can play the Smiley Face is also good here. So there's a lot of characters here. But, I mean, who are you looking forward to? Like, what character, what hunter are you looking forward to? Like, you haven't seen it, but you really hope that someone picks it up.
Okay, two hunters. Okay.
Two hunters.
First one,
let's go.
Of course, would be Senti Devil's Ripper. But the second one, unfortunately, we saw Link just now. He got eliminated so early this time around, and we didn't manage to see his ex-boy too. So hopefully, Senti Devil, maybe if he has an ex-boy, we'll be able to see that too. He did play it in IVT Autumn 2023, so maybe we might see that.
Okay, so the two characters, number one, Soul, was it Soul? Sorry.
First one would be the Ripper.
The Ripper.
So Senti Devil's Ripper.
Soul Ripper. Senti Devil's
Soul Ripper. Ripper. And the second one
Soul
would be...
Reaper. I was thinking like, yeah, I like the, you know, but he's an S-Batch Ripper, right? So, yeah, definitely, really, yeah, I love me some Ripper games. But the second one you mentioned just now, sorry, I got cut off a little bit.
X-Boy.
X-Boy. And who do you want to see play X-Boy?
Senti Devil.
Senti Devil as well? Oh no. Yeah, let's hope they bring him out at some point in the game, because it seems Persika will be making his or her debut in this IVT Day number 1 matchup. So it's super important. The BO1's super important. I mean, I don't know, man. Like all the characters that we mentioned and the ones that I want to see, the ones that you want to see, do you think it's just gonna go back to just Opera Singer BO1 in Red Church?
Oh, if that's the case, that would be really sad. Like really sad.
Instant energy drop.
Of course.
But hey, you gotta play what you gotta play to win the game, right? So if you think that Opera Singer's the strongest, by all means, go for it, Fafa. Yeah, right? But looks like Fafa fans gonna be really happy to see Fafa coming up first. And MST team is going to send the survivors out first. We have Rawfish, Nato, Sawi, and Seven up against Fafa here. I'm really excited to see. We know some of the names, some of them from Fusion, I believe, some of them from CH4, and some of them probably changed their names, so we do not know. But Seer and Gardener, first ban. What do you think?
I think they might be gearing up for an opera singer.
Opera singer?
Yeah, it could be an opera singer over here. I mean, from the first two bands itself from Fafa and the first two picks from the Survivor side, it seems to be that they might be gearing up for that opera singer. And from the side of Fafa, he'll be banning out the dancer too. So from the MST side, they can decide to opt for a rescuer, or if not, a Kaitaro, like an acrobat, like, you know, we're seeing there. So last pick from the Survivor side should be a rescuer. So Fafa should be banning out mercenary. Should be a mercenary or first officer.
Yeah, Walling. I don't know.
Maybe. Moving against opera singer is good. It's good.
But Walling is so slow in decoding. I mean, I love the support by Walling, but but you know, if I had to choose between decoding and support, yeah, okay, thank you, mercenary. Yeah, it's just really slow. In decoding, we saw what happened in the previous game. Like going up against Princess Opera Singer. Yeah, it didn't really work that well. But hey, I like this lineup. There's a Perfumer, which is super good against Opera Singer. Which is, unless if the timing is a little bit wrong and you end up with half health, and yeah, it's gonna be super bad. But hey, it's 7 we're talking about. I mean, it's a 7 from IVL, no, right?
Probably
Yeah,
not.
that's fine.
This is
Probably a fan.
this is yeah, since the NAEU region, and yeah, it seems like they don't really have any harassers, so they should be solely focusing on decoding. Later on, we should be seeing that. And for Fafa, will he respond back with a Soul Weaver? A Opera Singer? If not, something a little bit more surprising. And we've seen an amazing sculptor match in our first matchup of today this morning. So for you guys will be probably early evening. So we will see.
Midnight for them. I don't know.
I mean,
Yeah, some of the different time zones. Yeah.
yeah, different time zones.
I would love to live in different time zones, just so that.
So we see the Opera Singer over here being picked. Yeah, we should be seeing a pretty standard Opera Singer matchup over here. We've seen many nerfs on the Opera Singer because of how strong she has been. So we might be leaning towards a tie here. Mistletoe Survivors, they are very known to be very stable too, but coming into this new team, I wonder how their synergy is gonna be, their communication styles. But take us through these spawn locations now.
Savi's gonna take the middle church. 7 obviously wants to take the kite, I guess. I mean, it's really good. Rawfish can easily pad away. Nato's all the way there at carpet, so Fafa. Usually you see us like a cross spawn location, right? But here he opts to go next to the Perfumer and the Mercenary. So any thoughts on this, Chocho? Like why this location is good for him?
Probably wants to get nearer towards the Survivor and also lock the Cypher at the graveyard. So kind of pushing Nato to a place where red carpet, right, is not as good as the kiting area is for graveyard, but if she decides to go for the Perfumer can totally rotate to that gate and then use the graveyard area that is not being decoded to kite it out. So I hope the Survivors do have the exact same plan, and we'll see whether Fafa goes for the Perfumer first. So this is going to be Red Church, our match number 4 of today, round number 1, first half. Chocho and John and me will be Posh Spice. Sorry, Mellow. And it will be... You can't be both.
I can be anyone you want.
And we will bring you the live commentary of this match.
Alright, this is Posh. Nice, I'm just kidding. It's Papa making the beeline for the raw fish. I don't know. I think he just wants to cook that raw fish right there, right? So he's just rotating towards where he is right now. So the Mercenary, surprising choice to go for the Mercenary first. Yeah, probably the strategy is just to, waste the elbow pads, or just get rid of the rescuers, right? Because if the rescuers are gone, then it's going to be super hard. Second elbow pad being used. Wow, burning through the elbow pads like I'm burning through fuel for my car. So, pretty good so far. But the first hits can register. So there's one more pad. Someone's actually decoding at the graveyard, so Nato might want to rotate away.
I mean, it's kind of sticky right now. We do see that the Hunter is making a beeline still for that Mercenary. It seems like he doesn't just want to waste his items, but also at the same time get him down to that chair as well. So Rawfish still able to kite it out quite some time here. He still has another elbow pad, and Nato has successfully retracted away from that area and able to successfully use the elbow pad to get out of that very sticky situation he was in, surviving one more time and forcing out the blink too. So I think this is rather, I would say, successful kite, but interrupting so many of his one of his teammates Cypher for so long really hindered the Cypher progress.
That's very true. Like, the Cyphers are not even popped yet, and you burn through 3 elbow pads, and you got hit 3 times? Was it 3 times? 2 times. So I don't know, man. Should they sell Mercenary at this point, Chocho? Because he has nothing to rebound kite. Maybe rescue once, then sell?
I think rescue once and sell. I think that would be the best idea here. You don't really want to just leave the person here and let the opera singer just freely hit out and get free hits everywhere. So Seven will be coming for this potential first rescue. In the meantime, we do see a little bit of them. I guess I want to rescue before half. Nice skin, by the way.
Where's the movie? Why? Oh, beautiful reflection back. Oh, it's fine. At least he managed to rescue. I was thinking, oh my god, that was such a good place to perfume that time. But Rawfish is gonna get that. He's gonna get the the shorter end of it. It's gonna go back to exactly where he was at moments ago. Nothing he could have done there, right? No elbow pads, no nothing. Couldn't do anything. And Perfumer needs some healing assistance as well. Savi's around the vicinity. Could come for the rescue if she wants to, but at this point, at this rate, ciphers are really not enough, Chocho. I mean, what's the game plan here if you're MST? Rescue? Heal first? Sacrifice?
Sacrifice and play the long game. Try to hide away. But the thing is that the two of them are healing at graveyard. The moment Fafa hits to the graveyard, that Tinnitus actually right now is really being propped up already. So Fafa, he will easily find these two survivors. And seems like the person that's staying behind is Seven, sorry.
Yeah, Seven's here. Has two perfumes to work with. I really hope you use the perfume here. Beautiful use this time. Perfect use. Has to be really careful. Needs a little bit of distance against the opera singer. Oh my goodness!
Oh my goodness. And this is what you get. This is what you get when you don't look back. That's what happens when you don't look back. You think the hunter is far away, but no, this is the opera singer. The heartbeat doesn't say much. You have to look back. Now, a really unfortunate situation, I would say. And also, I kind of wanted to say that how Fafa kind of changed her trump card skills quite early. But considering that Terror Shock, I think it's still fine.
Yeah, it's still fine. Still good. I mean, the ciphers are not even close to being fine. I mean, the third cipher is gonna be done pretty soon, but okay.
Oh, no.
Good
Done?
hit.
Oh no.
Okay. Oh, this is such a bad spot. This is such a bad spot to shoot like that, Jojo.
Yeah. Fafa, everything is calculated. Fafa will be hitting for Sally. He knows that the cipher outside is being pushed, so nobody is gonna come for this rescue. Pushing for the red objective here, Fafa. With the quick hands, unable to get it through the pallet. But Sally is still able to cut it out over here and teleport. Would it be used here?
Wow. Fafa, fast and furious coming in. Furioso! The gun has been expanded. Like that beautiful shot, straight shot right into Fafa. But the stun doesn't feel that long, don't you think, Jojo? It's like, boom. 1.5 seconds later, you're up and running again.
I'm not too sure. Maybe he brought a trait that kind of reduced the amount taken.
Nice!
Oh, jukes.
Wow. Sewi looking like Steve Curry right there. I don't know, man. Sidestepping left and right. But at this point, Chocho, MSC has lost Rawfish, has lost Seven, and Savi's on the floor. Nato has a lot of bomb to work with, but two ciphers are untouched. Oh, beautiful bounce right there. Trying to kite Fafa a little bit longer. I don't know, man. If Nato can extend the kite here long enough for Coordinator to finish the ciphers, that'll be really good. But that first hit's gonna register. The bomb probably not gonna be up for use very soon. Nato's to try more time. Sawi's up. Find item first or decode.
Seems to be Nato will be seeing the ground for the first time, and our Coordinator has really expanded herself here. Trying to slow walk over there so that there isn't any footprints, but there's still the tinnitus the moment Fafa gets near. So it's just a matter of time before Fafa actually finds Coordinator. And seems like the blood trace has been seen.
Oh no. Yeah, it's been seen. And Coordinator, Sawi doesn't even have time to find anything. Okay, teleport back, trying to find Sawi again. Sawi going through the window again, but no! Yeah, just deciding to hug the wall. Has lost his exit path. Fafa's gonna teleport straight away to the last place scene and it's gonna spot the blood trail almost immediately. So Fafa, yeah, all he has to do is down the acrobat one more time and it will look like a 4K. Oh, the fadeaway hit! I thought he was gonna go through that pallet for sure, but Fafa securing the 4K for the Fafa fam. Wow, Chocho.
This is amazing.
Yeah, it's amazing.
You can go ahead.
Yeah, seriously, like usually we with this kind of lineup, right? We usually see a draw situation, right? Most of the time we will see a draw situation, but I don't know, man. What do you think happened in that game? Was it Fafa utilizing the opera singer super deadly, super precise, or was it was the issue from the survivors rotations? What happened there?
Fafa, I mean, skills-wise, we cannot deny it. It's definitely written in paper. We see that in the matchup itself. But we have to go to the root problem of it. The mercenary being spawned at the middle broken. It is fine. It is normal for mercenaries to be spawned there because you want to break the 3 pallet that happens in that side of the map. But the problem that happened was raw fish actually kiting towards the front gate where the acrobat was spawned in, and because of that, acrobat was forced to rotate towards graveyard, and graveyard cipher was locked because hunter was spawned at the lower broken area, and that resulted in so much time being lost for the acrobat to decode a lot more than he's supposed to. And yeah, the rotations from the mercenary was just all wrong from the start.
So you would say the downfall is the rotations and team. The communication was not quite there. I would say, like, because
I think they also didn't expect that the mercenary would be the first chase. I think Rawfish was also a little bit caught off guard there, and it kind of explained in the kiting route that he seemed to be rather unsure, and the usage of the elbow pad was rather loose. Was rather how to say?
Yeah, I understand what you're trying to say. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely. But here's the thing, right? Because I always say this, like, just because you play a rescuer doesn't mean that you will be safe. Because you have to be prepared. Because a rescuer needs to be a super good kiter when needed as well. Especially when you're a mercenary, you have 3 pads to burn, and unfortunately, you're relying a little bit too much on the items and not utilizing the terrain a little bit more. Because right where he spawned, it was actually a pretty decent place for him to drop pallets there and spend a little bit more time there too, right?
Yeah, he can totally play with that broken area. He has top broken to the lower back broken area to use, but he instead went to an area where his teammates were supposed to decode at, and that is a huge no-no. You don't want to slow down your teammates' cipher progress, especially at the start.
Yeah, you do not want to play distance against an opera singer. You want to play the battle of creating long walls, making the opera singer waste time to break pallets, making him go the other way around. You do not want to. You cannot win if you want to foot race the opera singer, right? Even if you have a pad, I don't think it's gonna matter a lot. He's gonna catch up so fast to you, and that's the thing. But you gotta admit though, even with all that happening, MST still kinda, I would say they still kind of played that pretty well. Savvy, I thought Savvy was pretty good with coordinator. She got caught off guard once, but after that she still managed to aim and get. She bought a lot of time. She didn't go down super fast. She bought time, and yeah, I felt like if Acrobat was the one kiting in the first place, or the Perfumer, that would have been a different story. But yeah, I agree with you. I think it all started with the mercenary getting chased first.
Yeah, and also, you mentioned how Sally, right? Sally actually did a great job. In all honesty, if I was the coordinator, I would have shot, but I would be on the ground, like, after the...
Oh, yeah.
You get what I mean?
Yeah, I'll probably shoot the wall and still go on the ground. It's that hard. I don't know how people shoot and,
Yeah, that was perfect timing.
Yeah, seriously. That's why I don't play coordinator anymore, because when you shoot the wall, you're always gonna get it in post chat. Like, how did you shoot the wall? It's always something funny to talk about.
You have one job. You have one job, and you shot the wall.
And that is to click the gun when you see the hunter. What's going on? I mean, but nonetheless, you gotta admit, Fafa. If Fafa made mistakes there, I think the survivors would have been able to capitalize as well. But Fafa it was super sharp and clean. Like I'm just looking at the replays right here. Like it's super sharp and clean. You don't really see a lot of mistakes with his dashes. You don't really see miss dash a lot as well. The pressure was on point as well. This is a trait of a really good top hunter here. So Fafa, yeah, downing the acrobat here as I saw. I think I think playing against a hunter like this, if the survivors make too much mistakes, hey, come on, you have 4 people in the team. You make too much mistakes, it's gonna cost you. It's gonna cost you a lot. And you got the 4K. That.
I mean, it explains, right, why Fa family has only 5 members in the team. 1 hunter and 4 survivors. That 1 hunter is super solid, and that's Fafa. And now the 4 survivors, they are ranked 2nd in terms of highest win rate in the among all the other survivors in the other teams. So yeah, I'm excited to see how this 4 survivors is gonna coordinate later on in the second half, go against Persica.
True. I mean, Persica, guys, not to be confused with WBG, yeah? Persica's currently in IPL here. But yeah, definitely looking forward to seeing the debut of Persica from team most skibidi team. Right?
Most skibidi team.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the people are saying in the chat here. But hey, shout out to you guys as well. Hope that you guys have a great time, great day, no matter where you guys are from. Shout out to you guys. Of course, it's not over yet. 4K here, but hey, MST can always come back with their own 4K.
Yeah.
Can always come back with their own 4K, and make it a BO3. Because, we love to watch more of this, right? We love to watch more of this. Don't you agree, Chocho?
Yeah, we definitely do. And now we'll be heading into the Bampic phase for FFY survivors going against MST Hunter. So, this map selection was made by, was it FFY? My memory is failing me once again. But if this is FFY's map selection, they just need a 1 escape to actually just gain the whole advantage of BO1. And if they, they can definitely do more than that, I feel. I mean, considering them with their 60% win rate in the qualifiers, nothing is impossible. And now with the Seer and Gardener being picked up here, we see the Hunter banning out the first officer. So maybe they may respond with a Rescuer being picked here.
Yeah, and it's gonna be the Merc. Yes, we're gonna see if this Merc's gonna be the first target again. And let's see if that's a different outcome, same story, different chapter sort of thing. But I like that they have a Seer on the team, but that's one thing I'm really scared about. And this happens to almost anyone. It can happen to anyone. Even to the best of us, right? Like, even Pivicia with his Seer. Remember the yellow owl he gave during Koa? Yeah, it's super risky sometimes, especially when it's in a really critical moment. Like, hey, why do you give the owl after the last effort has been triggered? Stuff like that. Or you miss the owl. So it's super crucial. I think 2 of the most important things, missing perfumes and missing owls. That's always the one that people complain about. Hey, miss perfume. Oh my god, you're too half-blood perfumer. Or, hey, you missed the owl. Oh my god, yellow owl all day.
Yeah,
so,
might as well don't give.
Might as well don't give. Oh, wow. That's a very nice way to put it. Yeah, stay away from me. Why you play Seer? I think this.
Okay, but that is just the Malaysian Singapore way of saying it. But this is the NAEU region.
Delete game, please. Okay, no, that's very toxic.
I'm curious as to how people express their disappointment in game, honestly. And now we do see the opera singer being picked here. So it seems like the survivor side of FFY, they were with their team they were kind of expecting Bloody Queen. It seems to be, but with the opera singer over here, how is the barmaid gonna kite?
The barmaid is going to kite good, because remember you mentioned that the survivor teams of FFY has the second highest win rate. So.
Fair point. So
yeah, let's see. There's windows for him to buy time too, right? So and the owl.
Yeah.
Who knows?
that's gonna be really crucial. We do see the exact same spawn from the survivors as well as the hunter. So hunter will be spawning at the back broken area. Wow, this seems to be a little bit possibly the deja vu moment you might be seeing again from that first half that we saw. Is it gonna be the mercenary getting chased again? Or is it gonna be the barmaid at the shack area? We will see once we head into this matchup. But Nell, do you think he's gonna go for mercenary or barmaid?
Fortune.
Fortune? Okay, mercenary.
Go for barmaid. Why go for barmaid? You get hit once, you use the heal, and then you have the seer to provide support as well. So you might as well go for the mercenary. No one's gonna give an ult to the mercenary. You know what I mean? You have 3 pads. You go down.
Nobody cares about mercenary. Nobody
oh my
cares.
God, that's so sad.
No
it sounds sad, but it's true. Yeah, you have 3 pads. If you need an owl to add to that, then you're not doing your job well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We need it for others. Yeah, we need it for the barmaid. We need it for Garner. We need it for self-preservation. Even for Ela, the seer himself, right? So, I don't know, man. I think Pasika should go for Fortune here. And repeat the success of Fafa. What happened to Fafa in the first half?
Yeah,
so how about you, Picho, you think?
I hope Persika definitely pop off here and possibly return a 5-0 so we have a BO3. But this will be BO1 second half between MST versus Sync FFY. I'm Chocho. Join me will be Nello Mello. We'll bring you the live commentary of this match and mercenary just got the first hit.
I told you so. Fortune has already gotten the first hit.
OMG.
What? Oh my god, what was that? I don't know what's going on. I don't know. Leaps through the risky. Okay. This time he manages to avoid it. Good job. Hiding behind the pad. Still has one more pad to work with, but Fortune.
He ate that hit. He ate it good.
He ate it super well. Persika feeding the attacks left and right, leaving Fortune. And this is even, I think this is around the same time as when Papa downed the previous mercenary.
This is faster.
I think he took the advice. He's like, yeah, just stay here. Nello and Jojo said, stay here in the broken area to the back. Oh my god, I'm so sorry for that.
I will
really
reconsider my options again. So, my bad.
But at least he didn't do the cipher. At least he didn't disrupt the teammate cipher, right? So that's a good thing. Yeah.
But the third cipher hasn't even been touched at all. Like barely.
Barely, yeah. But they're definitely gonna leave him there. Fortune. Oh no, they're gonna leave him. And because there's no Tinnitus, Persika can, comfortably move away. And Xuan standing, giving, building up the bubble.
Hit back. Yes.
Go. One rescue. Go.
Yeah, at least go for it. I don't think he can make it though. It might potentially be a terror shock if he falls this enough.
He's not gonna go for the shock. Yeah, he's just gonna hit. He wants to go for it. Oh no! Fortune!
He was just like thinking about his options and after he was rescued.
No, I think it was probably like, I thought I told you guys not to save me. Why? It's sort of that kind of situation. I don't know, man. I don't know. But that's the exact same thing that happened in the first half. Like, if you don't have any items to help you kite with, you burn through all your elbow pads, and you get rescued, you're not gonna leave that chair really far. And Persika, already having one survivor down, with 3 ciphers almost done. Like, there's 2 new ciphers. Yeah.
I realized something.
Yeah.
These survivors are do or die team because look at that personas.
Oh my god, no more time at all!
Wow. Yeah. Yes.
Oh my god.
Oh, they're seriously playing with fire here. They think they can... What? That was a reversed pellet slam. And he got that free hit. Flywheel used as well, but nothing. No good use out of that. And... Persika was a little bit lost there, but still manages to find that blood trace. But we'll let the seer off the hook for now. We'll be seeing Xuan over there with that shield.
Oh my god, just break it through. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know how many oh my gods I'm gonna say here, but everyone's injured except for the mermaid. She has Dublin, but you can only do so much. Are you gonna go to your teammates to heal off? heal them and go back to your Cypher, or are you just gonna focus on your Cypher? Because right now, Xuan, the Power Shock onto the Gardener. Persica is on fire. So if you're a Skibidi fam, the hope is still up for MST because Cyphers are not even close to being done. And now the basement as well, Jojo. The nightmare continues for FFY. Persica on a hot streak here.
He definitely is, and there isn't any more tight turners except for the person that's on the chair. So whoever comes for this rescue, how are they even gonna make it out? Or at least two of them try to make it out. It's gonna take a miracle for this to work. And Cravings is still decoding that Cypher at the back gauge. He's half, he's got no bird. Flywheel being used there. And also the speed boost drink, I believe so.
Yeah, managing to rescue. Gardener's just gonna stand, providing that bubble, you know, it's like, yeah, I'm here, you can hide behind me. Yeah, just keep going. The drop hit misses, but the barmaid is going to go down. At this point, it's just rinse and repeat. Whoever he gets injured is just gonna be sent back all the way down to the basement. But it looks like Persica has a different approach to this. Put him on top and go straight for the other survivors. Doesn't want to waste time there, Jojo.
So, who's gonna even come for this rescue? The only possible person that can come for this rescue is Gardener, but it seems like Persica does not want to camp. He wants to pressure the Cyphers, and it seems like Cravings will be the person that will be targeted here.
Wow. If Craving goes down here, yeah, he goes down. It's gonna be super hard. And even if they manage to pop the Cypher, Jojo, which is clearly not going to pop anytime soon, there's no borrowed time to help them, so I don't know what's the idea, the logic behind this. Because
rather curious behavior, I would say. Yeah, even the personas, right? It kind of screams like one escape, I guess, because they don't really want to. I'm not too sure, honestly. They are playing like they've got nothing to lose, so I think they should reconsider their personas later.
Yeah, Barman's gonna get hit right there. I think Xuan should have definitely. And Xuan decided to stay for a bit. He's like, yeah, are you gonna go straight to the barmaid? No, I'm just gonna hit you first. Yeah, just rotate around. And I don't know if Persica knows this, but none of them has borrowed time, right? Like what you mentioned. So I guess, and one person has lost self-heals here. So in all fairness, they might be able to pull this off somehow, somewhere, but in less than 30 seconds, in around 30 seconds, Persica's gonna have his teleport up again and continue pressuring Cyphers. And no one has borrowed time to heal up to full, and the speed boost, all of that is non-existent. So, and he's even halfway guarding here. So what can they do here, Jojo?
Okay, Barmaid manages to stand up and use her last Dolphin. She does have a flywheel. She can open chest to have some items to work with. As for Seer, he literally have nothing. He's got no Dolphin. He's only got a flywheel and his half health. So that's gonna be really tricky. Can he get the hit onto Barmaid before she recovers? Seems like she won't be able to. And yeah, it seems like the hit will register onto the Seer even though the flywheel has been expanded. So it really begs the question as to whether this flywheel... Okay, it seems like they were gearing up for their Bloody Queen like we mentioned previously. So the flywheel does make sense. The 3-9 makes sense too, in a sense that you want to get that boost, and if there is a mirror, you can get away from it. So the hit will register onto the Barmaid now. And yeah, this is looking really, really dire for them.
Oh, and the flywheel! Trying to avoid that hit. Yeah, maybe trying to bring the Seer back up. But it's gonna end with a 4K by Persica as well. So look, guys, looks like we are going to a best of 3!
Yay! Our first best of 3 of today. So yeah, this is gonna be really exciting. I mean, I wanted to see a little bit more of Persica and possibly the other hunters too. So yeah, this definitely opens up room for that to happen. But talk us through what happened that match now.
Walk us through what happened. Okay, let's see. First, the hunters are chasing after mercenaries both halves of the game, first half and second half. And yeah, just deleting the rescuers from the start. And it seems like the strat is working, right? The strat is working. And after that, it's just a race. It's like it's like tunneling one survivor out first, and then you're left with only 3 survivors. So when it comes to 1v3, I feel like Opera Singer already has close to full presence. He's free to continue pressuring the survivors, just making them waste the gun. For example, in the first half, waste the gun and then waste the perfume. And here you're wasting the Dublin, right? You're using up everything. The plan for the hunter is just diminishing the resources of all the survivors, and it resulted in a 4K in the end. Jojo.
Yeah, definitely did. And look, okay, if we recall a little bit what happened to the mercenary at the in the first half, he had about 70 plus seconds of containment time, but Fortune, which is the mercenary of this second half, has only less than 50 seconds of containment time. So yeah, as a mercenary, now you've mentioned how we have to effectively use our elbow pads. Yeah, and as rescuers, you really have to contain a long time because you are a lot tougher as compared to the other squishy characters that we have in the game. And unfortunately, we were unable to see that happening over here, and seems like Opera Singers in the NAE region, at least this matchup, loves to go for their mercenary.
Yeah, that's true. At this point, you might as well be playing Wildling. I mean, we're definitely trying to analyze what's going on. If one character doesn't work for you, and you know that the survivors onto you like super fast and furious, aggressively pursuing you from the very beginning, you might want to retake playing something like a Wildling. At least when you get on the board, you might not go down as fast as.
Yeah, and you move faster too. Yeah.
Yeah,
I feel like
you do.
I feel like Fortune kind of panicked. If you kind of looked at his elbow pads that happened in this round, he kind of like preemptively used it and he just slammed pellet. He kind of just play around and it just move away with the elbow pad. So yeah, really unfortunate situation that we saw in this match.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of what happens, regardless of what we analyze or commentate about it, we definitely think that both teams are. This is their learning experience for them, right? It's a tournament experience. So when you go into a tournament, you got to do a lot of things. You got to face, number one, the pressure that comes with the tournament, and of course, number two, you got to accept that sometimes you have a bad day, right? We all have bad days too. So apparently, it's just bad days for the Mercs today in this matchup. Yeah, I mean, when I play Mercenary against the Chinese teams, you remember, like I use up the bats really fast too against the Opera Singer, right? But in the end of the day, it's about utilizing it when you feel like, okay, it's worth it, I'll use it right away. It's like making decisions that you won't regret later on, and not disrupting your teammate Cypher. I think that's what he did. It's just unfortunate that because Persica is just one step ahead of them.
Yeah.
Right. So.
And yeah, I mean, other than looking at it from the survivor side, right, we have to look at it from the hunter side. Both of them, we can equally say that they have a lot of kill pressure with the Opera Singer. Just the presence itself and the movements, how they were so fluid with the transitions from one area to another using their skills. I think that's something that the survivors were quite pressured about. And being in this international NAEU scene, right, live stream as well with over 700 of us just watching them, I think it's definitely adding on to that pressure, the stress, and a little bit possibly an anxiety at some point, and hence the performance that is kind of shown to us may not be the best form that we've seen of them.
True. But again, learning experience, right? You take something away. You never lose when you don't give up. You never lose when you always take something back to learn from. So at least that's what I think, right? You never lose until you give up on yourself. So let's hope that both these teams don't give up on each other yet, because it's still draw. It's dead draw now. BO1 draw 5-0, 5-0. So no one's winning yet. So coming into the Mac ban picks, Chocho.
Right, it seems to be that FFI will be banning out the Ever Sleeping Town, and Mistletoe will be picking Sacred Heart Hospital. So this is the second time we are seeing Sacred Heart Hospital in just today itself. And in the previous time that we saw the Sacred Heart Hospital, it was the matchup between Ravens and Goodnight. Goodnight's Hunter played Ivy, and Raven played the clerk. And this was all BO1 by the way. BO1 clerk, BO1 IV.
Yeah, I saw that game. KZ game.
Yeah.
Wow. And
It was pretty impressive.
Hospital though, yeah. Hospital though, it's supposed to be survivor sided, right? So I guess this is the time where they break the 4K streak of the Hunters. I mean, FF1 versus I mean, if you wanna really think about it, do you think it's advisable that everyone in your team doesn't have borrowed time? I mean, even if you're no. I mean, how okay, what's the recommended number of survivors you think? Like, okay, that's the limit, like of survivors that should have borrowed time, at least.
Borrowed time, at least 2. Yeah,
Two,
and
right?
I would recommend just one person without borrowed time if you guys are playing. Like, you know, sometimes there's embalmer, right? So like you have don't have borrowed time,
You
it's
don't need
fine.
it, right?
Yeah, so I think for the side of MST survivors, FFY survivors, they have to think through a little bit more about what their main objective is in the game. And you know, the primary objective, the primary goal is to decode all the ciphers. And if you don't even reach to that point, then we don't talk about endgame. We don't talk about endgame. So they need to work on the persona first. Okay. The personas are super important. I know you guys want to kite really, 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 really long, but having borrowed time sometimes might be good too. Yeah.
True. I mean, there's someone. Okay, there was a content creator before. I would not disclose his or her name. Mentioned that if you don't utilize the personas, then it's like you're wasting 50% of your other skills, because you could be using that. For example, for survivors, you could be using the borrowed time for something else, or for the hunters, you could be using the detention slot for something else, right? So how much do you agree with this? Because sometimes some hunters, like for example, they don't even get to late game, so bringing detentions like, well, insurance, but redundant, right? Because you don't get there. Like for example, like 2 ciphers remaining, and so do you agree, like in certain situations, like if you don't bring detention, it's actually better in some cases?
Okay. You mentioned, right, how is insurance, right? Okay, how does insurance work? So
You gotta buy
you
it.
purchase insurance, right? Sometimes you gotta buy first, of course. You buy the insurance, and the insurance is to protect you. Sometimes, you know, health insurance probably protect you. And if the health insurance, you know, you don't fall sick, so you don't have to claim anything. Okay, yeah, sure. You might deem as like you wasting money. But what happens if it really what happens if you really reach to the point where like, I fell like really, really sick, and yeah, this health insurance managed to cover quite a lot of it. So there's a pro and con in having an insurance, and it's always safer to have insurance. That's why people are always selling insurance, and that's why you all should also have insurance. And I'm not selling insurance, and I'm not gonna be a sales associate next time too, selling insurance. So yeah, we shall stop the
like
insurance.
a true insurance agent. If you were an agent, I would buy from you for sure.
No. No selling insurance.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no worries. I mean, I agree with you. They definitely need a safety net to rely on, right? Because if you
just
really
in
need it at
case.
time, what happens? Yeah. Like for the hunter, unless you're playing something super aggressive like Breaking Wheel, Sculptor, right, where you can rely on your full presence skills to down the survivors, or Smiley Face, right? Maybe you can consider not bringing detention. But even then, people are starting to bring detentions even on these hunters, right? So proves how important insurance is. So guys, insurance.
Okay, better be safe than sorry. But we were speaking about embalmer. We do see the embalmer in the survivor mix. I'm hoping this guy probably don't have insurance, but the rest have insurance. All right. I'm hoping that's the case, and hopefully it's not a flip of a situation now that and everybody have suddenly insurance in the matchup. Okay, so this is that team con that we'll be seeing here. The priestess. Oh, surprisingly, priestess is allowed here by the hunter. Sacred Hospital.
Wow.
So rare.
Yeah, it's so rare. It's like spotting a unicorn somewhere. With this and hospital is such a it's such a it's such a menace to the hunter, right? Because of the windows, the elevations, and it's just a really hard place. Not to mention even in the ruins area as well. Priestess, long portal, also very, very dangerous to provide the support to someone on the other half of the map. Yeah, I mean, Persica, no idea what she's up, but you gotta be ready. I think she's cooking. Oh, wait, what? Keegan as well?
Oh,
I mean, you mentioned seeing Keegan just now, so Keegan now. Against this lineup, what do you think? Against this lineup?
It works. Against this lineup, a bit hard.
There's
a
a dancer. Yeah,
Yeah,
there's a
and there's
dancer
portals
too.
too. This is very tough. This is very tough, actually.
Excitement, you think? just to break through the portal, I don't know.
Sure. We will have to see how they decide to play it though. But because if you have the long portal, okay, not long portal, but the portal through the hospital, right? And then before that you have the music box. After that you also have a music box that is slowed. Then your excitement kind of redundant inside the hospital.
True.
So
Just kidding.
We'll see whether Persica decides to go for the like your predicted excitement, or if not, a normal blink build. Yeah.
Even a warp is better at this point because it's a hospital. You bring excitement. Oh my god, how are you gonna catch up to survivors, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Hey, but the embalmer is gonna be in a safe spot, a really, really safe spot on the second floor. Perfect place to put the coffin, and of course we have the dancer probably setting up the boxes in the ruins area. Shen's in a really back spot area, probably learning like, yeah, I don't wanna spawn next. I don't want to meet a hunter anymore. And Persica, I think against Persica, right? Against Persica's Clark. At least you know that Mercenary will be able to get distance away from. Right? Maybe
This
that's
one,
why.
this one will be a bit easier because the mobility of the clerk is actually not as fast as Opera Singer, of course. So yeah, I'm excited. Actually, if the hunter actually chases Embalmer can totally head towards the broken ruins area where the female dancers boxes have already been set up, like you've mentioned. So very excited to see what this matchup is gonna bring to us. This is Sacred Hospital Round 2 first half. I'm Chocho. Joined by me will be Nello Mello, who will bring you the live commentary of this match.
Yeah, it's not over till the fat lady sings. And apparently she's looking for a karaoke duet partner. Going through the portal straight away, going for Fortune. Apparently, Fortune was the mercenary previous round. Now, Fortune is the priestess. Oh my god, second portal already expanded. Burning through the portals super fast as well. Fortune! Is he gonna be able to make it through? No, he's gonna get hit before putting down the path, but it's totally fine. Getting that first hit, super important. Persica is gonna have the trades up in less than around 20 seconds. Fortune trying to rotate around, does not have portals to work with. Oh my god, will he be able to make it through? He will be able to make it through the window, but Bling is gonna be up really, really soon. And Chocho, oh my god, the instant coffin onto the priestess actually.
Yeah, so they kind of wasted time doing that. So the cypher progress is actually quite slow at the same time. We will see this down onto the priestess. So yeah, we will see that happening once the priestess is chat, and the next person that's around this area is actually the dancer. So we'll see if it decides to change targets.
Change targets. I mean, no choice because Keegan's weak with distance, right? So. Priestess will have one more portal to work with here, but don't forget, guys, Persica is still holding on to the blink. So, wow, blocking the windows as well for him. What does this even do? Oh my god, what happened? I don't know. Wow, but it's buying a lot of time. It's buying a lot of time for him. Yeah.
And even forces out a blink, so I would say that was a rather successful kite. Unable to kite back into the hospital, though, that's the only unfortunate thing, and also that he's being chat one of his teammates ciphers. So yeah, that's not too ideal. And also, I would like to mention also that you shouldn't, as a priestess, you shouldn't be setting up your portals too early when the first person hasn't been decided. The first chase hasn't started, because then you're just wasting your portals, like what Fortune did right there. And Fortune is also the first kiter just now in the second half, the mercenary.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's totally fine. Okay, taking that hit. Shen gonna take that one hit. Fortune!
Oh, no.
You should not waste time putting down the pallets because Clark can just put it back up again. But then again, he might not realize that Persica has a recording of the lifting up the pallets, right? So it's fine. Fortune just needs to try and die far away as possible from every other teammates. And look, after all has been said and done, Chocho, almost 3 minutes and the cipher progressed though.
This is not a good sign for the survivors. This is okay. Embalmer already used up his coffin. Mercenary is half health, which they are healing up. And Female Dancer is the only one that's possibly decoding outside or running around right now. So I'm curious to see how they're gonna play the mid game. Especially when the hunter is full skill already.
True, and Embalmer does not even have borrowed time or a coffin to help himself anymore. Because if it was the Embalmer who actually helped and rescue in the first place, right, he might be able to get the coffin. Oh, another block! But it's fine. He has enough time to go through the window again, but yeah, I think it's just a matter of time before he falls. Cravings, trying to buy as much time as possible, but again, the Cypher management, as you can see, the charge attack is gonna miss! Just waiting. He probably tries to make him think that there's a blink. He still has a blink going on, so that he will double back. But nope, that's gonna happen. Craving, flying wheel. Wow, using it to drop. Oh wait, what? Using it to drop.
That is so confusing. He stunned the pellet in front of the hunter, and the recording. He had a recording to pull it back up. So the hit still registers, and he manages to record the female dancer at the same time. There was a lot of multitasking from Persica.
True. Persica. Wow, the multitasking goddess. But yeah, I mean, all of a sudden you can see that the ciphers are up to par now. I mean, they're still fighting. They're still fighting to get the ciphers popped. The rescue to happen. Oh, the pirouette, very, very short pirouette. But hey, doesn't matter. We'll be able to still rescue. But it's gonna take that hit on behalf of the Embalmer. Embalmer has one coffin to work with. Craving!
Oh no! And we'll see the down. So it's a double down situation. Mercenary is the only one that's decoding also, and Mercenary is the slowest decoder too. So Mercenary has to be the one that comes for this second rescue. And nobody is gonna be decoding.
Ain't no way he's gonna come. And Embalmer has a coffin, and that's very unfortunate. I think Embalmer, once, how do you put this? Once the female dancer got hit, right? Next thing should be to put down the coffin first, then start running, because then he will be able to buy time.
Yeah, and rebirth and get a short tight turner to get out of the area. That could have been possible.
Exactly. So now he's just gonna run into Keegan in order to just block. Oh my god. Beautiful precision by Persica. The blink hit into a slow music box area. Cypher is not even prime. Looks like
I think he can decode that Cypher. The slow music box might help him out here. 90%, 93%, 95, 96. Oh no, recorded.
He recorded, but he also, I think he stopped straight away to block the Cypher.
Oh, it's blocked. It's blocked. Yeah, I saw on the bottom left. He collected it back and the Cypher was locked. So he was decoding when he recorded it.
Oh no, he's gonna reverse a little bit of the recording. It's at 97% now. Trying to run away. Yeah, it's best that you run away first. Let the mercenary stand up and probably pick up the pieces. At this point, if they can get a one-man out, I think that will be super helpful. That will be super helpful to Fafa in the next game. But for now, FFY on the brink of elimination. Xuan is already up. Let's see if he's gonna go and get something in the chest first or rush towards the Cypher.
Rush towards the Cypher. There's no time for you to do that right now. You have to go towards the Cypher. Dancer is buying time with her life, and Mercenary is still making his way towards that Cypher. So unable to record anything, Persica might be forced to chair the Dancer over here.
Yeah. No, he's just trying to look if there's anyone here. Oh, he managed to record
the area.
The purple line. Did he not see the purple line?
He did. Like it was
forcing it.
literally there. Oh my
Oh my
goodness. and now
god,
it's blocked.
no. The cipher's blocked.
No way. He needs to buy a little bit of
Hey.
time for it to open up. You get that hit, you force that cipher. That's the only way you can play this now. And the cipher went a little bit more.
Reverse! It's not gonna happen! He ran away! It's not gonna happen! And no more exit pass on both of them! They're just gonna surrender. Persica, Clark, 4K in hospital. Chocho! The survivor-sided map is the 4K grounds for the hunters now? What's going on? What happened there? Like,
Persica popped off. He knew every step that the server is gonna do. He had every preemptive measures in place. And that's just Persica. And I'm kind of curious as to who Persica actually is. I feel like it's a known hunter, but probably changed the name to Persica. Probably a fan of the Weibo Gaming female esports player. Yeah, so oh my goodness, that was
Let us know in the chat.
really good.
Yeah. Let us know in the chat. Persica, I believe I saw someone saying that Persica is a Twitch streamer, right? A Twitch streamer, top hunter in NAEU. So yeah, please let us know who Persica is, and Persica, please do reach out to us. We want to know who you are. We're curious. We're curious. For sure.
If they do win, I guess we could potentially see one of them.
I apologize. I was thinking about Fafa then. Fafa's the Twitch streamer. We don't know anything about Persica. Yeah, Fafa's the Twitch streamer. And my apologies, ladies and gentlemen. It's actually Fafa, the Twitch streamer, top NAEU hunter. But Persica's also playing really, really good. Look, 4K, no 8 and left no crumbs. Seriously. No one kited more than a minute except for the priestess. And that was with Coffin.
Exactly,
right?
exactly. And for Chin, it could have been a lot longer kite. I really felt that he could have used his portals a little later. Instead of making those, I understand you want to help your teammates with those portals, but if no one is getting chased, what are those portals for? Yeah. Rather
muscle memory, you know. Maybe it's just like, oh, okay, I saw people doing it, so I might as well just do it straight away. But you know, I believe, I don't know, man. Have you heard of this before? Like, you gotta respond. You gotta respond to what the hunter is doing before you do anything. You gotta respond first. You see the hunter coming, you rotate away. You see that, like what you mentioned just now, you haven't seen the first survivor kiting as well. Don't set up portals yet. You know what I mean? So maybe that's what they're missing. They're just doing it out of habit or something that they watched.
Maybe. And also maybe experience-wise, they might not have been very experienced as to what they should be doing. Maybe that could be the case. And many people has been emphasizing on like, oh, hospital is the god kiting area. You should be heading to the hospital every time you're getting chased. But that's also very subject to the circumstances you're in. If it's a soul weaver, of course you don't want to head into the hospital. You have the webs, you're gonna get slowed down instead of the hunter slowing down, you know. And also, like, I think I'm not too sure which side was again. Let me see. It was NSC Survivor side. We saw like how the mercenary from the middle broken area of Red Church hit all the way to the graveyard area. You know, graveyard it's always been said like is a very good kiting area too. So maybe because of the instinct to head towards a good kiting area to potentially prolong their kite, it kind of gave them a false sense of security to just hit there. But unfortunately, you still need to be able to kite well at the area you're given in, regardless of the situation.
Yeah, I like what you said. Instinct, right? The survival instinct. Like, oh, this is the best place. Like, okay, what's the first thing you think about when you're in the hospital? God kiting, right? God kiting area. That's a really good place, right? God kiting rune area. It's a really good place to kite. Hospital, yeah, good place as well. So if you go Arms Factory, where's the first place you think is a good place?
Arms Factory, sandbags.
Right?
Yeah, factory sandbags, areas with a lot of windows that, you know, if you have 3-9, you would love to like get those boosts and establish a distance with the hunter. Yeah, and a bit too reliant on the personas, I would say, or like certain areas of fighting.
Yeah. Let me just go through a few maps, and then the first thing that comes to your mind, you just say it out, okay? Just one location.
Oh, sure.
How about Red Church?
Graveyard.
Leo's Memory.
The factory. Factory.
Hospital.
Yeah. Hospital. Hospital building.
Okay. Chinatown.
Hotel area. Hotel area, and ever stepping down, it could
definitely
be
a place, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, ever stepping down, we have the graveyard. Like every map, there is very good kiting areas. But okay, survivor instincts, right? Imagine you're in the wild. Okay, you're in the wild. You wake up one day and you're in the wild. You can't be like, oh no, this is not a place I'm familiar with. I'm gonna die. You know, that kind of thing. You gotta survivor instinct, adapt to the situation you're in, and make improvements. Do certain things that could help you leverage on the situation you're in. And that kind of differentiates a good player and the best player that we can see. I'm not saying anybody is bad. I feel like you guys coming all the way to top 8 is a huge achievement, alright? Not everybody can do that, so you guys are definitely not bad.
So we can't make it to it. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, everyone, I agree with what you said. Like, it's already an achievement to be in the top 8 itself, so there's nothing to beat yourself about, regardless of who wins and who loses. And as I mentioned before, the only time you lose is when you give up. That's the only time you lose, right? Yeah. So I think it's far from over. I mean, we've seen Fafa getting the 4K in the first half of round number 1. So in round number 2, we'll just have to stick around, guys. You have to stick around and find out who. I mean, if Fafa will be able to replicate the 4K again, right? In round number 2 in the hospital, or will the Skibidi team, be able to pull one survivor, get one survivor out, at least one survivor out against Fafa? I guess we'll have to find out now. Oh, sure.
Yeah, and we will be heading into the BP phase, round 2, second half at Sacred Heart Hospital between MST survivors versus seeing FFY's hunter Fafataz. And from the side of Fafa, he will be banning out the female dancer as well as the anti-Korean, and survivors will they be banning out his opera singer? Oh, seems like they will be banning out his Soul Weaver instead. They're not quite. They think they're able to go against his opera singer again, or maybe they think that opera singer might not be the strong suit of for Fafa. So yep, we shall just let it go.
Let it go. I mean, he allowed Priestess, right? Fafa allowed Priestess to be released, and his Soul Weaver is being banned. Yeah, I mean, even if he goes with the opera singer here again, I mean, MST has decent lineups right now. Like, there's a Priestess, there's also a cheerleader, so I think it might help make a little bit of this difference here. But I guess we just have to stay and find out, because cheerleader, if you try to beat the opera singer again, you try to beat the opera singer with distance, it's not gonna help. Unless if Fafa decides to go with something like a gatekeeper and MST is anticipating a Bane, right? I mean, would you go with a Bane here or an opera singer, Chocho?
I would like to see a Hermit, but
No.
I think
Hermit for Clark again.
I mean, if he wants another mirror match, sure, but it's really up to Fafa to see how he's gonna play out this match, because will he be able to continue the 4K streak? Opera singer again.
Churchill's energy, I can feel it. Like, well, Opera singer. I mean, no for Opera singer. Opera singer is a really good character, a really good hunter. It's just that. I mean, guys, we want to see something else, right? We want to see Ivy. Ivy. Yeah.
Okay. The only thing that I'm excited about is whether, because Rawfish is on that mercenary again, We'll see if this is more of a redemption match for him. All right, ladies and gentlemen,
Yes,
we'll be seeing whether it's going to be a redemption. Yeah, if it's below Rawfish,
Goodbye,
it's settled.
Rawfish.
Yeah, it's settled. We'll see a redemption matchup here. And yeah, Sally will be spawning at the center area, being the priestess, 7th at below priestess, and Fafa will be quite far away from Rawfish.
Yeah, he wants to force the rotation into the mercenary, right? So maybe that's the plan. Go for the acrobat first, or he could just, zigzag. Make a fake step, go towards the hospital after priestess instead. That could work too, right?
Yeah,
but honestly,
definitely.
I feel like going, yeah.
Oh, but if you want to chase an acrobat at a broken area, it feels kind of
Really hard.
tough.
It's really
Yeah, I mean, he has 3 balls to work with. He has so many windows that he can just jump over. And you, as a opera singer, the windows are your weaknesses.
True.
So
Windows are your weakness. And I've never thought I would one day hear the term Windows are your weaknesses.
wait, what?
Not in real life, in IDV, it's the weakness of all hunters. For real. Except for Evil Reptile.
Oh
Anyway,
yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, I mean, it's Rawfish could probably be at peace, a little bit more relaxed, because Opera Singer is really far away. Maybe he can make the rotation even further away, right? Rawfish could make the rotations away. Sawi is in the 2-floor hospital, pretty safe. But hey, bringing the commentaries is me, Nello, and Chocho. Chocho, bring it away.
OMG, he's not going for oh, okay, sorry. He will be going for the acrobat. I thought he was like making a beeline.
Huh?
A free hit just like that onto Nato. So yeah, unable to see where the hunter was heading towards, had no red light, just had the heartbeat, and suddenly Fafa was just in front of the acrobat. Now Nato trying to cut it out here, still has 3 balls to work with, and the cheers, I think it's coming in. So he will have a little bit of speed boost. The portals also being set up by Sally. So good job.
Nice. That's how you do the portals. And Nato. Oh, okay. Here's what I think. Oh, and another portal up to the 2nd floor. Oh god. This is really, really good. Sawi is even nearby to provide support. But while all of this is going on, Chocho, Cyphers are not moving. They're prioritizing the acrobat's survival. Let's hope that it doesn't turn up into an over-supporting situation.
I hope not. Now Priestess Cyphers is quite slow with that 2 support portals. So Acrobat's still trying to cut it out here, but Sally Cypher is also being interrupted. Nato will be seeing the down for the first time, and I believe he only used 1 ball out of the 3.
Out of the 3, exactly. And if he cuts for 60 seconds, he'll get another red bomb. So Nato definitely should come for the rescue. People should definitely come for the rescue for Nato. Can see that there's Tonitis being propped. That's Rawfish mercenary going on. 2nd Cypher is going to be popped pretty soon. Yeah, looks like it's an upgrade of the situation from the first game, Chocho.
Now Rawfish will be having this mind game situation with the hunter. The line is quite close and will be able to get a very safe rescue, Rawfish. Now Nato will try to cut it out. Will be able to hold on to that ball still. Red bomb being used. He still has the black one. So he should be able to sustain a little bit longer here. He uses his 3-9 broken windows build to get that speed boost into that 3 palleted area. And Priest and Mercenary should be healing up with that help me prompt as well.
Wow. And that's the thing, you see, he's trying to use distance to win, but honestly, just now, as long as Fafa did not break the pallet, I feel like he could have just keep rotating there until he breaks the pallet, right? Don't you think? But yeah, now Nato's gonna be on the chair for the 2nd time. And mind you though, like it's almost 3 minutes and only 2 ciphers have been done. Technically the 4th and 5th are not even, I only touched just a little bit.
Barely there. Now, Cheerleader will be forced to use one of her cheers to get away from Fafa, giving and negating that free heat. So nobody will be coming for this rescue, it seems, and we'll see the last three survivors try to kite it out. And this 2nd survivor that's gonna get chased, right, have to at least kite for 60 seconds and force out a blink. If not, the ciphers will not be enough.
Yeah. Beautiful mind game there going on. Fafa thought that he was going in, but now the teleport. Oh, into the runes area 7. Has to be really careful. Oh, almost got hit right there. The cheerleader has to make this. Wow, the flywheel, beautifully done by 7. Nicely done. And with that pallet speed boost, he's gonna make his way through the window. Another boost going on. Wow, utilizing all the traits as efficiently as possible. Fafa has still yet to gut anyone. They all know that Fafa has swapped, right? Has swapped to teleport.
Yeah.
So they don't have to really fear the blink anymore. But while all of this is going on, Jojo, I don't know, man. I mean, like, everyone's still at full health. But the ciphers are, it feels like they're not really
really
confident in touching ciphers now.
Yeah, it really feels that way. The only person that dares to touch a cipher right now is Mercenary, and Mercenary is one of the slowest decoder among this tree right now. And yeah, it's just looking really difficult for the survivors. We'll be getting a speed boost, and Sally still able to kite it out here, but she has 2 portals and possibly 3 soon, so she should be able to kite very, very long. Oh!
Yeah, Fafa's just gonna change target though, Jojo.
Mercenary will be forced to pull away, and now 7 will be the only one that's decoding right now.
Yeah, Mercenary. I mean, this time Rawfish is definitely doing well, keeping himself out of line of sight. Right, and still has one double pad to work with. But 7 is going to be a target now. Cheerleader. Wow, this is a really, really scary place to be hiding at. He needs to at least make his way through to the fountain. Make his way through the fountain because there's no more pallets here, right? So, yep, that's exactly what he's doing. He's going towards the fountain in the middle. Yeah, there's still 2 pallets to work with here, but again, he can easily zigzag. Fafa can easily zigzag as well. Use that first cheer. Pallets through. Wow, nice double back, but 7 is gonna get hit right now. Fafa has landed that hit, but it bought so much time for them, Jojo.
It definitely did. 7 definitely did something very, very huge here for his team. The containment time. And unfortunately, the second flywheel did not work, but I really think... Oh! And since the long portal has been connected, they tried to heal up, which they successfully do. But Fafa will be eliminating that long portal first and pressuring Rawfish to use his... I think he used his elbow pad, yeah. Oh, yep, and we'll be seeing 7 onto the chair now, and we'll be chairing the survivor near the one of the last ciphers. So, either Mercenary or Priest can come for this rescue, but we see that Rawfish is actually squatting down over there already, so the Mercenary will be coming for the first rescue. Priestess will be the one that is in charge of decoding.
Yeah, no more tight turner though, so Rawfish needs to be really careful. He gets hit here, and he might not even make it to the chair. Oh my god, this is super scary right now for Fafa. The preemptive teleport, getting Rawfish the second time, and this might be a double down situation, Chocho. 7 is going to use his... Wait, okay. He's going to use the cheer pretty soon. Oh my god, hit through the window, Chocho! And 2 of them are down for the count, but the last I found, 90%.
And over there, I think the saving grace here is that Fafa does not have any more trump card, so he can't like abnormal this cipher. Priestess that's coming over, she has 3 portals, so I wonder how she's gonna set up and come for this rescue and potentially force this cipher, this 90% cipher, to 100, popping the cipher. So Sally. It's a very sticky situation. He's trying to use the Mercenary for that free balloon hit, but yeah, Sally's saying it's not happening. We'll be eating a hit and rescuing the person that's on the chair. Mercenary eating that.
Why?
We'll be self-healing, forcing that cipher. Terror shock happening.
Okay, that's the idea.
28.
Forcing.
What?
No, cannot rescue. Because the attack recovery is so soon. I like the idea, but maybe you should have just stood up as soon as Fafa, as soon as the priestess went for the rescue. Maybe a little bit further. I like the mind games going on there, the preemptive step. Okay, let's see what happens.
Alright, 7 need to get away because he's on his last legs already. The 2 of them are forcing that 99% cipher. One touch and it will pop. Cheerleader should hit away from this gate. She shouldn't even beat
nice.
Mia here.
Yeah, cheerleaders shouldn't. But it's looking good for MST so far. 3 survivors are still alive after the cipher has been popped. Priestess has 2 more portals to work with, so Fafa choosing to go after the Priestess here might not be the best choice. Sewi going through the portals again. Wow, buying so much time. Feels
But
like
they're
he
not
might
opening
even
the
be able to get a
gates.
draw here.
But they're not opening the gates. Sally, she's bought out so much time for them, but nobody touched the gates. All of them are just running around once again like headless chickens. And now 7 will be seeing Fafa over here. Will she be down here, or if not, able to kite it out such that Priestess could stand up and run towards the back gate? She can't use her long portal because she doesn't have any portals to work with.
Yeah, I think it's still okay. I think 7 will be able to kite this out as well. This is also a pretty good place to kite, right? So 7! 7 has 2 pure skills.
Go
Oh my
7.
god, Fafa getting getting a
Go
little
7.
bit impatient.
Go
here.
7.
7! 7! Oh no.
Alright.
It's not gonna be fast
That's enough. That's enough.
Yeah.
That's enough. That's enough. That's very
That's
enough.
enough. You did well, my friend. You did well. And 7 is gonna be the martyr. Nato and 7 are gonna be the martyr, which allows Dewi and Rawfish. Wow, what a turn of events. Rawfish was the first to go back to the manor last game, and now he's alive. He's alive.
Yeah, I mean MST survivors are the first to break the 4K win streak from both sides hunters. So yeah, definitely a huge win for them. Able to tie things out at a survivor-sided map. I think it's still a win regardless. MST 7-2 in BO2 against FFY. MST seems to be seeing some light at the end of the tunnel at this point.
Yeah, MST miracle skibidi team. I don't know. I don't know
Miracle
what's going on.
skibidi.
Miracle skibidi skibidoo. I don't know, man. It's just better teamwork at this point, and thank God. Thank God there's only one person without borrowed time. Otherwise, I think things would be really weird going in. But yeah, I think going after the acrobat in the first place was kind of weird for me.
It was
because it's a really strong kiting place, right? So, kind of weird.
It was very strong, but there was a free hit given at the start, which was kind of it shouldn't have been the case. Yeah, it shouldn't have been the case. If anything, in any case, Nato should be sticking near a pallet that he could work with if the hunter suddenly appears in his face. So I think on that side, Nato should have been a little bit more careful at the area that he was in. And I just wanted to point this out. 7 did an amazing job. His flywheels, it was I think he did a total of 3 flywheels. The first one was the most crucial one. If he filled his flywheel there, or like he decided not to flywheel, Fafa would have committed his time onto 7, and that would have allowed things to snowball. And at the point in time, I think they were still like 3 ciphers away. So 7, he's the key player here, and he did a very big play that I think people might consider it quite small.
True. A lot of people shouting praises in the chat section as well. There's even someone saying, shoutouts to Grizz507XIDV. Why is 6 afraid of 7? Because the number. Why is the number 6 afraid of number 7? Because 7, 8. Papa. Pretty, nice
I'm
play.
gonna assume I didn't hear that.
Slay. She's cooking. Again, just shout out to all of you guys still keeping the chat positive and interactive as well. It's okay, you gotta eat after you cook. That's true. But hey, guys, it looks like the balance has been broken. Game number 3, round number 2, it has gone to MST. It's 7-2 right now. Right? It's 7-2 right now. So all of a sudden, the Fafa fam needs to come back. They are the ones that needs to come back in game number 3 this time, because regardless of survivors or hunters, if MST gets a 5 points, that means the 4K or 4-man escape on either factions, if MST gets 5-0, you don't need to pay a second half, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
Actually,
they cannot play a second half. It's a 5-0, cannot, because even if FFY gets a 5-0 as well, it's going to be a draw. And MST already 7-2.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, so so they definitely, no matter what happens in the next round, they definitely need to not get 4K because it's going to be super crucial. They want both factions to be able to play. And yeah, I mean, not working so well this time. I mean, we were talking a little bit just now about, I mentioned the Acrobat, but yeah, you mentioned the Acrobat gave the free hit anyway. But what happened in that game, you might want to talk about or share with us what happened in that game that allowed the survivors of MT to get the 2-man escape?
I think I did mention just now, but that very mini play was actually the biggest play for the survivors to prevent a snowball from the hunter side. Yeah,
you're talking about that flywheel, right?
Yeah, Seven's flywheel that completely stopped the snowball. Fafa couldn't have done anything. These survivors, Seven specifically, created an opportunity for his survivor team to potentially get an escape, and I think that was the key play, the most important play over there. But at the same time, I also want to give my praises to Sally. She also did an amazing job, decoding. I mean, decoding. It sounds very small, but that's the primary goal. That's the primary goal. So she did an amazing job decoding and know what she should be prioritizing at what point of the match. Yeah.
I agree. I mean, sometimes people can get carried away over supporting, right? Right, and then forget about ciphers. So good job. The team has definitely came together stronger there. But now, MST will not be able to ban any maps. FFY will be choosing Moonlit River Park with a roller coaster, super huge map, and it seems like it's going to be MST choosing the factions. Who do you think MST is going to send out first? Do you think they're going to send out the Hunters first, Survivors first, to end it once and for all?
I think Survivor first, because the Survivor seems to be a lot more unstable. Because in BO1 we saw them get 4K, then in BO2 they kind of tied things out. So statistics wise in BO1 and BO2, I think they should let the survivors of MST out first. If they happen to get 4K, at the very least, Persika can still come back and and give that 4K again. Persika's been getting consecutive 4Ks, and for now we haven't seen any player changes. So unfortunately for the live audiences who's been supporting Santi, we might not be seeing him.
It's okay. Vigente Latino. Okay, I'm just saying they might have made the correct choice because a lot of people know what Santi is capable of, right? So while it might be good to send out Santi because of the support and the morale, sending out Persika has proven to be the secret weapon that they needed, because back-to-back 4Ks, no data onto Persika, and I think that's what makes it scarier for FFY, right? Because you pointed it out yourself, right? The second best win rate survivors,
and
falling to Persika.
Exactly, and they literally have nothing. They have nothing. If they don't know Persika, who this hunter is, they have nothing except for the data that literally says their preferred character, Bloody Queen.
No data.
Like, we only have like Bloody Queen, and there is like zero amount of like deduction point win rate for elimination rate. Nothing. It's black. They only know that it's Bloody Queen.
Blank sheet. Yeah, you can't tell. You can't tell, right? That you go on the first date and you're looking at the face like, sorry, I don't know anything about you. I don't know what to talk about.
I know how you look like visually.
I know how you look like. Bloody Queen. Okay. You look like Bloody Queen, but I don't know anything about you. Oh my god. Anyway, Chiara, you did well. No, it's okay. Thank you, Chiara. I appreciate the call out. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Yeah. Maybe I'm too And two, I'm a boomer. I don't understand. 7,
You're not.
8.
You're no boomer.
Oh.
In fact, I'm more boomer than you are. Like you, Posh. Like you guys catch on to like Gen Z trends a lot faster than I do. Like remember there was this one time I had no idea what was it?
Cap.
You're capping. Yeah.
You're
I
capping.
had no idea what you're capping means. Everybody else knew. Except for
I
me.
knew.
And I'm the Gen Z.
It's okay. Gen Z is when you're born. You know what I mean? When it's the generation you're born into. It's not just about the language, you know. And you're definitely Gen Z, right? It's just that you don't talk to Gen Zs. You talk to boomers like me.
But you guys know the term, so that's a little bit different.
That's because we talk to Gen Zs like you and the rest of you and the rest of you.
Even
Right,
in
but-
fact, the audiences are more Gen Z than I am. I'm literally like
come
us in the past.
Come on, that's cap.
And
That's
also
low key cap. Oh my
that's high key cap and
Low-key.
also like the live audiences were saying like I'm not sure, is there like a skibidi joke that's happening, because the chat was like, oh, Chocho has fallen, she's onto the
trap.
miracle skibidi thing right now.
I believe
sure.
Santi uses Skibidi a lot in his stream, right? He uses Skibidi a lot because it's a meme as well. Yeah, because there's a meme on TikTok, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys, because I TikTok too. So, there's this meme where it's like Skibidi, Skibidi, Skibidi. It's like a meme there, right? So for IDV content creators as well. So I think that's one of the reasons. But yeah, MST. Miracle Skibidi team fits them perfectly well because they had a miracle and they were Skibidi, so
Yeah.
perfect use, perfect use.
Also, in the live chat, I see someone saying, Mystical Maniac saying, I want to see Kurt tonight. Same here. Same here.
Me too.
I haven't seen Kurt tonight. So I hope to see Kurt. Actually, it's currently like 1:11 p.m. at my time. So tonight. This afternoon for me.
Yeah, tonight's the night when we see Kurt, the Explorer. Oh my god, I'm singing such a boomer song.
I don't recognize that song, unfortunately.
It's Spice Girls.
Sorry.
Do you know
I
Spice
know One
Girls?
Direction.
Wait, is it Spice Girls?
I've
It's Spice
heard
Girls,
the
right?
name
Two
before,
become
but
one.
I'm not too...
Come on, Baby Spice, Posh Spice.
Sorry. I'll try my
And
best.
there's Victoria Spice who married David Beckham. Come on. Do you know David Beckham? Oh my god, you don't, right? You don't.
I hear the name before. That's all.
You know? Do you know CR7? Okay, tell me you gotta know CR7.
I feel like chat is gonna cancel me for being so uncultured.
Cristiano Ronaldo.
Oh, okay, yeah, I know that guy. Is this like some?
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, that guy. I know that guy. It was like
Okay.
he was like doing that.
To be fair, it's football, so you might not be into the football scene, right?
Yeah, but there was a lot of like sponsorship or like something happening in my country with him. So it was many years back. It was
Many years back. Speaking about sponsors, right? If there's one brand that you wish would sponsor you, right? Because you like their idea or their things or their products or something or their service, which brand would you hope would sponsor you? It can be anything: food, clothing.
Oh, Nickelodeon.
Apparel. Nickelodeon? Oh,
Yeah, but
Why?
Yeah, I think it hasn't been quite known, but I have a huge passion and love for Patrick Star. Do you guys know who he is?
I don't know. I have him on my cupboard right now. Ooh.
I feel like I can show you guys this. It's fine. Like
Patrick Star. I have Patrick Star here too, and I'm still
so cute.
So cute. It is. Are you into blind box collections too?
Speaking of which, I kind of am. They recently released this SpongeBob SquarePants edition kind of pop mart things, but I was hoping for the Patrick inside, but I got a SpongeBob. So
Oh, it's okay.
I give it to someone else because I was like,
Keep
only
collecting.
Patrick Star.
Keep collecting.
Then what happens if I open and it's another yellow instead of a pink? I'll be even more upset. So I was like, okay, no
Give
more.
it away and then buy again. I mean, you're sponsored. Technically, if you're sponsored, they just keep giving it to you, and you just have to keep unboxing it, right?
That would be great. Oh, but in that case, then I think your favorite sponsor would be like Podmart or something. No?
My favorite sponsor would definitely be PopMart. Yeah, because I
Spend
have
a lot.
a lot of money
Spend
on it.
a
Yeah.
lot.
Yeah, I have IDV collectibles as well, and yeah, I mean, guys, do you guys are you guys interested in collectibles as well? Like, cause IDV, beautiful
Yes.
collectibles, merchandises,
Yeah.
super pretty. The latest one,
Also-
what was it?
Oh yeah, the latest one.
Aesop,
Guys, if
was
you
it?
guys haven't followed, right, you guys should follow the merchandise store for IdentityV where they release their new merch. You get like first-hand information, bro.
Is it Live NetEase?
Yeah. It's like
The live store.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what the I'm following it. I remember, but I just don't remember the name of the merchandise store. It's giving back memory.
Hey, it's okay. It's okay. Hey, there's someone's here saying, Monsert, it's okay, Chocho. We love you no matter if you're capping or not.
I hope
Chocho.
so.
Wow, Grizz.
Culture.
Wow, I Grizz is making me feel sad. He's saying, Chocho, stop again. You are 10 years old and Nello is 200. If I'm 200 and look this good, I'll take it. I'll take it. Okay. If I still look this good at 200 years old, right?
Yeah.
And,
I take it as a
right?
win. Yep. I take it
yeah,
as a
I
win.
think it's a win. Yeah, and I can go in front of your father, your grandparents, and say, "Hey, I'm actually older than you."
Okay. All right. All
And it's like,
right.
okay. Spill the tea. What's this regimen? What's this
Okay.
skincare regimen?
We kind of drifted off quite far. We drifted off quite far. This is IVT. All right. This is IVT.
It is.
Alright, so okay, I need to kind of re-emphasize a little bit about how important this potentially last matchup is, right? This potentially last matchup BO3 this round.
True.
Because we had total of 4 matchups today. This one is the last one. We have 3 teams that's already advanced: RM, RV, RVL. And this matchup itself is gonna determine who's gonna be who'll be taking the last spot in the top 4. So looking at our victory conditions, it seems like MST will win if the Hunter gets 3 elimination.
Wow, not even a 4K. A 3K is gonna seal it. And based off this information, it looks like Persika's gonna come out first. The Hunter's gonna come out first.
It seems to be the
this is
case.
gonna be super hard. Yeah. Why? Wow.
I'm excited. I'm very excited because Persika has been showing nothing but consistency in that 4K streak that he has. Excited to see whether the FFY can potentially crack the code. Crack the code and
crack the code.
Deny that 3K, 4K instead. Get a tie. Get a 3 escape, showing us something a different side of their FFY survivors. And at the same time, I also, want to re-emphasize that because these 3 teams, right, Red Moon, Ravens, as well as the Rivals Esports.
Did you just say Red Moon?
Yeah. What's up?
RM?
Yeah.
RM? Red Moon?
We gotta say Red Moon. It's a Red Moon.
Right.
So
I kept thinking of one person. RM.
Same. We do think of the same person. Alright.
Is that the same person we're thinking about?
Yes, we are thinking about the same person. So
the one word handsome, does that fit both the person we're talking about? Handsome.
I think the keyword should be
idol?
rapper. So
idol. Okay.
Yeah, he has that
Seth's
image.
asking, yeah.
Oh, what's up?
Seth's asking, no, you Ice Spice. Is there an Ice Spice in Spice Girls? No. Sorry. I don't think so.
Someone said Chocho was 19 years old. I wish.
he has a very unique English accent. Chocho, let them know where your unique English accent come from.
It comes from Singapore.
Let Billy know.
It comes from Singapore.
Singapore.
I
Singapore
also
number one.
have a very Singlish way of speaking in English, but because this is the live broadcast. But if you do know me like personally in real life, you're kind of and we are really close friends, you'll hear that Singlish a lot more, and I don't sound like that if it's with my close friends, because it's probably gonna be very weird. I feel
formal, right?
Yeah. So what's up?
Sorry, go ahead.
Alright, and it will be heading into the Bampic phase after a pretty long while. It seems like they were kind of preparing themselves, and that's exactly what these players should be doing, planning a little ahead as to what they're gonna pick, and also what are the potential hunters that will be up from the side of Persica. So Persica will be responding with a barmaid as well as the first officer banned out here. From the FFY side, they will be banning out the clerk and opera singer, respecting Persica's BO1 and BO2 map hunter selection over here.
There's a gamekeeper here, right? Persica can do gamekeeper if he wants to, and it's a huge map. Even a geisha would work really well here. Breaking wheel, so many more. But he's deciding to ban Persica, banning like what you mentioned. Banning these few characters, right? The barmaid, first officer, single hit hunter, you think? Barmaid in a big map. Is that you might as well ban the psychologist first, right? Dream Witch, you think?
Hard to say, but if you're gonna see a bloody queen at Moon Liberal Park, the only guy that I can think of right now would be SEA Region's Meow Pie that actually pulled that off pretty good. I think he got a 4K using a Bloody Queen on the COA global stages. So that is kind of stuck in my head as to how good he is as the SEA hunter. But we are now talking about NAEU, so I'm not too sure whether Persica can potentially play out over here. And oh my goodness, I do see a Toy Merchant over here.
Yeah, in case you guys are wondering, Toy Merchant is also Chocho's favorite A-Batch Toy Merchant in Southeast Asia.
That's in the past.
So S-Batch, right? Or did you get an S-Batch before?
I don't think so. Probably the A highest. Highest was A.
Yeah. And try. Okay. I have a female character that I got A batch for. Try and guess which one it is. Because I mostly play characters decoding, right? And rescuers, right? So this is the one female character that I got an A batch. Try and guess which one. What? How do you guess?
Okay, you see, because you asked me to guess, and I'm pretty sure you wouldn't ask me to guess if it's something that is very unexpected, and hence the little girl.
Wow,
I'm not good at
Detective
guessing.
Chocho right there. That's Detective Chocho.
And I can't even guess the horoscope. Remember that one time?
Yeah, you kind of bad horoscope. The 11th try. Hey, but you're really good at guessing. Ivy is gonna be the choice. I love it. I love it.
I haven't seen an IV at the Monorail Park for the NAU region, so this is gonna be kind of the first, but at the same time, the third time we'll be seeing IV for tonight. So going against this team com, let me think.
IV, that's the reason why he gets rid of all the healers, right? I think he just wants to keep remember Meow Pie? He just keeps whacking them left, right, destroying their resources. Remember? He just like 3 ciphers remaining, just keeps destroying resources, just keep aggressively changing, teleporting, and just wasting their resources, getting that one hit, changing again. So maybe that's the plan here. Make them all. Yeah, but he's next to Cravings right now. 4 chins at the bridge. If you're Persica right now, are you gonna go for 4 chins or Cravings at the 4th station?
If he's tempted, probably. But if it's not, I think it would be Cravings over here. But I feel like he would be tempted. Persica, I think Actually, you know what? Maybe not. I think he's gonna be a little bit more focused on the aggro ban now. Now that he's coming into BO3 and a potential chance reaching into top 4, he wants to secure his 4K. So this will be Moonlit River Park round 3 first half between FFY survivors going against MST's Hunter Pasika. Potentially last half. So this is Chocho, and joined by me will be Nello Mello, who will be bringing you the live commentary of this match.
Alrighty then, Ivy coming in straight away, releasing the ethereal form, and then moving it away. You know, it's sort of like a dream wish as well. Since when you're moving the body and you swapping towards the ethereal form, right? Your body, the main body, still moves, and that's how he's trying to control both at the same time. He even bypasses the acrobat all the way. I think he's moving straight away for the toy merchant, huh?
Yeah, it seems to be the case. Wow, going all the way to the other side of the map just to chase the toy merchant. Seems to be pretty dedicated about, sure about this, and Wideness seems to be very sure of his kiting route over here.
Wow, yeah. I mean that's a really long journey, right? That's a really long journey just to get to the toy merchant. Why not just spawn straight next to the toy merchant in that case? But hey, he has a plan. But Persika, he's not breaking pallets, right? He's not breaking pallets. Oh wow, and the blink hits straight away. Has to be really careful though, because he has a catapult to work with. So I'm not sure if blinking straight away is the right call, but we'll see.
Oh, perhaps you see, you're right. And he has a flywheel. We'll see if there's gonna be unable to flywheel the scare, and he will be seeing the down now. Xuan is around the area but unable to do much when that all happened. So Cypher's Wise is looking pretty slow. And also 3 out of the 4 survivors don't have insurance, so
yeah, no insurance. Bro, what's with the no insurance? Insurance left and right. At least this time they have insurance for Chin. He's the only one with borrow time, unfortunately. But hey, while all of this is going on, Toy Merchant has been rescued. Mercenary has been whacked once. Toy Merchant running, trying to get the distance away from Ivy. But as you all know, Ivy's really good at catching up, especially the teleport. Okay. It's not quite there yet. The scare's not gonna bring him back yet. Toy Merchant running towards the catapult. Oh, it got cancelled! No! Well, he was trying to use the catapult, it got cancelled. And this is why he's so good at interrupting. Ivy is so good at interrupting interactions. Wow. Toy Merchant down. Second time already. And Cypher's not even done.
Yeah, but the 2 out of we just got the second Cypher popped, and the third one is actually quite close to popping as well. And the last Cyphers have progressed on it, so definitely I do see a chance in them playing it out. And this is a very big map, so if the Ivy works similarly with the Dream Witch, huge maps are actually not the ideal thing for Ivy over here. But seems like they're gonna go for this rescue. Mercenary, half health, able to get it.
Yeah, he's farming off. Oh my god. Fortune?
Get out of here. Don't look back. Just go.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Oh my god. Masterful swaps there. And Fortune's gonna go down. This is the play. My goodness. Fortune's already on the ground. The last 2 Cyphers are pretty okay, but remember guys, if they don't get 2 survivors out, it's not even gonna be a second half. Jessica just needs 2 more. Mercenary's already on the ground. She can definitely do the middle to far camping here. And that's the tombstone for him to teleport straight away to where Cravings is doing the Cypher. I know man, Chocho, it looks really hard here.
So close yet so far. Both Cyphers at 70%. Now Cravings is making a rotation away from that Cypher where there is a possible shadow over there. Yeah, we do see that there is a floating stone over there. So Magician will be able to get a very safe rescue. Is he able to get out of the area so he doesn't get the scare? It seems like he will not and get that hit. Unable to fly out of the area too, so really unfortunate for Xuan.
Yeah, it's okay. Just get him. Just let the mercenary. Just check and then hit the mercenary first. He's trying to look for the mercenary now, because right now 4 ciphers have been done, Chocho. That's why it's at 70%. But mind you, there's a tombstone there. Oh no, he found the mercenary. This is really bad. Mercenary has no more pets to work with and 99%. What?
Oh my... No!
Oh my god! So masterful! Persica!
No way.
Persica is slaying so hard! My goodness, the blink into the 99% scare, and once he got hit, there wasn't even time for Fortune to go and rescue! But wait, he's leaving the mercenary on the floor!
They can pop! He can rescue! Bye. Unfortunately, that did not happen as planned. Now, Acrobat will be the sole runner in this map. Doesn't have 3, but it doesn't matter because he has a flywheel, he has balls to work with. We shouldn't be seeing instant down, and Cravings can tell that the hunter is nearby. Mercenary has not yet expanded his self-heal, so there is a chance.
Oh my god!
Oh no. Unable to do that reaction. And we will be seeing a 5-point lead, and that means that MST will be securing the last top 4 spot for tomorrow's matchup.
Wow, Skibidi Miracle Team. I don't know, man. I mean, both teams were really close, but when it comes to the survivors and the hunters, like if you compare all of them, Persica is so consistently getting those 4Ks, and not just with the operator, with the IV as well. And you can see for yourself, no missteps there. Beautiful executions of the hits, knowing so well the hunter's strength, blinking into the 99% scare, and then stopping the interaction of the toy merchant, stopping the interaction of the acrobat. I mean, I just feel like this level it's top level NAEU, top hunter right there, guys, right there.
Oh, maybe because we didn't really have like high expectations, and then like Persica was just popping off left and right. And I just want to say how that 99 scare, right? Wow, amazingly timed. I'm not sure whether he predicted for that to happen, but if he did,
yeah, he did. I'm pretty sure he did. He literally knew what he was getting into, right? I mean, I think we were thinking that we didn't have too high of an expectation for IV, right? Because we keep seeing IV getting draws, right? Even in IVL, a few cases of wins, right? I think it's a lot of draws. But here, 4K, wow. Very high level play. And I think it's just, I mean, the rotation in the beginning, going all the way back to the toy merchant and just leaving the acrobat like, hey, bye, acrobat, bye. Just moving through him and just going straight for the toy merchant was kind of weird, I think, in the beginning, to make such a huge, far journey. But I think in the end, it paid off. And it wasn't even Fortune going down first. And yet Persica didn't capitalize on going after the rescuers first, and yet still making that 4K play. I think that is super impressive.
it's so good.
Yeah. But how about you, Chocho? Any highlights from the survivor side? Any MVP for me, Hunter? I think we both agree MVP is definitely Persica here, right? But for the survivors, do you have a MVP in mind?
7 with that flywheel play at the hospital. That kind of paved the way, right, for them to not get the 4K survivor side, and then afterwards it kind of helped them in this BO3 first half, with Persica getting a 4K and just ending it off before a second half of BO3. So I would say that he is also one of the key players in this match, but unfortunately MVP can only be given to one individual. So
wow. I mean, I think I agree with you. I think 7 is definitely, I think that play was really outstanding, right? The cheerleader buying so much time, and the flywheel as well. I think that's one of the key factors that's giving so much pressure to Fafa, which made them end up in this situation in the first half where Persica, they just went in for the kill. Persica 4K, oh yeah, we can't even see a second half of Fafa anymore. So I think that's definitely very masterful, not just in the individual skills, gameplay, but in strategy as well. Don't you think capitalizing on the drafts, the strategy, the survivor faction, the map ban picks, all of it is very well blended. I feel like MST has definitely a huge chance, a really good chance of going up against, I think it's Rival next, right? Up against Rivals?
MSC will be going up against Ravens.
Ravens.
Red Moon is gonna go against Rivals Esports. So I think a lot of us are quite excited about the matchups later, but we will take a closer look at the brackets later on. But it seems like we will be having a MVP and then afterwards the interview. So I'm quite curious to see who will be representing MST for the interview.
Better be Persica. I want to see Persica actually. I mean, I would love to see any one of them, right? But Persica, the identity, man. We wanna know who this person is.
Me too.
Yeah. Remember the Avengers scene? Do you watch Avengers?
I did. I watched the end
Okay.
game.
Where is Persica? Who is Persica? Remember that?
Oh. I don't remember that
I'll
scene.
do you one better. Why is Persica?
Oh, I remember that scene. Oh, who is your master or something like that?
Yeah, which master do you serve? What am I supposed to say? Jesus. The Star-Lord really cracked me up. Seriously, the Star-Lord said, "You're from Earth." No, I'm from Missouri.
Which master do you serve?
Yeah, answer me this. Which master do you serve? I'm spinning. I'm spinning.
Okay, all right. Heading back to this, right? MST
Okay, go ahead.
statistics. Yeah, all of them did a pretty decent kite. Mercenary, toy merchant with 70 to 80% containment time, so that's actually looking not too bad. And for their match results, because they tied things up in BO1 and they won the BO2, we have a 7-2, which kind of ended things in BO3 first half with that 5-point lead by Persica. So congratulations once again to Mistletoe, Team MST, for advancing further in the brackets and securing the last top 4 spot. And now for our MVP player, it is none other than MST Persica. So congratulations also, as being the sole hunter for, the second hunter of MST. Unfortunately, we didn't manage to see Santi Devil. Maybe we might be seeing him tomorrow.
We having an interviewee from MST, and guess what? Guess who it is?
What? I'm not sure. I haven't seen it. I do see the playing an hour, but is it Persica?
It's Santi Devil.
It's Santi Devil. Alright.
It is. Wow. Yeah, we can ask, like, hey guy, who's Persica?
Hello.
What's up, Santi Devil? What up?
Hi, hello.
How you doing? How you feeling? Your team? Oh my god. After that intense matchup against Team FFY. I mean, how are you feeling? First and foremost, how you feel?
My team was very nervous before we start to practice. We start to feeling like very nervous, and more with my survivors because they were training like very hard against the new meta. You know, like the meta, all the seasons always change. So we keep keeping practicing with the new meta, new rotation, and new survivors with the team comp. Yeah.
Very interesting. And also, today we had Persica coming up first and played all 3 BOs. So yeah, I think a lot of the live audiences were chanting Santi Devil, but today we weren't able to see you. So, give us a little heads up, maybe we might be able to see you tomorrow.
Yeah, yes, we have some issues today because my team were kind of nervous, but it's fine. We trust your other hunter Persica because he's actually very good, and so yeah, maybe tomorrow we can feel more better for be able to play more sweaty. So maybe yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna be 100% sure I'm gonna play. Yeah.
Oh, and I think a lot of us were quite curious, right, as to who Persica actually is. Is it a hunter that we know already, and changed the name? Was he under a different name last time?
As I know, he was in another team, but he switched his name, so he wants to be like a private hunter for right now.
Oh,
Secret identity.
Yeah. Secret
Yeah.
identity.
Yeah, a secret weapon, right? Yeah. But anyway, yeah, I mean, like during those BO1s, BO2, BO3s, right? Going into the game, were you guys kind of expecting, like Persica to be the ones getting the 4K, and then the survivors are the ones who just get the one escape? And were there, when all of that happened, right? Were there any special preparations done into facing this team FFY?
Okay, I think I can understand the question because English is not my first language. But yes, Persica is a very good hunter, like what I was saying. I don't think my team has like a special thing. I think the best thing my team has right now is we support each other. Like if there is something happening bad to the match, they don't get disappointed, so they just keep in like cherry off to them. Also to the hunter, when he's gonna start the match, we support him a lot too, so he can feel like comfortable, like for be able to play the hunter and try to get the 4K.
I definitely feel that, you as the hunter, you were watching the whole match up, but of course, with that consecutive 4Ks, it has to be given to Persica, the MVP. But if you have to give an MVP for the survivor side, who will you give it to?
It's kind of hard actually. Maybe I can say the first match, for survivors, right? For survivors, I was gonna say the hunter. Maybe it can be I don't know the names actually. Oh my god, sorry.
Okay, it was a very tough question.
I was practicing a lot, so yeah. But I mean, Alto Survivors is very good. Like I was like watching the matches like a little bit because I was practicing. So all the survivors of the FFI team, they did very good because they also make me feel nervous when I was gonna start because I thought I was gonna hunt. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm 100% sure they did a very good job, like in PPC, the rotation and stuff. So yeah.
Okay, all right. So before we end things off, do you have any special message that you like to send to your tomorrow's competitors, which is Ravens, and also any words to your fans?
Okay, for tomorrow, so we are gonna go up against Ravens. I'm so excited for play against them because on last tournaments we play against them before, like on no official tournaments I already play against them, so I wanna see how did they improve and stuff. I'm very excited too. So I wanna say too, we're just gonna say thank you to all the staff, such as Joy, Jamin, Lunar, Jocelyn, and Yellow, and also your casters Nalo, Punch, Kurchun, and you for all their time and effort. Secondly, I wanna say thank you all for my teammates for their hard working, and I wanna say thank you so much for everyone like supporting since like 2022, like because we started playing in IVT like 2 years ago. So thank you so much guys for the support, and espero verlos en el torneo de mañana entonces.
Oh.
All right.
Thank you so much.
But thank you so much for joining us for this interview. It was very great to have you.
Yeah, good luck tomorrow.
Thank you for inviting me.
Okay, thank you so much. And there you have it, Santi Devil. Wow, very down to earth, very friendly, pleasant smile. And has a message for the teams tomorrow, more than ready than ever to face the rivals tomorrow. So Ravens, they're you have MST. Super excited to play against you tomorrow. Definitely one of the matches that we are very, very excited to watch. So Chocho, like 4 games today. Any games that you feel is your personal favorite?
Wait, right. 1 second.
Okay.
I think it has to be the. There's too many. I mean, could you just go through the today's result while I take some time to think about it?
No problem, no problem. As you can see, it's 2-0 all the way. RM versus 9AD, RV versus GN, Rivals versus Ace, all 2-0 sweeps. And technically, MST, it's also 2-0 because they draw. They got a draw in the first BO. So yeah, that's the result for today. Tomorrow, we're gonna expect the top 4 teams. We're gonna see RM versus Rivals tomorrow for the semifinals, and then there's Ravens versus MST, and right after that, we're gonna see the finals. We're gonna crown the finals tomorrow. So guys, do catch us on the first matchup, RM versus Rivals at 1800 EST, Ravens versus MST at 2000 EST, and of course the grand finals at 2200 EST. It's definitely going to be super exciting to watch because you got the champion. It's going to represent NAEU to KOA for next year.
Oh, alright. So I'm not too sure about that. Usually that doesn't happen.
Yeah, there's an NAEU qualifier. Sorry, my bad. But they will win. One thing's for sure. They're going to win $4,500.
Yeah, that's 4.5k, half of the $10,000 prize pool. And yeah, with that, we have come to the final end of this IVT day number 1 commentaries. And now, do you have any last words for the fans?
Thank you guys. Thank you guys for being a pleasant audience, viewers, friends, and a loving community towards your team, supportive all the way through. And for making it through. Like, it's almost 2 a.m. at some of your places, right? And of course, my deepest thanks to Chocho as well and Paul, who's behind the scenes. Thank you for being my co-commentator today, and lovely to have you as always. How about you, Chocho? Any shout-outs, any words?
Thank you guys for being here. It has been a long stream, and hope you guys get some rest, drink up, and if it's the afternoons, go and eat up right now, alright? And that will be it for us today. And hopefully we'll see you guys tomorrow once again. Bye-bye!
Yeah. Bye-bye, guys. See you.